The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
Hey, have you seen my swim cap? You're a seal. Why do you need a swim cap? I don't want my hair to get wet. You have like 4 hairs. Yeah, and that's why I gotta look out for them. Because I don't have many. Is it this disgusting thing over here? Yep, that's it. By the way, we gotta talk about your water usage. Good night, it's through the roof. Well, I don't want to tell you I'm a seal. Go do whatever so I can get on with this day in history. Sure thing. I'm actually liking it here. I'm a leather leaf. You're such a good host. I'm in hell. So, on March the 14th, 2024, in 1590, Battle of Ivory, French King Henry IV beats Catholic League during French Wars of Religion. In 1794, Eli Whitney patents cotton gin machine, revolutionizing the cotton industry in the southern U.S. states. I didn't know you could make gin from cotton. Ow! In 1900, Dutch botanist Hugo de Vries rediscovers Gregor Mendel's laws of heredity and genetics. Didn't know you could lose a law either. Also in 1900, U.S. currency goes on gold standard after Congress passes the Currency Act. In 2013, Xi Jinping named new president of the People's Republic of China. In 1931, first theater built for rear movie projection in New York City. In 1885, W.S. Gilbert and Arthur Sullivan's comic opera The Mikado premieres in London at the Savoy Theatre. In 2017, the world's oldest golf club, Muirfield in Scotland, votes to admit women as members for the first time in 273 years. Well, that was this day in history. Now, let's get on with the shows while I get on with my swim.
Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
G-A-M-E-L-S. That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Hey, Costello. I don't blame you when you look at a fat little tub like that. Come here. Come over here. You're late again. Where have you been?
Hey, Abbott, I just come from the contractor that's building my new house. It's going to be a house with 7 Grables.
You mean 7 Gables?
Nope, 7 Grables. When I build a house, I want it well built.
You dummy, wasting your time with a contractor when you've only got 48 hours to get rid of that money that you won last week before income tax time was due.
I'm trying to get rid of the money, Abbott.
Well.
Yesterday, I bought a 1923 Maxwell for $75. But with it, I had to take $400 worth of accessories.
$400 worth of accessories?
Yes, I had to buy 2 horses to pull it.
You idiot. $400. You've got $38,000 to get rid of. And you've got to get rid of it and make sure that you don't get it back.
Okay, I'll get rid of it so it'll never come back.
How?
I'll lend it to Europe.
Costello, this is ridiculous. Why don't you just take the $38,000 down to the income tax office and pay the tax on it?
You can't do that, Abbott. I figured it out last night, and $38,000 will not pay the tax on $38,000.
Please, talk sense. Look, did you send in your estimated income for 1947? You know, that's the one where they ask you to guess how much you're going to make this year?
Oh, sure, I sent it in, but I didn't sign it.
Why didn't you sign it?
If they want me to guess how much I'm going to make, let them guess who sent it in.
Well, how about deductions?
My what?
Deductions. Like when I file my tax, the man wanted to allow me $500 for my wife.
For your wife, that's way over ceiling.
Look, I'm talking about dependents. You see, everybody comes under a different tax table. Now, if you're single, you come under one table. If you're married, you come under another table.
That did it, Abbott. I ain't paying no taxes.
Why?
I refuse to do business under the table.
Oh. Costello, you're impossible. You'll never figure that tax out. So you've got to get rid of that money. Now, hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea. The best place to lose money is at the racetrack.
Racetrack? That's wonderful, Abbott. I love horses. My favorite story is about a horse named Black Beauty.
Black Beauty?
Yes. Once upon a time, there was a little horse named Black Beauty. His mother was a bronco, and one night she died of a cold.
Oh, she had pneumonia.
She what?
She had pneumonia.
Yeah, it was bronco pneumonia.
Bronco?
Oh, Abbott, will you keep out of this?
All right.
Why don't you go over to the livery stable and show them what a real jackass looks like?
Now, listen, Mr. Madison. I'll have you understand I'm no jackass.
You're no jackass.
No.
Your ears are too long.
All right. Go on with the story.
Okay, now the farmer who owned Black Beauty, he loved him. And he used to brush and comb the horse.
No, you mean he curried the horse.
Why should he carry him? Black Beauty was big enough to walk.
All right, go ahead.
Now, every morning the farmer would feed Black Beauty.
Yes, Black Beauty ate his fodder.
Yes, and after he would eat, he ate his fodder.
Certainly, every horse eats his fodder.
You mean he eats his fodder?
Yes. And his father eats his fodder, and his father eats his fodder.
Pretty soon there won't be no fathers left for Father's Day.
I mean, to feed a horse, you take a bag and put its fodder in it and hang it on his nose.
Now, ain't that a pretty picture? Black Beauty walking around with his fodder hanging on his nose.
No. Never mind that. What's the rest of the story about Black Beauty?
Well, Black Beauty liked the rain. Every time it would rain, he would run and run, and he would run in the water.
In other words, Black Beauty was a mutter.
Yes. Now, one day, Could I have that again?
He was a mutter.
Black Beauty was a mutter. Mm-hmm. How could a he be a mutter? Ain't a she a mutter?
Certainly not. Sometimes a he makes a better mutter than a she.
Well, we learn something new every day. Listen, Abbott, suppose a mama horse has little horses. Don't that make her a mutter?
Well, now that depends on her feet.
Yeah, and then... Well, if you ask a silly question, you get a silly answer.
No, Costello. I own racehorses and have one of the finest mutters in the world.
What has your mutter got to do with horses?
My mutter is a horse.
Now that you mention it, I see the resemblance.
Here.
Come on. Now, one day, everybody on the farm was very, very sad. The farmer was sad. All the little horses were sad, too. They were so sad
just a
because...
second, Lou. Wait a minute.
Don't
Don't break me down.
Sad.
Why was everybody so sad?
Black Beauty was limping around.
Oh, it's too bad.
There was something wrong with his front legs.
Mm-hmm.
The farmer took Black Beauty to
He
find
had
out...
something wrong with his forelegs.
Yes. And then after... would you mind running that past me again, please?
I said he was having trouble with his forelegs.
I just told you he limped on his two front legs.
Well, Costello, a horse's forelegs are in front.
His four legs are in front.
Yes.
What are those things in the back? Crutches?
You don't understand. A horse has forelegs in front and hind legs in back.
Four legs in front and hind legs in back.
Right.
What are we talking about, a horse or a centipede?
Listen, please. I'm trying to tell you that a horse has four legs in front.
Oh, Abbott, you're sure his four legs are in front?
Certainly.
Okay, then tell me this. What keeps his tail up?
His hind legs. Look, when I say that the horse has four legs in front, I don't mean that his four legs are in front. I mean his four legs are in front. A horse has four legs. But all four of them are not four legs.
Oh, when you say that a horse has four legs in front, you don't mean that his four legs are in front. You mean that his four legs are in front. A horse has four legs, but all of them are not four legs.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Experience is the best teacher.
A young man and his girl at a dance.
Let's sit out this dance. I'd like to smoke. Cigarette for you?
Yes, please. Goodness, it's nice to be able to get the cigarettes you want again, isn't it?
Uh-huh. But you know, I learned something during that cigarette shortage. By smoking whatever brand I could get, I learned that there really are differences in cigarettes. I found I liked Camels so much.
Yes, the experience of smoking whatever brands of cigarettes they could get during that wartime shortage taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Smokers' T-Zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, tested brand after brand. It was then that Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness registered so enjoyably with smokers that...
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Yes, during that wartime shortage, people smoked whatever cigarette they could get. But when they could get, and again choose, millions chose Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Now, while you enjoy a Camel, Skinny Anna sings Linda.
When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. And lately it seems, in all of my dreams, I walk with my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the loving I've missed. We pass on the street, the heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. Skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine.
Here's the racetrack. Now, Saturday night is the deadline for income tax, and you've got to lose that money. Now, I'll tell you how to bet because you don't know a horse from the side of a barn. That I know.
I do, too. Test me.
All right. Look over there. What is that? A horse or the side of a barn?
Abbott, this time you're right.
See, you know absolutely nothing about horses. You don't study form. You don't know track conditions. And with no information whatever, do you know what can happen to you, Lou?
Yes. I can win.
You can, Costello, to lose, you've got to play long shots. Now, I've got a horse that goes off at 20 to 1.
Well, let's hurry, Abbott. It's 12:30 now.
Oh, there's no hurry, no hurry. No hurry. He doesn't go off till 3 o'clock.
I thought you said he was going off at 20 to 1.
He is. He goes off at 20 to 1 at 3 o'clock.
How can he go off at 20 to 1 if he goes off at 3 o'clock?
Listen, no matter what time he goes off, it'll still be 20 to 1.
It'll still be 20 to 1 at 3 o'clock?
That's right.
Abbott, let me smell your hair.
What do you mean? Go ahead.
Uh-huh. No smell, just as I thought. You've been drinking the hair tonic again.
Now, you cut that out, Costello. We've got to lose that money. Now, the smart thing to do is buy a dope sheet.
You can get smart from buying a dope sheet?
Certainly, if you have the dope, you're smart. Is that clear?
Oh, sure. The horse goes off at 20 to 1 at 3 o'clock.
Ah, never mind that. Hey, I think that fellow over there is selling tip sheets. Let's ask him.
Say, mister.
Yes?
Do you sell tips on horses?
As Dr. Livingston said to Stanley, you came to the right place. I've got Joe's tip sheet, Henry's tips, Eddie's tips, and asparagus tips.
Asparagus tips?
That's for green horse players.
Well, we'll take Joe's tip sheet. Is it any good?
As the Queen of Sheba said to Solomon, it's wonderful.
Look, mister, forget that. We want a tip sheet that picks losers.
Losers? Well, if you want to lose, I've got a horse that goes off at 20 to 1.
At 3 o'clock?
No, 4:30.
Look, mister. Cut it out! Look, mister, as Dr. Jekyll said to Mr. Hyde, take a powder.
All right. Quiet, Costello. Mister, give us a copy of Joe's tip sheet.
Fine, there you are. And as young Dr. Malone said to Ma Perkins, that will be $5.
Okay. Now I'll be able to pick the horses.
Oh, you mean you want to use Joe's tip sheet to pick the horses? Well, in that case, you'll need a copy of Henry's tip sheet. You see, that explains what Joe's tip sheet is all about.
How much is that?
$10.
Okay, I'll take it. Let's go, Abbott.
Just a minute, Fatty. Can you read the code in Henry's tip sheet?
Oh, sure. I can read... What code?
Well, then you'll need Don's tip sheet, which explains the code on Henry's tip sheet, which picks the horses in Joe's tip sheet. That'll be $25.
Oh, come on, Costello. We've got to make some bets and lose that money.
Nothing doing, Abbott. I can lose all my money right here. Here's $25.
Thank you. And as Mrs. Chips said to Mr. Chips, goodbye. Goodbye.
Hey, Abbott. Right. I don't need this guy's tip sheets. I got something right special from the feed box.
What is it?
Oats. And they're delicious.
Now, look, Costello. Hey, they're skinning in it. Maybe you can give us a loser.
Hiya, fellas. Hey, what time is it?
3 o'clock.
Good. I got a horse that goes off at 20 to 1.
How can a horse go off at 20 to 1 at 3 o'clock?
Now, just a minute. I'm the straight man. Skinny, Costello's got a lot of money to lose. Do you know any slow horses?
Why, sure. Play Ashcan in the third.
Now, wait a minute. Are you sure Ashcan is a slow horse?
Is he a slow horse? Boys, if Paul Revere had ridden Ashcan, you'd be doing your baseball routine about cricket.
About cricket? I wonder how it would sound. Whom is on first?
Come on, Costello. Let's call for the first race. Let's get a bet down.
I'm going to play Whirlpool. Here, mister, 500 on Whirlpool to win.
They're off.
Hey, you got the bet down just in time, Costello. They're off. I hope Whirlpool doesn't win.
Abbott, the only way that horse could win is if he had an outboard motor attached to him. Well, he couldn't have won without it.
You idiot. Now you've got more money than ever to get rid of. Hey, look. Look at that lady's program and see what she's marking. Maybe she'll pick a loser.
Pardon me, madam. Could you sort of let me...
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello.
Oh, hello.
You fought, little mon, you. What are you doing here at the Roost Trough?
Roost Trough? Oh, Abbott, you know what a roost crock is. That's where they ruin the hooses and the rooses.
I love to come to the trough and place my wagers with the bookmookers.
What a co-inky-dinky. I come here to drink Coca-Cola and eat Frankfurter and try to pick a wiener.
grand seeing you. I must be toddling along. As we say in French, je suis de la Pigalle in la qu'est-ce que c'est to you.
And a juicy dill pickle in the kisser to you, too.
Costello. Hey, Costello, we should come to the track more often. All the big movie producers come here, and we might make some good contacts.
Yes, while they're looking over the horses, they might think of a part for me. They might think... What am I saying?
Hello, Miss Rabbit. Where are you going with that big bale of hay? Oh, pardon me, it's Costello. Oh, I just love the racetrack. You know, my late husband said I had the makings of a great horsewoman.
You're saying that wrong. Your husband said you had the makings of a great horse, woman.
Costello, you've just got time to play the third race. Now, look, let's try the old-fashioned method. Stick a pin in Mrs. Wetwash's program and play whatever you pick.
Okay, Mrs. Wetwash, may I borrow your hat pin?
Yes.
Thank you. Now hold up the program. I'll close my eyes and stab it with the hat pin.
There they go.
Costello, you stuck Mrs. Wetwash with a hat pin. Look, she's jumping the fence. She's out on the track.
At the quarter, Mission Bell is going to the front. Busy Bee is second. Hey, just a minute, folks. There's an added starter out there. That's a strange-looking nag, but, brother, can she run?
Now you did it, Costello. Mrs. Wetwash is running in the race.
She'll probably win and pay a lot of money.
And the winner is the added starter, which has just been identified as Mrs. Wetwash. Isn't that a silly name for a horse?
It's a silly name for a woman. I wonder what she paid.
Mrs. Wetwash went off at 20 to 1 and came in at 3 o'clock.
How do you like that? Now the racetrack announcers are doing our routines, Abbott.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Beginning or the End. And for Camel fans everywhere, Marilyn sings...
When he don't sweet talk anymore, his kiss ain't like it was before. It's time you added up the score, my friend. That's the beginning of the end. He keeps you waiting for days, makes no excuse for being late. Wake up and recognize your fate, my friend. That's the beginning of the end. What he's doing to you, he did to me. But I wasn't lost, so how could I see? Better be wise, better beware, or one of these days you'll turn around and he won't be there. Don't say that you never told. I know that character of old. When he starts straying from the fold, my friend, that's the beginning of the end. One of these days he'll turn around and he won't be there. Take it from me, I know that character of old. When he starts straying from the fold, my friend, that's the beginning of the end.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
This survey included doctors throughout America. 3 leading independent research organizations asked 113,597 doctors this question. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. If you're seeking rich, full-bodied tobacco flavor for your taste, if you're on the lookout for cool mildness for your throat, why don't you try a Camel now on your T-zone? See if you don't say, like millions of other smokers, Camels suit my T-zone to a T.
Costello, We came to the racetrack today to lose money, and all you've done is win. Now, if you're stuck with that bankroll March 15th, you'll really be in trouble with your income tax.
I can't help it, Abbott. Gambling runs in my family. My Uncle Artie Stebbins was a big gambler, too. He once crossed a racehorse with a chicken.
You crossed a racehorse with a chicken?
Yeah.
What for?
So it could lay odds.
Like...
Pardon me, gentlemen.
What's this?
Would you like to buy a sweepstake ticket? They're 50 cents apiece.
Oh, sure. Here's $50. Give me 100 of them. Hey, wait a minute. The price marked on these tickets is $2. How can you afford to sell them so cheap?
The race was last year. Now, would you like to take a chance on this punch board? It pays 500 to 1.
Now, wait a minute. The punch board is all punched out.
I know, but where else could you get such beautiful odds?
Say, mister, who are you?
Now, let me think. Oh, I've got some business cards in my pocket. Would you mind reaching in and pulling one out? See, my hands are all covered with fingers.
Costello, there's something peculiar about this man. Look, he's wearing an iron watch chain, and it's 6 feet long.
Well, that's all right, Abbott. He's got a police dog in his pocket.
Pardon me, sir, but what are you doing here at the racetrack?
Oh, I own the grace horse, Numbskull. My wife gave him to me for my birthday.
Your wife gave you a horse?
Yeah, she didn't want me to have anything sharp.
Your wife must write your jokes, too. You haven't had anything sharp in the last 2 minutes.
Well, gentlemen, I've got to go now. I've got to hang up my horse.
Hang up your horse?
Yes, he's a Mustang, and he must hang someplace.
Abbott, they ought to send that guy to the United Nations conference.
As a delegate?
No, it's a problem.
Oh. Come on, Costello. Let's take a look at this horse, Numbskull. He may be just the horse to lose your money on.
Oh, Louis Costello.
Costello, here's Marilyn Maxwell.
My, but you look pretty, Marilyn. That's a lovely dress you're wearing.
Oh, it's just something I threw on.
You must have flown a curve. You smell good, too.
Oh, that's my new racetrack perfume. Chanel, number 8 to 5. Gee, Louis, didn't we have fun in the movies last night?
Yeah. I thought Ray Milland was wonderful in that picture, California.
Mm-hmm. But I think you have a much better looking map.
Than Ray Milland?
No, than California.
Hey, look, Costello. There's that daffy guy's horse, Numbskull.
What a cute little horse.
Come on, I'll introduce you to him. Numbskull, this is Marilyn.
Hey, look, Costello. Here comes Mrs. Wetwash.
Well, Costello, what horse is that?
This is Numbskull. Numbskull, meet Mrs. Wetwash.
Oh, what a clever horse. You know I love horses.
Oh, can't get any men to go out with, huh?
Now, listen, little fat boy. You embarrassed me this afternoon. But I'll forgive you for making me run in that claiming race. I hope you noticed that I won.
Yes, and I also noticed that nobody claimed you.
Well, come on, Mrs. Wetwash. Let's go make a bet on Numbskull. See you later, Louis.
Hey, look, Costello. There's a pretty little filly. She cost $3,000. Her name is Mignon.
$3,000 for a filly minion? That must include mushrooms and French fried potatoes.
And look at the next stall, Costello. There's a mare with a colt.
The mare has a colt?
Yes.
Well, if he's got a colt, why don't somebody give him a handkerchief? Get him some four-way cold tablets or something.
No, he doesn't need tablets or a handkerchief. I'm talking about a colt. That mare has a colt. The trainer will take that colt and teach it to run.
They got to teach a colt to run?
Naturally.
Brother, when I get a colt, it runs all by itself.
Talk then. Look. Hey, look, Lou. Here comes the groom with the horse's bridle. He's getting ready to lead her away by the halter.
Abbott, stop the wedding.
Stop the wedding?
Sure, by the time the horse's groom leads the bridle to the halter, that colt will start running and she'll sneeze right in that groom's kisser.
Come on, Costello. That's the post call for the last race. And you've got to bet on a loser to get rid of that money. Remember your income tax.
Abbott, I'm going to bet it all on Numbskull. I've been looking up his form. He's got to lose.
What does the form say?
Well, it says he was beater at Santa Anita. He was and also ran at Tanforan. He came home in the dark at Hollywood Park and showed a weakness in the Preakness.
Okay. Numbskull it is. Let's get the bet down.
Numbskull by 2 lengths. Banjo is second, and Bazooka is third.
Oh, no! Oh,
Costello. The winner was Gertie's corset.
That was a tight squeeze. Well, we did it, Abbott. The money's all gone. I don't have to worry about no income tax.
Attention, everybody. Hold all tickets. There's been a disqualification. Gertie's corset got rough in the stretch and broke in front of Numbskull.
How do you like that? They busted Gertie's corset.
And here is the judge's decision. The officials are putting up Numbskull's number and taking down Gertie's corset.
You hear that, Costello? Numbskull's number is up.
So is mine. Alcatraz, here I come. Come on, Abbott.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now, free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Louisville, Kentucky, USAAF Station Hospital, Bowling Field, Washington, D.C., U.S. Naval Hospital, Santa Margarita Ranch, Oceanside, California, U.S. Marine Hospital, Mobile, Alabama, and Veterans Hospital, Northport, Long Island, New York. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now, back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, you didn't succeed in getting rid of that money, did you?
No.
So now you've got to pay income tax on it.
Oh, I don't care, Abbott. I'm a happy guy. I'm always happy in the springtime.
Say, that's right, Costello. Next week is the first day of spring. I have an idea. Let's get together next Thursday and plant a nice garden. I'll help you sow the seed.
Sow the seed?
Yeah.
What's the matter? Is it torn?
Now, wait a minute. Don't start that. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Listen to Abbott and Costello next Thursday when Costello plants a spring garden. Don't miss it, because Bud and Lou are going to do their famous sow the seed routine.
Smokers, if you want to give your pipe real pipe appeal, pack your pipe with Prince Albert. Yes, just see if Prince Albert doesn't make your pipe extra appealing because it combines rich, full-bodied tobacco flavor with cool, tongue-easy mildness. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite and crimp cut to burn slow and even. So pack your pipe with good PA for pipe appeal. More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco. Saturday night, hear Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry, the rollicking, foot-tapping fun show that stars Red Foley, singer of American folk songs, and his guitar. Don't forget that Saturday night on NBC for Grand Ole Opry with Red Foley, the Duca Paducah, and Minnie Pearl.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Abbott and Costello will soon be seen in the new Universal International picture, Buck Privates Come Home. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
Hope. We're glad we found you in, for now we can begin. Bob Hope brings you his laugh review and smiles are here again.
Thank you so much. And welcome you all to our fun shop. While we manufacture the laughter, it's Pepsodent sales that we're after. To make you smile, the more worthwhile. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hope back again for the GOP. Good old Pepsodent.
Tonight, I'm just a lull between election returns. You know, there's been so many campaign speeches on the air lately. I turned on my radio last night, and it handed me a cigar. And what those politicians say about each other, it sounded like they were doing their Christmas wrapping early. Well, election day is almost over, and I'm pretty tired. My uncle ran for office in Eagle Knob, California, and I've been voting all day. But it doesn't pay, to be honest. I voted 12 times a day, and I only got paid for 10. When my uncle got through voting, the ballot box was so stuffed it had to take 6 bicarbonates of soda. My uncle isn't exactly crooked. I'd say he was sort of a pretzel with skin. When he was running for office last year, he said he'd do the public good, and when he was elected, he kept his word. He did them good. Oh, but you'd like him. He's a great man. He came up from the gutter, and boy, is he homesick. He's a very thorough politician. 2 hours before the polls open, he put in his application for a recount of the recount. He had so many cigars in his pocket, he looked like a pipe organ. But I want to take this opportunity to thank the 26 intelligent, honest, right-thinking voters of Eagle Knob who voted for my uncle. The other 2,000 know what they can do. But the people are really slow in Eagle Knob. I entered the polling booth there, pulled back the curtain on the voting machine, and what do you think I found? A guy still voting for Hoover. Oh, but that's enough of that. Bill, tell the ladies and gentlemen who's elected to entertain the peps and the voters tonight.
Well, Bob, we have one of the famous Marx brothers, Chico Marx, and in our usual roundup, Skinny Ennis and his band, the Mad Professor Jerry Colonna, through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, 6 hits and a miss, and Bob Hope.
Oh, that's Bill Goodman, ladies and gentlemen, the big outdoor man. We went up to his cabin in the woods over the weekend to do a little deer hunting. I came back without a buck. Reminds me of Santa Anita. But, boy, I said there's nothing like getting out in the open. I love to go hunting in the woods. It fills me with something. Buckshot. But it's marvelous up there around Bill's cabin. The deers eat right out of your hand. Here in Hollywood, they eat right out of your pocketbook. Isn't that a slick line? Oh, but I'd tell you, the first day Goodwin shot at the moose, he came so close, he shot the milk pail right out from under it. The second day out, I came face to face with a bear. It was pretty horrible for both of us. It was a very old bear. It didn't have a tooth in its mouth. They were all in my arms. Bill shot at the bear 15 times without hitting it. Suddenly, the bear ran in the woods and came out a second later with a large red bullseye over its heart.
Well, anyway, the trip was a success. All except the last day. I fell on a porcupine.
Really? Did you get the needles?
Well, Bob, I have so many needles in me, every time I eat spaghetti, my stomach knits a sweater.
Hiya, fellas. Hiya, Skinny. Say, Skinny, did you ever hunt bear?
Yeah, but I don't like it. It's a leaf pickle.
Pickle.
Yeah, but I'm disappointed in you, Bob.
Why, what about Skinny?
Well, you know that bird dog you sold me?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't sing a note.
What a hunter, Skinny. You couldn't bring down a duck off a meat hook.
Well, everybody liked you up there, Bob.
Really, Bill?
Uh-huh. Even the parrot in my cabin.
The parrot?
Yeah, he woke me up in the middle of the night and said, "Is that Bob Hope, the comedian?" Mm-hmm. And I said, "Yes."
Yeah.
So the parrot laid an egg as big as an ostrich and said, "Let me see him top that."
Thank you, Bill. And now our 6 hits and a miss are going to sing out Johnny Mercer's version of the musical football player Jamboree Jones. Take it, talent.
I begin a story out in West Virginia in a little college. All the student body only cares for football, never mind the knowledge. Never mind the sheepskin, they prefer the pigskin, seem to have it in their bones. They knew all about it, couldn't live without it, all except a certain Mr. Jamboree Jones. He played the clarinet with all his might. He studied night and day, he practiced day and night. No running up the field for Mr. Jones. He'd rather run up the scale and down the scale. what comes. Meanwhile, the team marched on to greater fame, till they were asked to play the famous Rose Bowl game. Oh, roses, and on that day of days, the students beamed. What did they do when the team marched on the field? I want to tell you, ladies and you gentlemen, they screamed, rock, 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 zip, boom, bop, 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 the la, yeah, bro, watch them go. Boom. Starting from the kickoff, they pulled every trick off, they couldn't win it. Instead of going forward, they were going backward, 5 miles a minute. Seeing their position, they called intermission, they heard the referee say,
17-0, ain't exactly nothing.
You've got 5 minutes to play. And from the stand, there came a distant wail, and it was Jamboree.
I'm swinging, hold 'em, Yale.
Oh, we like. And then the students, they began to yell. The players marched up the field and down the field. Pell-mell, and today the Hall of Fame still proclaims the hero's name. Jamboree they can't forget. What a football game with the clarinet.
In 1754, a certain young Englishman received a letter from his father which read, I hope you take great care of your teeth, and that you clean them well every morning and after every meal. But I do insist that you never use any of those sticks or hard substances which always rub away the gums and destroy the varnish of the teeth. And who do you think wrote this letter in 1754? It was none other than the famous Lord Chesterfield. Now, fortunately, the sticks and hard cleaning substance he speaks of have completely disappeared from modern American life. But the rest of Lord Chesterfield's advice is as important today as it was nearly 200 years ago. Think how he would have greeted Pepsodent toothpaste containing irium. Irium is the cleansing agent found only in Pepsodent of all toothpaste. Gently, quickly, effectively, it helps Pepsodent toothpaste brush away stubborn surface stains, leaving your teeth gleaming with natural brilliance. And always remember, Pepsodent toothpaste containing irium is safe in its action on teeth. Safe for children, safe for adults, because it contains no grit, no drugs, no bleach. Try Pepsodent today and see how effectively it reveals the true beauty of your teeth.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take great pleasure in presenting one of the foremost comedians of Hollywood, one of the famous Marx brothers whom you saw recently in the great RKO Picture Room service. Here he is, Chico Marx. Thank you very much. Well, so long, Bob. Wait a minute, Chico, what are you leaving for?
When the people applaud, that's enough for me.
Wait a minute, we got to do a show.
I know, but I got to go home and learn how to play the piano.
Well, can't you learn how to play next week?
No, next week I'm giving a concert.
Yeah, well, what about our audience? You've got to do something for them.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Chico, this is no place to sell ice cream.
Why not? We need some good humor around here. Besides, Bob, I got to make us some money.
But, Chico, you're getting a check for this program.
Whose check?
My check. Look, Chico, what are you going to do tonight?
Well, I think I just stand in the back and hiss.
Well, you'll have plenty of company.
Well, goodbye, Bob. I must go home now.
Say, Chico, you like that house of yours, don't you? How many bedrooms have you got?
Bedrooms? Let me see. We got no bedrooms.
No bedrooms? What do you sleep in at night?
In my nightshirt.
Some joke, eh, boys? Yeah, I think it's my turn to stand back here and hiss. Say, have you got any bathtubs in the house?
Well, I tell you, we got a new plan. We got a shower right over the bed.
Shower right over the bed?
Mm-hmm. All we got to do in the morning is to turn the water on, and then we don't get wet.
Well, why don't you get wet?
We don't sleep in the beds.
Look, Chico, if you don't sleep in the bed, where do you sleep?
In the park.
Yeah, but if you sleep in the park, what do you need the house for?
Well, we got to have some place to keep the beds.
I don't know, but that sounds kind of stupid.
Yeah, I got that from my uncle. He was a kind of stupid, too. Way over like this.
get it, Chico.
Well, so long, Bob. I gotta go now. I'm just itching to go home.
Now, wait a minute, Chico. You gotta play the piano.
All right, so where was I?
You were just itching.
Okay, we start from scratch. Wait, they're taking my coat off.
All right, say, that's a nice coat, but why do you wear it inside out like that?
The other side belongs to Groucho. He's wearing it.
I wish I was with him. Ladies and gentlemen, Chico Marx will now play his own arrangement of an original composition based on the Second Hungarian Rhapsody by Franz Liszt. Yeah, what's that?
You want to buy a ticket for the Rose Bowl football game?
For the Rose Bowl, I'll say. How much?
Well, for you, $5.
$5? $5?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Mm-hmm. Okay, here's your $5.
Okay, here's your piece.
Yeah. A piece? Wait a minute. How about the rest of the ticket?
That's no good. I can't make a much profit selling a whole ticket.
Well, you only gave me the top part of the ticket.
That's all right. You only sit on the top part of the seat. Hey, Bob, I forgot to tell you. You know you got a good seat for that football game, right in the middle.
In the middle?
Uh-huh. Yeah, right behind the middle of the scoreboard.
Behind the scoreboard, but how do I see the game from there?
Well, I tell you. I sell you a nice brace and a bit. Then you make a nicer hole for yourself.
I'm in the hole now. How much does that cost?
$4.25.
$4.25 for a brace and bit?
Yeah, $4 for the brace and 2 bits for the bit.
Yeah. I wish Groucho was here to give me an answer for that one.
I miss him more than you do. Hey, Bob.
Sounds like Harpo. It's all right, Chico. Anybody can drop a script. Go ahead. It's all right.
I know, but I saw those jokes before sometime.
You'll see him again, too.
Hey, Bob.
What's that?
I'm going to do you a real big favor.
Oh, don't go home so early, Chico.
No, I'm going to let you have a pair of field glasses for the game.
Well, Chico, I'm not so sure I can afford it. How much are you going to let me have them for?
Very cheap, only 25 cents.
Well, that's reasonable enough.
Now, how about some lenses for the glasses? $50.
Look, Chico, how much would you charge me if I don't go to the game?
Well, what seat are you not going to sit in?
How about not sitting on the 50-yard line?
That's no good. There are too many people not sitting there now. You'd be in the way. Hey, Bob, we got some more jokes.
Well, here we go again. What is it now, Chico?
I got something else you need very badly at the game.
What is it, a radio?
No, it's a map. Shows you how to get to go out to the game.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Chico. Oh, I think it's a little late to put on your glasses. Look. Chico, it's pretty crowded on New Year's Day. Let's take a look at that map.
Here you are. Now, look. You take a number 66, and you go out about 4 miles.
Uh-huh.
That brings you to 33.
Yeah.
Now you go out of 33 about 2 miles, Now, 66 and a 33, that makes a 99. Now you're on the right road. Now you take a 99 for 280 miles, and that brings you to the Grand Canyon. Oh, boy, that's a beauty.
Say, that gives me an idea, Chico. I've never been there, and I'll need a vacation about New Year's. Is there any fishing?
Sure, fishing and hunting. You want to buy a license?
I was afraid of that. Wait till I go home and sell my annuity. Say, maybe you'd like to buy these football tickets back.
No, thanks.
I'll let you have them for $3 apiece.
No, thank you.
Oh, all right. You can have them for nothing. I won't need them now.
No, I don't want them.
What's the matter? Don't you want to see the game?
I saw the game. California won, 13-0.
Wait a minute. That's the score of last year's game.
That's all right. You got a last year's ticket.
Yeah. Skinny Ennis sings that beautiful number by Larry Clinton, My Reverie, based on a theme by Claude Debussy. Okay, Skinny, take it.
How long is a dream in my reverie? I can see that this love was meant for me. Only a fool never stood in a world of romance to be so cruel as you are to me. I dream of his wishes as gently without you. Life will never begin to be. So love me as I love you in my reverie. Make my dream reality. Let's dispense with formality. Come to me in my reverie. As I love you in my reverie, make my dream reality. Let's dispense with formality. Come to me in my reverie. In my reverie.
The sunshine of your smile tonight. A little clouded over, maybe looking just a little sad? Well, then why not decide to swing over to Pepsodent tooth powder containing Irium? Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent of all tooth powders, contains Irium, the new cleansing agent. And Irium is the remarkable discovery that helps Pepsodent remove stubborn surface stains from your teeth. At least twice a day, night and morning, every day of your life, use Pepsodent tooth powder and you'll be rewarded. It won't be long before you'll say you never dreamed your teeth could sparkle so, and you never knew your mouth could feel so fresh, so clean as it does when Pepsodent tooth powder containing Irium is always on the job. Best of all, Pepsodent powder containing Irium is safe in its action on teeth because it contains no grit, no drugs, no bleach. So if you want these effective cleansing results, try Pepsodent tooth powder with Irium.
Stop beating round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, mulberry bush. Stop beating round the mulberry bush.
Although it's made him dizzy, that old bush leaguer Bob Hope is going around in circles to give you his version of Stop Beating Round the Mulberry Bush. All right, circulate, Bob.
The mulberry bush when there's a moon.
Hey, Bill.
Yes, Bob.
I'm in trouble. I got a summons for $50,000.
You did? What's the matter?
Well, look, last week I called up my girl and I told her to stop beating around the mulberry bush and to come right out and tell me she loves me.
Yeah?
I asked her to marry me and she accepted.
Well, I don't see any breach of promise there.
Yeah, but I had the wrong number.
But boy, this is serious, Bob. What you need is a good lawyer.
What I need is $50,000.
Listen, I know just the man for you.
For one thing, is he good?
Is he good? Why, he got my sentence cut down from 90 to 60 days.
Really?
Gee, for having one headlight out, too.
Oh, that's wonderful. If you ever go through a red light, let me know and I'll give you a farewell party.
Come on, Bob, let's go. Well, here it is, Bob. Law offices of Cohen, Goldfarb, Cohen, and O'Cavity.
How did O'Cavity get in there?
He put up the money. Let's go in.
Say, gosh, it's dark in here. Oh, pardon me.
That's all right. I'm only the desk.
I wish they'd turn the lights on.
We never do that during lunch hour.
Why not?
The bosses get jealous when they see me eat. Hello, law offices of CGC and OK. A divorce? What kind would you like, Reno, Mexico, or radio? What's a radio divorce? When you get married again, we guarantee you a spot on the Eddie Cantor program. Goodbye.
Say, look, miss, my friend Bob Hope wants to hire a good lawyer.
Well, you better try someone else. The last case he defended was Paul Revere for parking his plug in front of a plug.
A case. Come right in. Have a seat. Have a cigar. Have an accident?
Are you Attorney O'Cavity?
Yes, and you can't lose. It's an open and shut case. You were home alone that night reading a book.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'll call Central Casting and get 2 witnesses who were with you.
Very nice, but I have a breach of promise suit on my hands.
Breach of promise? She can't do that to you. Promising to marry you? Breaking your heart? Leaving you crushed and broken like a second-hand Dixie cup? We'll sue for $20,000.
That's well, but there's just one catch.
What's that?
She's suing me for $50,000.
Oh, lucky me. We'll make a settlement. Let's say $25,000 for her and $25,000 for me.
Wait a minute. Where will I get the money?
Haven't you entered the movie quiz?
Say, what a lawyer. He probably went through law school on a student tour.
Oh, pardon me. There goes another ambulance. This trial. Hold on to the customer while I do a little road work.
Say, don't tell me Attorney O'Cavity's an ambulance chaser.
Mister, he's been chasing ambulances so long, he has roller skates on his briefcase.
Oh, darn those ambulance drivers. Put grease on the running board again. Say, what were you saying before they rang for me?
I said I was being sued.
Well, that's nothing. So Sally ran.
Yeah, but she'll probably wiggle out of it.
Say, how about making out your will? Only $25 extra. Oh, there it goes again.
Wait a minute. I'm going with you this time.
Okay, hang on. We'll drop off the courthouse.
Say, boy, this is a busy court. Listen to the hustle and bustle.
Hello, Hustle.
Hello, bustle.
The 6th session of the Court of Sessions is in session, and I do mean session. Yeah, man.
There's the girl right over there, Susie Subpoena. We all call her Sweet Sue. Hello, Sue.
Hello, Cavity. Well, here we are again.
Here you are, get your cracker jack, popcorn, alibi, bail bonds, and a Tootsie Footsie ice cream. Who's that?
That's the girl's lawyer, Ravelli.
Hey, boss, do you call me? Yeah, I want to make a deal with you. That's fine. How about draw poker? Here's your card. My card? I got a 5 aces. I think I'll open. What do you got? I got a headache. Ravelli, if you were my lawyer, I'd say you were crazy. As a matter of fact, if you were my lawyer, I'd say I was crazy. Sounds just like Groucho, no? No. Tell me, why is your client suing me for breach of promise? I'm running a special on the breach of promise this week. Next week, a habeas corpus with green flowers. With green flowers? Yeah, habeas Irish rose. Some joke, eh? No. I object. Well, I read anybody's lines. What do you... What do you and I object? What are you objecting for? The trial hasn't started. Well, I'm just warming up.
Order in the court. Order. The judge is about to appear.
Greetings, Kate. Let's arbitrate. Hello, Sue. How are you?
Hello, Judge.
Well, where were you on the night of October 25th?
At home.
You should have been with us. What a brawl. Is the jury present?
Hello, Judge. Sue, you remember the boys?
Sure. How'd you, fellas?
Hello, Sue. What's new? I'll give 3 to 1 I lose this case. That's no good. You can get 12 to 1 from the jury. Judge Colonna, I think this... 30 days. But, Judge, that isn't 60 days. Wait a minute. You can't give me 60 days.
Ah, yes, knave. My time is your time. Bring the defendant and the plaintiff to the bar.
You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but... And see your dentist twice a year?
I do.
I do. I now pronounce you man and wife.
I object. You're here to dispense justice.
Very well. Justice will be dispensed with. Continue with the case. It's your shot, Mr. Ravelli.
Okay, I take the witness. Hey, Hope, where were you on the night of February the 30th? There wasn't any night of February the 30th. Oh, so you stole that too, eh? I'm ashamed. I'm not exactly proud of you either, Ravelli. I object.
Objection overruled.
All right, I object again.
Objection overruled.
That's fine. Now I got a pair of overrules. Judge, I'm getting sick and tired of this case.
Yeah, come on, Judge. Stop beating around the mulberry bush and settle this case once and for me.
Silence. I have reached a decision.
Oh, please.
I'm afraid to listen. What kind of a trial is this, anyway? Am I going to get justice?
Ah, justice. Just as a famous justice once said. Hope. Hope. Until.
Just a minute, Shyster. What about my case?
And what about my case?
I object.
You can't object. You're the judge.
Objection overruled. I'm throwing this case right out of court.
What happened, Judge?
I forgot to let go of the case.
Mulberry bush, stop beating around the mulberry bush. Come out and say you love me.
Excuse me, Bob. Oh, Bob, what have we for next week?
Oh, well, next week we're really going to town, Bill. We have that man with us.
Yeah, that man?
That man, Groucho Marx. He's coming over and explaining the whole thing. Then we'll have our regular cast, Skinny Ennis and his band, 6 hits and a miss, Jerry Colonna, Bill Goodwin.
And Bob Hope.
Thank you. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Until next Tuesday night at the same time, the Pepsi and Company bids you good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names and locations have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. You answer an early morning call. A police officer on patrol duty disappears. Any attempt to contact him by car radio fails. Your job, find him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, June 4th. It was sultry in Los Angeles. We were working the early morning watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. It was 6:45 a.m. when we got to the Imperial Highway. San Pedro cutoff.
All right. Friday and Romero?
Yeah, that's right.
Pete Sutton in Sheriff's Department.
How are you?
Hello. We got here as soon as we could. Inspector Bowers fill you in?
Yeah, Ed Baxter in Central Homicide told us to check with Bowers at the sheriff's office. And Bowers directed us to come out here and lend you a hand.
This thing happens so close to the county line, they figure both departments ought to go to work on it.
Sure, glad to have you. Looks like a tough one.
Is this the highway patrol car the missing officer was assigned to?
Yeah. This is just the way we found it. We turned off the ignition. Motor was running, lights were on. Must have been idling quite a while. The temperature was up pretty high.
When'd you find it this way?
45 minutes ago. Missing patrolman's name is Eugene Brewer. State Highway Patrol called the Sheriff's Department a little before 6 a.m. Told us the missing officer wasn't acknowledging his radio call. I talked to Mark Benson.
Is the radio all right?
We checked it. In fact, it was operating normal when we found the car. Mike was out of the bracket, laying on the seat there.
Well, any ideas?
No signs of struggle. No blood stain. This asphalt here. No footprints anywhere. Nothing on the shoulder of the road.
You said the car was running?
That's right.
That eliminates any engine trouble.
Yeah. No, there's more to it than that. Gotta be.
Nobody has any idea why or when he left his car.
You've got it all. You know as much as we do.
What was the check on Brewer?
Mark Benson says he's one of their top men. Been with Highway Patrol for 8 years. Good record all the way.
Have you talked to anybody around here?
Pretty remote spot out here. A lot of truck gardens. That's about all. My partner, Dave Terry, turned up one man. Maybe he's got something. That's him over by our car. Hey, Dave, would you send him over here, please?
Who is the fellow?
One of the farmers. Works at truck garden out here. Name's Henry Taniguchi.
Lieutenant Sutton?
Yes, sir. Mr. Taniguchi, this is Sergeant Friday in Romero.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir.
I know you filled my partner in, but would you mind going over it again for us?
All right. I can tell you very little. You know, we start work early in the garden.
Yes, sir.
Conrad, a fellow I work with, Conrad Ishikawa, we started in the string beans about 5 o'clock this morning. Bean patch near Imperial Highway.
Yeah.
We noticed a headlight stop off the side of the road. This happened all the time along the highway, but this stayed very long.
Mm-hmm. About what time did you notice this, Mr. Taniguchi?
Must have been 10 minutes past 5. I remember asked Charlie Fujikuni, our cultivator man, what time was.
I see. Did you see or hear anything out of the ordinary?
Oh, no, sir. We wait a while, and headlight do not move. Conrad and I decided maybe somebody was in trouble. This highway quite deserted early morning hour.
What'd you do then?
We walked up to see what was wrong. When we get close, we could see was state highway car, so we know everything all right.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the officer in the car?
Oh, no. Door was open on the other side. We thought maybe officer investigate something down in the brush.
Did you see him down there?
Oh, no. We just think he was check up something. So we go back to work.
You saw nothing out of the ordinary, nothing unusual?
No, we don't. We hear the radio play. We know everything okay.
That checks out. The radio was functioning when we got here.
Mm-hmm. You didn't notice any other cars around anywhere, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taniguchi. Here's my card. Appreciate it. If you think of anything else, please let us know.
Oh, yes, sir, I will. What happened to officer in this car?
We don't know.
Oh, he's all right. Probably look for somebody.
Well, that makes us even. We're looking for him. Monday, June 4th, 8 a.m. According to our instructions, we headed back to the Hall of Justice to check in with Inspector Gordon Bowers and Captain Garner Brown of the Sheriff's Department. They were coordinating the search for the missing highway patrolman, Eugene Brewer. Inspector Ed Backstrand, Central Homicide, was helping out. To the peace officer, cooperation with all branches of the various law enforcement agencies is essential. Each man on the force knows the value of a coordinated effort. He knows that without the aid of the many divisions of law enforcing bodies in his city and county, the task of maintaining law and order would be a total failure. The local officer depends on the men in the federal, state, and county departments as they depend on him. Without this coordination, no one department could survive. 8:25 a.m., we met with Inspector Bowers and Ed Backstrand in the sheriff's office.
Nothing, huh? Nobody saw him. If somebody did, we haven't found him, Inspector Bauer.
We both figured the only thing to do was to ask for cooperation of the newspapers.
We got it.
Pretty good layout, huh?
There's stories in every morning edition in town. They're running a picture and full description of the missing patrolman.
Well, we talked to everybody we could find in the general area out there. We worked 2 hours at it. The spot where the patrol car was found is pretty remote. A couple of gas stations, some vegetable gardens.
We told you about the Taniguchi fella. Checked all his friends that worked with him. They couldn't add anything.
Maybe the newspaper will turn up something. I sent a special detail out there to fan out and search the entire area, 5 square miles.
Yeah, it'll take time. There's nothing else we can do.
No, there's nothing more we can do. There's nothing anybody can do until we can show them the patrol cars how to carry 2 men.
Nobody seems to be able to do anything about it.
Well, maybe they will now. Sending one officer out in a patrol car is like trying to run a trolley line with 1 man. How many cases can you remember in our department? Ed Dudman pulled the car over in Dogtown at 3 o'clock one morning.
I remember.
Driver turned out to be a guy with a record. Dudman couldn't know that. While he was making out the traffic ticket, the guy shot him down in the street. Dudman died before he could get help.
Yeah, we do a lot of griping in the detective division, but those men in the patrol cars and the motorcycle boys, they get the dirty end of the deal for sure.
You bet they do. When a detective is sent out on a job, he knows who he's after, what he looks like, what he can expect when he finds him. The boys in the patrol cars answer a call, a 390, a 415, a 507. Sure, we know what they're supposed to be, but how often do they turn out that way? Prowler, a peeping Tom? How many times do they have a gun in their pocket? How many cops do they kill every year?
We've all been through it. We know what it is.
Yeah, but how often do we think about it when we're griping on stakeouts? Let me tell you something. This goes for me as well as you. Let's not forget who the real cream of the force is, the backbone of any police department. Men on wheels.
No question there, Skipper.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make a speech, but when something like this happens, it gets to me. We're riding on short odds as it is. There ought to be 2 men in every patrol car.
Well, we should have been somebody else with Brewer. The guy on the job just doesn't disappear without a trace.
It's just what he's done. He's checked everywhere, everything. Excuse me. Powers. Who? Yeah, send him right in. This might help. Truck driver by the name of Nat Wolf. Says he's got something for us. Come in. Mr. Wolf?
Yes, sir.
Come in. Mr. Wolf, Inspector Backstrand, Sergeant Friday, and Romero.
Hi.
How do you do?
All right. I saw the story in this morning's Times. I don't know if what I got's worth anything, but I figured I'd better pass it along to you guys.
Something on the missing highway patrolman?
Well, I don't know. The reason I'm here, maybe it's just a coincidence, but I gave a fella a hand earlier this morning out on the Imperial Highway, not far from where the paper here says the empty patrol car was found.
About what time was that, Mr. Wolf?
Oh, around 4:30 this morning.
You want to tell us about it?
Yeah. I'm an independent trucker. I haul topsoil for different nurseries. Stuff out there in Imperial's good rich stuff. We dig it right out the side of the hill.
Yes, sir.
Well, I just loaded up, and as on my way back to town, this fella flags me down. Said he'd had a flat, pulled out on the shoulder of the road to fix it. Said he didn't know it was sand. After he'd fixed the flat, he found out he stuck. He couldn't get his car.
You gave him a hand, huh?
No, not with the flat. He already had that fixed, but I towed him out.
I see.
That's how I became suspicious of this fella.
How do you mean?
Well, I offered to get out, hook up the tow chain. He said, no, just stay in a cab. I figured if he could do it alone, it was all right with me. Well, I pulled him out, but here's the funny part.
Yes, sir?
The chain got a kink in it from the weight of the pull. It's no mean job to handle that alone, but he says, he'll do it himself. Seemed to me like he didn't want me to get a good look at him or his car. I could be wrong, but, well, that's the way it struck me.
Did you notice anything?
Yes, I did. For one thing, I got a look at him when I threw on my backup lights and his car. That's a real funny one.
What do you mean?
Well, this is a fairly new car. I'd say no older than last year's model, a Plymouth. Well, at the risk of sounding completely nuts, I'm going to tell you that car looked like it had just been painted.
There's nothing wrong in that, is there?
Well, there is if you're off on the side of the road that time of the morning throwing cheap black paint all over a fairly new car. If he's using a spray gun, I could understand part of it.
What's that?
It was his license plate. The front one. It was all painted over. You couldn't read any of the numbers.
Mm-hmm. What led you to believe he just finished painting his car?
Oh, his hands and arms and all over his clothes.
Oh, I see.
It's that kind of paint you put on the rag. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't know. Was it worth bothering you guys about?
You bet it was, Mr. Wolf. I can't tell you just what it means now. Maybe it doesn't mean anything, but certainly it's out of the ordinary and worth reporting to the police.
Well, I hope so. I'd like to see you boys find that missing officer. Something's pretty rotten in Denmark about that one, huh?
Maybe we found a hole.
Maybe.
Friday, I'd like to have you and Romero help out in the next step.
What's that?
Throw up a roadblock.
11:30 a.m. Before we left the sheriff's office, the truck driver, Nat Wolf, gave Inspector Bowers a description of the man in the Plymouth sedan. Together with Lieutenant Pete Sutton and Dave Terry, we drove to the Imperial Highway. Nat Wolf showed us the spot beside the road where he towed the man. The area was checked, and sample scrapings of the black paint were taken. There was no chance of taking a tire impression because of the loose sand in the area. All physical evidence was taken back to the crime lab for analysis. Nat Wolf returned to the office to check through mug books for possible identification of the man he helped out. Meantime, a special detail of men continued to search the area where the missing patrolman had disappeared. 3 a.m. According to instructions, a roadblock was established at the spot where the abandoned patrol car had been found. Imperial Highway, San Pedro cutoff.
Police business.
Yes, sir.
Wonder if you could help us out.
Certainly.
You travel this highway every night, ma'am?
Yes, I do. I'm in the vegetable business.
Did you come this way last night about this time?
I run pretty much on schedule. Yes, I did.
Did you notice anything unusual along the highway?
I bet I know what this is about. That missing highway patrolman.
Yes, ma'am. We're stopping everybody to see if they can give us any information that might help us out.
Well, I wish I could, but I didn't see a thing. That poor fella. Do you think you'll find him?
We're trying awful hard.
Sorry, I can't help you. Can I go now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
How'd you do?
Nothing.
What time you got, Joe?
Almost 4.
Got a little more hot coffee in that jug. You want some?
It's fine with me, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Here we are. Cuts in the lid here. Ben, Joe?
Thanks, Lord.
Watch your fingers. It's hot.
Yeah.
It's good.
I'll take this one. I'm going to put my coffee on the fender here. Don't knock it off, huh?
I wasn't.
Thank you.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute, fella.
Can you see my light?
I haven't even got a cigarette.
I mean my flashlight.
I got a cigarette lighter if that'll do you any good.
You've been drinking, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I never get drunk, but I've had a little drink.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to pull over to the side of the road.
Okay. What happened to my car? It's broke.
You better let me do it, huh? You want to slide over a little bit there?
I never pick up hitchhikers.
No, I'm just going to move your car off the side of the highway there.
Any trouble, Joe?
No. 502. We'll have to hold him a while.
We'll tell your friend to get in, too. It's a sedan.
We're not going far.
Where are we going?
Right here.
Is this the road to Pismo Beach?
No, sir, not this one.
Well, that dirty little Ernie, he lied again. He hates clams.
What's that?
I've been trying for 5 months to get to Pismo Beach for a bowl of clam chowder. I haven't made it yet.
All right, you just sit here a while and sober up, will you? I'm going to hold on to your keys. I'll give them back to you. You haven't got a bottle in the car, have you?
No, I never drink and drive. Alcohol and gasoline do not mix.
Yeah. Do you drive this road every night?
Every night. And he keeps telling me to take me to Pismo Beach. I love clams.
You just sit here and sober up.
Happy drunk?
Yeah, he's too drunk to drive.
Yeah, getting along towards daylight.
Where'd I put my coffee?
No, I've put it over here, Joe. Afraid we knocked it off.
Oh, thanks.
This one's mine.
Hey.
You seem to come in bunches. You get 2 or 3, and then you wait for an hour.
You know, they don't use this highway much since they put through that alternate, you know.
Police business. Yes, sir? You travel this highway every night about this time?
Once in a while. Haven't been over this way in a week.
You didn't drive this way last night?
No, sir, I didn't. Anything the matter?
Routine check. Thank you very much. You can go on. Nothing.
Yeah. Well, looks like a hopeless job, doesn't it?
Business is picking up. Here comes another one.
Looks like one of your sheriff's cars, Pete.
Yeah. Reynolds, homicide.
Pete Sutton?
Yeah, Reynolds.
You can pack up. They found him.
Is he all right? 2 bullet holes in the back of his head.
listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of Northwest Airlines stewardess Jean Madsen. You'll see her picture in leading magazines this week. Now, her actual signed statement.
There's one thing I really look forward to after a long flight, a good, mild smoke. That's why I prefer king-size Fatima. It's milder than any other long cigarette I've tried. Yes, I agree. It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And so do more and more smokers every day. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor and aroma.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Best of all, long cigarettes.
5 a.m. Tuesday. The body of Highway Patrolman Eugene Brewer was found half buried in a shallow grave approximately 4.5 miles from the point where his car had been found standing on the highway. The scene was roped off, photographed, measurements were taken, and the area carefully gone over for any physical evidence. A few scattered residents were again checked and asked if they'd heard gunshots. Since the nearest dwelling to the place where the body was found was 2 miles, there was a possibility that they could have not heard the shots. No one could give us any further information. The coroner's autopsy showed that Patrolman Brewer had been shot 3 times in the chest, 1 bullet directly entering his heart. He'd also been shot twice through the base of the skull. 1 p.m. Wednesday.
I get it.
Homicide, Friday.
Pete Sutton, Joe.
Yeah.
Just had a call from our Hollywood substation. Woman reported her car stolen on Sunday night. Thought the guy was going to bring it back. That's why she didn't report it sooner.
And what about it, Pete?
It's a Plymouth sedan, last year's model. Same type the truck driver told us about.
Sounds good.
We already have a broadcast out on it. We're putting out an APB now. You want to check and see if they got it on tonight's hot sheet?
Right. Anything on the guy who stole the car?
Boyfriend of the woman who owned it. He left her in a restaurant and got away with her car. You remember the description of the guy the truck driver helped out Monday morning?
Mm-hmm.
The guy that stole this woman's car, it's the same.
Yeah.
Still doesn't prove he had anything to do with it.
Doesn't prove he didn't. Together with Pete Sutton and Dave Terry from the sheriff's office, we drove out and interviewed the woman whose car had been stolen. She told us that the man who had taken her car had also been seen in the company of one of her girlfriends, a Miss Helen Farrell, who worked as a cashier at a Hollywood theater. The Farrell girl identified the man as Mike Lapino, and she gave us a snapshot of him. She also gave us his last known address. We had no actual tie-in between the theft of the woman's car and the murder of Patrolman Eugene Brewer, but the circumstantial evidence made it at least worth checking out. The only car known to have been in the vicinity the morning of the murder was the car the truck driver, Nat Wolf, had reported. The same make and model car had been stolen the night before the killing. The general descriptions of the man from 2 different people tallied closely. We figured before we'd pass this lead by, we'd check it out all the way. 4 p.m. Wednesday. We met with Inspector Bowers at the sheriff's office.
We checked this Lapino's apartment, found a shirt and a pair of pants. Black paint on both of them.
I sent for that truck driver, Nat Wolf, to identify this picture here. You find anything else, Nepal?
Well, this address book, there's no local places in it. They're all Las Vegas, Nevada addresses.
That's it, huh?
Yeah. What'd you get from the record bureau on the guy?
The I Bureau pulled the package on him. That is Mama sheet.
Thank you. Mike Lapino. Spent some time at San Quentin. Armed robbery, grand theft auto, assault. Pretty good record.
We're still not positive he had anything to do with the Brewer killing, but he's had the training for it. Yeah? Send him right in. Nat Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Come in, Mr. Wolf.
Thanks. A dirty shame about that boy. I read about it in the paper.
Yeah. Got a photograph we'd like you to look at, Mr. Wolf.
You bet. Yeah, that's the man.
You're sure?
Sure. No mistake. Hey, why do you suppose he was painting that car at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Maybe that's what that patrolman wanted to know.
We waited for an answer on the APB. 2 days passed. Saturday, June 9th. We received a phone call from the Las Vegas, Nevada Police Department. The stolen black sedan had been found in the downtown area of Las Vegas. We requested them to put a stake out on the sedan and asked them not to disturb either the car or its contents. Together with Pete Sutton from the sheriff's office, Mark Benson from the Highway Patrol, and Ray Pinker of our crime lab, we flew to Las Vegas. Pinker checked the stolen car. Embedded in the rear seat were 2 spent bullets. There were also bloodstains on the seat and on the floor of the car. Pinker flew back to Los Angeles, where the evidence was analyzed. The bullets found in the car were fired from the same gun as the bullets found in the body of the dead patrolman. Fingerprints lifted from the stolen car matched those of Mike Lapino. Saturday afternoon, we checked in with Chief Harry Miller, Las Vegas Police Department.
This is all you've done on him, Magee?
That's most of it, yeah. Since we staked out that black sedan, I've had the town covered for Lapino.
No one saw him abandon that car, huh?
No one we know of, no. Had good cooperation from the newspapers. Story's been on page 1 since the thing broke.
Anything come of those names we got from Lapino's address book, the ones we phoned to you?
Let's see, I got the list right here. Yeah, here we are. These are the ones my men have checked out already. George Connolly, nothing there. Harry Carlson, he and his wife have been checked out, nothing there. William Spencer, nothing at his place. We've got them all staked out.
That leaves 2 to go, huh?
That's right. We're checking the last 2 now.
Nothing from the railroad stations, the airlines?
They've been covered ever since we got your phone call. No, I could be wrong, but I think your man's still here in town.
Any reports on him?
A couple of wild ones, nothing definite. Checked them out. Had one this morning from a dealer at one of the clubs downtown. About 10:30 this morning, he saw Lapino playing the 2-bit slot machine. We showed him his mugshot. He swears it's the guy.
Well, all we can do now is sweat it out, huh?
My men have covered everything. I don't know what else we can do.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sure. Chief Miller. Yeah? You sure it's him? No, don't try to handle it alone. Keep the place covered the best you can. We'll be right out. They found him.
2 Las Vegas detectives named Billings and Vance answered a phone tip from a grocerman in the east end of town. He said a man had been buying groceries from him for the past 2 days and lived in the apartment house above the store. The 2 detectives showed the grocerman Lapino's mugshot. He gave a positive identification. They then checked with the apartment house manager. After looking at the mugshot, he identified Lapino as the tenant in apartment 10B. Detectives Billings and Vance staked out the place until our arrival with enough men to cover the area.
Vance?
Yeah, Chief.
What's the story?
Well, he's in there. Hasn't been out all day. Apartment 10B.
We'll take the front, Chief.
Manager thinks Lapino has a gun. Maid was cleaning the apartment, found some loose slugs in the dresser drawer.
You still want it, Friday?
Oh, it's our headache.
Joe and I'll go in, Chief.
Right. Vance, get the men up on the roof to cover.
We've already fanned him out around the building.
I don't know what they tell you in L.A. on one of these things, but here we tell them to be careful.
Right, Chief. Joe?
Let's go. On the second floor.
Let's take the stairs here.
A long way up, isn't it?
Yeah. This way.
You cover, huh?
Yeah. Right through the door.
Yeah, he's got 2 left.
Unless you got another gun.
Well, let's take him. One good kick ought to get the lot.
Right.
Just a minute. Let's go, Pete.
Watch it! I got it!
Watch that gun, will you?
Drop it!
Let it alone, Lapino.
I got it.
All right, come on, get up. You all right, Pete?
Okay. I get the cuts. What's the big idea?
You tell us. You killed that patrolman.
He got tough. You didn't have to kill him. Spotted the stolen car. What else could I do? Come on, you. He had as much chance as I did.
That figures.
Yeah.
2 bullet holes in the back of his head.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names and locations were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 2nd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 91, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. The working detective knows that every member of his local police department is a qualified man. He knows that his fellow peace officers have been carefully selected to perform their specific duties by trial, by examination, and by results. And so, with a cigarette, the makers of Fatima carefully select and blend only the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos to make Fatima extra mild. Best of all long cigarettes. If you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, smoke Fatima. Every pack is extra mild. Fatima.
Michael Everett Lupino was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. The jury failed to recommend the death penalty. Lupino is now serving his life term in the state penitentiary.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Los Angeles Police Department requests the cooperation of all Dragnet listeners in the following police matter. The Los Angeles Police Department would like every and any information regarding a gun fitting the following description. .38 caliber special Smith & Wesson revolver, gold seal model. The gun has a blue steel 4-inch barrel. The serial number is 210088. 210088. If you have any information as to the past or present whereabouts of this gun, contact W.H. Parker, Chief of Police, Los Angeles, California. This is a very important matter. All information furnished will be held in strictest confidence. Thank you.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Coming up, Duffy's Tavern. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
In cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service, the following broadcast is one of the radio programs selected to be rebroadcast to our armed forces overseas.
Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, and Minute Rub, modern chest rub, take you now to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Larry Adler, the harmonica Seuss. You'll remember him, Duffy. Very polite kid. Yeah, very well behaved. What they call a virtuoso. Say, Duffy, with Adler playing here, plus Bob Graham singing, we'll have a real floor show. Besides, the harmonica player is one musician that won't always be eating. That's right, his mouth is too full. Well, I'll talk to him. By the way, Duffy, you know it's only 24 days to Christmas. What are you going to do about Mrs. Duffy? Pick a fight with her, huh? Duffy, that ain't nice. With such a loyal wife, comes Christmas, you should buy her anything her big fat heart desires. She wants what? Nylons? But you can't get them. Well, they use nylon to make parachutes. You think they'll fit Mrs. Duffy very well. Well, maybe it'd be cheaper to pick the fight, Duffy. Okay, I'll call you back. So long.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, our singer Bob Graham, Reet Beat Reeves and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Larry Adler, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Brought to you by 2 products it will pay you to remember. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Minute Rub, modern chest rub. Ipana, Minute Rub.
December already. Eddie, it's hard to realize.
What, Mr. Archie?
Only 24 days to Christmas. Less than 6 weeks.
Less than 4 weeks.
Let's see. 30 days, half December, May, July, and October. You're right.
Yeah, but Christmas is still plenty close.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Eddie? You broke?
No. Not unless you call not having no money being broke.
Well, holidays will probably make a big difference in your tips.
Mr. Archie, the difference between a customer not tipping and a customer saying Merry Christmas and not tipping is negligible. Believe me, around here, as Christmas gets closer, so does the customers.
Well, maybe Duffy will come through with a bonus. Well, so much for wild dreams.
Yeah, poor Sonia Jones.
Who?
My girlfriend, Sonia Jones.
Oh.
Yeah, I promised her a mink coat.
Eddie, how could you promise her a mink coat?
Oh, call it madness.
Yeah, it sure is. A mink coat. Where are you going to get $100? The minks is rarer than mohairs. What made you promise her that?
I don't know. It was spring, and then she was close to me, and I was close to her, and Christmas seemed so far away.
Well, Eddie, it's your own fault for not looking ahead.
What?
Hello, Finnegan.
Hi, Eddie. Hi. Well, fellas, it looks like we're going to have a white Christmas.
White Christmas? How do you know?
Me father's corns heard. Me father's corns can predict snow for weeks off.
Yeah, quite a feat. Can he predict rain, too?
Yeah.
How?
His corns heard.
Then how can you tell if it's rain or snow?
Very simple. If you can shovel it, it's snow.
Finnegan, you know, sometimes I think you're a moron, and other times, too.
No, I'm probably not up to par today. Boy, am I exhausted. Hey, Eddie, give me an eggnog. Sunny side up. Boy, I'm really tired.
Well, why are you so tired, Finnegan?
My mother took me downtown to see Santa Claus.
Santa Claus? Finnegan, you mean you still don't know that...
I know. But my mother don't know that I know. So, as long as she wanted me to see Santa Claus, I went.
What was it like?
Oh, you know, silly stuff. I went over to Santa Claus and I sat on his lap, and then he said to me, ho, 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 ho. Well, Clifton Finnegan, have you been a good boy? And I said, yes, Mr. Claus. And he said, well, then, in that case, I'll come to see you Christmas Eve. Now, I'm sorry I told him I was a good boy.
Why?
Well, I wanted to go out Christmas Eve. Now I'll have to sit around and wait for the jerk.
Well, don't just sit there. He's a pretty decent guy. Go up to the chimney and meet him halfway.
Oh, naturally, Archie.
Archie, did Larry Adler get here yet?
Now, wait, Miss Duffy. If you so much as pucker a toenail at Larry Adler...
Now, Archie, my father owns this place, and if a girl can't meet a fella in the place of my father, what's the use of having a place in the first place?
Would you mind parsing that?
Exactly what would you like me to do? Meet fellows on street corners?
What's wrong with that?
That sort of thing just doesn't work, and I know because I tried every corner in town. And I gotta hurry. There's only 30 shopping days left till the end of leap year.
Well, don't worry, Miss Duffy. I'm sure that somewhere in this world there's a man for you. Let him worry.
Well. Greetings, everyone. How are you, Archie?
Dave Hossinger. What are you doing here, you dirty crook?
No, just a moment.
I told you not to show your crooked face around here again. You have swindled me 6 times.
But wait, Arch. Remember what month this is. Do you think I'd do anything crooked with Christmas so close?
Hossinger, if Santa Claus parked his sled near you for 1 minute, you would be the owner of 6 hot reindeers.
Oh, no, Archie, believe me, I've reformed. I'm back in my old business, selling Christmas gifts wholesale.
Oh. But this ain't the first time you have claimed to went legitimate, Dave.
Arch, every man deserves another chance. You all stand here judging me, but who among you hasn't slipped at least once? You! Haven't you ever broken the law?
I ain't talking. You think I'm a stool pigeon?
Answer the question.
Well, I once swiped 2 hamburgers.
There, a criminal.
A hamburglar?
You see, Arch?
Well, maybe you're right, Dave. I guess we all got 1 or 2 clay feet.
Oh, Archie, you're a big man.
Well, Christmas is coming up. I'll give you 1 more chance.
Okay, I'll go over and open the keister. And, Archie, it's the greatest line of Christmas gifts you have ever seen.
Okay, we'll see.
Archie, I still think that I should.
Oh, Miss Duffy, please. I got work to do. Bailey, will you listen to Miss Duffy's troubles?
What trouble?
Leap year troubles. It seems the fellas look before she leaps. Then they leap.
Oh, I don't see why that should be.
That's right, Mr. Bailey. Don't I have a nice face?
Yes.
And don't you think this dress is good for my figure?
I think it hides it very well. I mean, well, you see, Miss Duffy, I don't know much about figures.
Obviously.
Yeah, figures I don't know about, but facts I do. And to get right down to them, did you know that it's a medical fact that children under 10 catch more colds than people in any other age group? Now, that should mean just one thing to you mothers, and that's to be prepared to get after these annoying cold symptoms the minute a cold gets your child. Be prepared, Mother, with Minute Rub. Minute Rub is the modern chest rub that will really help your child to get fast relief. For all you have to do is rub Minute Rub on the back and chest. Even before you finish, there's a sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to soothe the discomfort and tightness caused by the cold. Then, too, Minute Rub's menthol vapors aid in relieving that congested feeling in the nose and throat. Minute Rub won't harm clothing or linens. It's greaseless, stainless, disappears like vanishing cream. So why don't you get a jar of Minute Rub? Remember, it's just as good for you as it is for your child. Simply ask for Minute Rub. M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B. Minute Rub.
Say, Archie, I got my Christmas gifts laid out, all ready for you to look at.
I'll be right with you, Dave. Hey, Bob Graham, how about a song?
Just a minute, Archie.
Look, will you get your nose out of that book? This is a tavern, not a college dormitory.
But I have to cram for a chem quiz.
You have to what for a what?
I've got a chemistry examination at school tomorrow. Now, let's see. KClO3 is potassium chloride, and H2SO4 is sulfuric acid.
Now, listen, kid, you better S-I-N-G, or you'll be out in the H2O, the air.
Okay.
Chemistry. This guy's gonna wind up in a bottle.
All day tomorrow, I'll be whispering your name, and the day after forever, I know I'll do the same. May time or winter, I won't let you out of sight, and the day after forever we'll talk about tonight. Your laughter is a melody that I'll remember long. It plays upon my heartstrings. It's my favorite song. All through a lifetime, I'll be loving you and then on the day after forever, I'll just begin again. All through a lifetime, I'll be loving you, and then on the day after forever, I'll just begin again.
Hey, Eddie, pick Miss Duffy up off the floor. That was great, Bob.
Well, Archie, here's the stuff. Now take a look. The finest line of Christmas gifts in the world. Leather goods, jewelry, musical instruments, smoking stuff.
Well, Dave, where did you buy it all?
Well, I didn't buy it. I got it on consignment.
Oh. Hot goods, huh?
Well,
Boy, hot goods. In that case, we'll get some real bargains, huh, Dave?
You suddenly seem to have lost your scruples.
My scruples? Well, Dave, I always say it depends on who is getting scruples. Come on, Dave. You can tell me. Did you swipe the stuff?
Well, I'd rather not say.
I get it. Okay, mum's the hush. Hey, fellas, you want some bargains? Finnegan, you want to buy your mother something?
Yeah, but I don't know what.
Well, how about something for around the house?
We already got a fence. I would rather buy her something personal. With a nice new pipe.
Finnegan, your mother wouldn't like a pipe. Once a cigar smoker, always a cigar smoker.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Hey, Mr. Archie, Mr. Adler just come in.
Dave, you take care of the rest of the gang here. I'll be back later. Well, hello, Larry. Well, Larry, old man, long see, no time. Glad to see you again, old pal.
Oh, thanks,
Archie.
Oh, yes, Archie.
Yeah, I never forget a face. Well, it's been about 3 years, Larry. A lot of boulders have gone under the dam. I bet you forgot what this place looked like.
No, I remembered. Stayed away, didn't I? Well, Archie, how have you been doing lately?
Oh, very well, Larry. I've been promoted, you know.
Is that so?
Yeah, last time you was here, I was manager of this place.
Yeah.
Now general manager. And me salary was $15 a week?
Yeah, I remember. You were worried about how to invest it. Tell me, what's your salary now?
Instead of a salary, I get a drawing account.
No.
Yeah.
How much is the drawing account?
Anything I want, up to $15 a week.
That's great, really. What do you do with the extra money?
Oh, I don't know. It seems to go just as fast. But maybe I'll be able to save a bit after inflation sets in.
Hey, Arch, I was...
Larry, this is Clifton Finnegan.
Halloween's a little late this year.
Mr. Adler, this is a great honor. You're a wonderful harmonica player.
Thank you.
Yeah. I bet if you wanted to, you could become one of Borominovich's rascals.
Oh, well, I'm young yet. Do you play the harmonica?
No, but I was a bit of a musician. Coleman tissue paper, you know.
That's so.
Yeah.
Tell me, what sort of tissue paper did you use?
Kleenex.
Fine instrument.
Yeah. You know, for a while, I was one of the members of a one-man band.
How many members were in this one-man band?
5.
Look, Finnegan, how can a one-man band have 5 members?
Simple. The other 4 was dames.
Don't pay no attention to him, Larry. His idea of a stringed instrument is a yo-yo. Boy, these interruptions here. Hey, Eddie.
Yes?
Eddie, Mr. Adler and me's going to sit down at a table. We'll have a bite and a talk. Now, bring us to dinner, and we don't want to be disturbed.
That's easy. Don't eat the dinner.
Very, very funny. Come on, Larry.
Eddie, what's Archie annoyed about?
I slandered the food here, Mr. Bailey.
Eddie, is the food here really so dangerous?
No, not unless it's taken internally.
Well, Eddie, you know I'm interested in food.
Then don't strike up an acquaintance with ours.
Well, I mean this. I'm interested in the kinds of food we eat nowadays. The soft, creamy foods we eat, for instance, don't give our gums the exercise they need to help keep them firm and healthy. And that's one reason so many dentists recommend Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. For Ipana, when used with massage, is especially designed to help stimulate gum circulation, helping them to hardier, healthier firmness. And naturally, you'll want firm gums, for they're important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. So why not follow this simple routine?
Brush your teeth regularly with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
Then see how much more sparkling your smile, how much firmer your gums, how much brighter your teeth, thanks to Ipana toothpaste and gum massage.
But, Larry, I can't understand. Why won't you work here?
I told you, I'm too busy, you can't pay me enough money, and this is a crummy joint.
Look, I wasn't born yesterday. What's your real reason?
Archie, please.
Larry, look, you've been playing too long in them high-class joints. Here you'll be among real people. People who'll appreciate you. To them big shots, you're just a novelty. But you're a real musician to the ignorant bums that come in here. Tell you what, why don't you play a number for the gang here, huh?
Well, why should I?
Well, I want you to see how they'd love you. You'd get applause, Larry. Applause that'll give you cockles of the heart. Go ahead, stand over by the piano. That's it. I know he'd do it. All these hams is alike. imagine what that guy could do with a bass horn? Look at the way he laps up that applause there, old Herc.
Say, Archie, come here. I have a surprise for you.
Oh, what is it, Dave?
Here. One for you, Finnegan, and one for you, Eddie.
Pearl necklaces. Oh, Dave, we can't afford that.
Oh, tut. Archie, as proof of my complete reformation, these pearls are a present from me, absolutely free of charge.
Oh, boy, thanks, Dave.
Gee, thanks, Dave. Pearls. You see, Eddie, we had Dave all wrong.
Well, all clear ain't sounded yet.
Listen, Eddie, get wise to yourself. These pearls are stolen. They're probably worth the king's transom.
And now, Archie, I am going to do something else for you. How much money have you?
Let's see. I got $10, Dave.
Good. Now, I have with me 100 harmonicas.
Dave, you mean you swiped 100?
Archie, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave.
Now, Arch, I can let you have these harmonicas at a dime apiece.
But, Dave, what am I going to do with 100 harmonicas?
Sell them. You see, this is the finest harmonica made. The Stradivarius harmonic. And if your friend Larry Adler was to play it and say that he liked it, you could sell them at 1,000% profit.
Sounds good. Dave, it's a deal. Here's the $10.
And here's the harmonica.
Okay, now, I'll talk to Adler. Hey, Larry Adler.
Yes?
Larry, are you happy with that instrument you're playing?
Huh?
Does your harmonica taste different lately? Now, I happen to have here a harmonica.
Archie, look, I never play a strange instrument.
But this is a Stradivarius harmonica.
Oh, that's different.
Yeah, it'll help you when you audition for Duffy.
Huh? Me? Audition for Duffy?
Well, you don't think Duffy's just going to give a job to every crumb harmonica player that walks in here. So you better go ahead.
I must be going crazy. Well, Adler, they warned you. You keep playing, you'll blow your brains out.
Excuse me. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Adler's going to audition. Huh? No, Duffy. The harmonica ain't no toy the way he plays it. He makes it sound like a whole Philharmonica. Well, listen, Tom. Okay, Larry, we're all set.
Hey, wait a minute. What about my salary?
Oh, we can iron that out later. It'll be a mere trifle. Now here's the Stradivarius. Duffy's listening, so let her rip, Larry. Try it. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Yes, I'm just as aghast as you are. Adler, what happened?
Look, Archie, what do you expect from a 10-cent harmonica?
A 10-cent harmonica?
Hi, Arch. Have one. Delicious.
What are you eating?
Them piles. Very tasty. Stuffed with peanuts.
Wait a minute. Hey, Hossinger, come here. Hossinger, you knew them pearls was phonies.
Well, I gave them to you for nothing.
And them harmonicas. You knew they was 10-cent harmonicas.
That is exactly what I charged you.
But it was supposed to be stolen goods.
I never said so.
Hossinger, you dirty crook coming into this place and selling this honest merchandise. You dirty crook, you'll never reform.
Well, it's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again next week when our guest will be Charles Lawton. In the meantime, for the smile of beauty...
Remember Ipana toothpaste.
And if you have a cold...
Remember Minute Rub.
And if you have a half hour next Friday evening at this same time, remember...
Duffy's Tavern. Hello, Duffy. Next week, Charles Lawton. Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll let him be Santa Claus. Yeah, sure, we could put a beard on each chin. Nope, 4, Duffy. Well, so long. I'll see you next Friday night, huh? So long.
Vitalis is in the war, too?
Well, not up in the front lines, of course.
Where, then?
Wherever this famous hair grooming preparation is wanted by our men in the Army and Navy. The entire supply now goes to servicemen who ask for it.
Why can't civilians get Vitalis, too?
Wartime shortages. It became a matter of maintaining a limited civilian supply or sending all the Vitalis to the soldiers and sailors who want it. We felt the men in uniform come first. We're sure you'll agree.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
You are groping down a dark alleyway in the French Quarter of New Orleans, driven by terror, hounded by the curse of the Papaloy, a curse from which there is no escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape into two worlds, one of modern jazz, the other of primitive voodoo, and to a doomed man who brought them together, as William Irish imagined it in his eerie story, Papa Benjamin.
Orleans Police Department, 4th Precinct, Sergeant Tolliver speaking. Yeah. Yeah? Well, pick him up on a drunk 723. Right. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Are you in charge here?
Yeah. Hey, aren't you Eddie Block, the band leader?
That's right.
Hey, Joe, look who's here, Eddie Block.
Well, never thought we'd get a visit from a big celebrity like you, Mr. Block. And at 4 o'clock in the morning. I suppose, though, this is just a shank of the evening for a big-shot orchestra leader.
Well, what can we do for you, Mr. Block?
I just killed a man.
You're kidding.
I tell you, I've just killed a man.
I guess you've been working too hard, Mr. Block. You're imagining things.
Here's the gun. Look at it.
Now sit down, Mr. Block. Better have a drink of water. You'll feel better.
No. I'm all right.
Sarge?
Yeah?
This gun's been used all right.
Smell.
Was it an accident, Mr. Block?
No.
Well, who'd you use it on? Who was it?
I don't know his name. They call him Papa Benjamin.
Sounds like
a white man?
No, he was a Negro.
Oh, well, now, in New Orleans...
Oh, no. It was nothing like that.
Well, what was he doing to you?
He was killing me.
Huh?
Killing you? But how?
Look at me. I used to weigh 200 pounds. I'm down to 102.
Well, how? How was he killing you?
Would you believe in anything you can't see, can't hear, can't touch?
Well...
I've been to the biggest doctors in the world. They don't believe me. How can I expect you to? I simply say I'm cracked and let it go at that. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in an asylum.
Ah, look, Mr. Block. You say he was a Negro named Papa Benjamin.
Yeah, he was an old man. 80, maybe 90. Skin and bones, he could hardly walk. And I shot him.
You sure? You sure you killed him?
Yeah, of course.
Well, where?
I don't know exactly. In a little back alley in the Vieux Carré. The Congo Square.
Supposing you take us there. If you do that, then maybe we'll find out this is just a bad dream.
This is the alley. To the right, between the buildings.
All right, let's go. You pack, Sarge?
You catch cold without it.
Don't go back there, honey.
Quiet, you.
Oh, don't go back there, honey.
Quiet, you.
Oh, Carl.
Nice neighborhood.
This is it. In that door and up the stairs.
Come on.
Oh, no. Don't make me go up there again, please.
Better come, Mr. Block. You're showing us.
Hey, flash your light. There's somebody here on the stairs.
Huh? He won't bother us. Dead drunk. Step over him and let's go. This ain't the most pleasant neighborhood to come calling in.
Is this it?
Yeah. In that door.
Come on.
Better call the commissioner. Mr. Block wasn't kidding. This man's dead.
But why? Why?
Because he was killing me, Commissioner.
It was self-defensive.
He never came near me once. I was the one who went to him. I offered him $3,000, $10,000, any amount, and he refused. Finally, I offered him my gun and asked him to shoot me with it to get it over with quickly, not to drag it out any longer.
Then when he said no, you shot him.
Yeah. So you can lock me up now.
Mr. Block, do you think we want to hang a murder rap on you, one of the most popular celebrities in the United States? Use your head. Now, I'm trying to find an out for you.
He was killing me.
Look, an 80-year-old colored man who's so feeble he can't even go upstairs by himself, who has to have his food pulled up to him in a basket, is killing who? A stumble bum his own age? No. Mr. Eddie Block, the top band leader of America, who can name his own price anywhere, who has about everything a man can want. Tell me just one thing, Mr. Block. How was he killing you?
By thinking thought waves of death that reach me through the air.
Now, Mr. Block...
You want to hush the whole thing up, don't you?
No. No, Mr. Block. But I'm going to get the whole story. So you might as well start telling me from the beginning.
All right. It began one night about 2 years ago. We were playing at Maxim's on Charles Street. We were just another band. Small Dixieland outfit then. Eddie Block and his chips. Judy Jarvis, my wife, did the vocals. But we weren't setting the world on fire. Business was so bad, I knew what to expect when I got a call from the manager one night after closing time.
Come in. Oh, hi, Eddie.
I thought we'd better have a little talk.
It's that bad, huh?
We took in $4,500 this week.
Yeah, I see. And you can cancel my contract anytime it falls under $5,000. I get it.
Eddie, they can get the same liquor and sandwiches anywhere, but they'll go where the band has something. Tonight there were more waiters in the place than customers. Judy didn't even get a hand.
It's not her fault.
I know it's not her fault. She's okay, but... Well, I'm asking you, what's wrong?
I don't know. I'm getting the latest arrangement sent to me from New York. We sweat our heads bald rehearsing.
This is New Orleans, practically the cradle of jazz. You got to give them something new.
Yeah, I know. When do I leave?
Well, finish the week up. See if you can do something about it by Monday. If not, I'll have to wire St. Louis to get Kruger's band. I'm sorry, Eddie.
Oh, that's okay. You're not running a charity bazaar. But I didn't feel so cocky about it. It looked like we were on the skids. The band just didn't seem to have it. And I wasn't good enough to figure out why and pull them out of it. I was feeling pretty low when I went back to the deserted bandstand to pick up some music. The place was dark and empty, except for a couple of scrub women cleaning up. A dark nightclub can be an eerie place sometimes. I got that feeling just before I saw it. Saw it lying on the floor between the stands. It was a severed chicken claw with a red ribbon tied around it. I almost laughed. How did that thing get there? Then I picked it up and tossed it out of the floor where the scrub women were cleaning up. I certainly wasn't expecting the reaction I got. They took one look, turned, and ran out. I just recovered from that surprise and was bending down to pick up some music that had slipped to the floor when I heard someone come in. I guess I was pretty well hidden from view. Anyway, he didn't see me. It was Johnny Stats, my drummer, and he was acting funny, looking intently at the floor, searching for something. Suddenly, he spotted this chicken claw on the floor and grabbed it up with a terrific sigh of relief, stuffed it into his pocket, and walked out. What I did then, I did on a strange impulse, and it changed the whole course of my life. I followed Johnny Stats. I suppose I just meant to catch up with him and have a cup of coffee with him somewhere and ask about the chicken claw. But as I followed him farther and farther down into the Vieux Carré, down to Congo Square, it was a growing curiosity that kept me on his trail. When he turned into that dark alleyway, I stopped and debated. I felt like an eavesdropper, and yet something drew me on. And I walked up that dark alley. I passed that one lighted window.
Don't go no further, honey.
But I went on. Through a sort of tunnel into another alleyway, and then I stopped. Ahead of me, Johnny Stats stood before a dark, dismal-looking old wreck of a building. Suddenly, he whistled quietly. A gigantic man appeared out of the shadows. Johnny handed him the chicken claw and was motioned into the building. And then I heard sounds coming from the upstairs of that building. A throbbing drum, a wailing, an unearthly sound, and yet wonderful. An exotic, fascinating rhythm. This was music. Something new, something sensational, something that would set New Orleans on its ear and put Eddie Block in the big time. I had to get in there and hear it. I was mighty busy for the next 5 minutes. I ran back down the alley, overturning 5 or 6 garbage cans before I found what I needed. Then back to that lighted window in the alley, and a 5-spot in exchange for a red ribbon. Then I was back at the dark building, walking up to that menacing shadow.
Line up. Let me see your face.
Okay. Easy with that knife. My ribs are tender.
Your face never been here before.
My friend Johnny Stats up there. He'll tell you.
Mr. Johnny, your friend? He asked you to come?
This chicken claw told me to come.
Papa Benjamin sent you there?
Certainly. You'll make me late. Papa Benjamin won't like that.
All right, go along here. First thing you know, all New Orleans will be coming.
I groped up the stairs, half expecting to feel his knife in my back. But I got to the top safely. Cautiously, I opened the door and The room was full of people. They were in such a state of frenzy, I wasn't even noticed. I slipped into a corner and slid down by the wall, sitting on the floor. That was a sight I'll never forget. Wild. That was a sight I'll never forget. Wild. Fantastic. Hideous, revolting, fascinating. In the center of the room was an incredibly old man, naked to the waist, wearing a hideous mask, and holding a live chicken. There were wild gestures, weird incantations, frantic dancing, shouting, rolling of eyes. And there was blood. And always there was the chant. Nobody noticed me. After a moment, I took a piece of copy paper out of my pocket and began putting down the notes. It was wonderful. Fantastic and wonderful. In 10 minutes, I had it. And I'd seen enough for a lifetime of nightmares. I began to feel sick. I wanted to get out. I started to stand up. Suddenly, the room went dead.
A stranger is here.
His bony arm stretched out straight from the shoulder, pointing at me like an arrow. And there was blood on it.
What you do here?
I know this man. Let me find out.
No one moved. There was no sound in the room as Johnny Stats came over and squatted beside me.
You're in terrible trouble, Eddie. I don't know if I can get you out of it.
What is this, Stats? What are you doing here?
There's no time to talk now. You've got to do something quick or you'll be a dead man.
Why? I'm in the very heart of New Orleans. You wouldn't dare.
Listen, you've seen enough tonight. You know better. Eddie, there's only one way.
What?
Join. Become one of us.
Oh,
it's the only way, Eddie. I can't save you. You'd better hurry up, because unless you do, you'll never get out of here alive. You know what this is, don't you? This is voodoo.
Okay, sure. I'll join up. Why not?
Wait a minute, Eddie. There's a lot more to it than you think. Unless you're serious, it'd be better to get cut to pieces right now.
All right, don't worry. I'm serious.
All right. Topaloy. His spirit wishes to join our spirits.
The old man burned some feathers while the others watched silently. Then he nodded.
Came out all right. He reasoned. The spirits are willing.
There were other things. Rituals, ceremonies, another sacrifice. Then as the chanting started again, they brought me the sacrificial bowl. I didn't have to be told what was in it. I started to draw back.
Drink, Eddie. Drink, or they'll kill you on the spot.
Late next morning, the band assembled at Maxim's for a rehearsal. When Johnny Stats got there, he found another drummer sitting in his place. Naturally, he came to me.
What's all this about, Eddie?
I don't want any voodoo lover in my band, that's all, Stats. Here's the check for 2 weeks' salary.
So you're crossing him, are you? Boy, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes for all the gold in Fort Knox.
If you mean that bad dream last night, I haven't told anybody and I won't. I'd be laughed at. I'm only remembering what I can use of it. The jungle is just trees to me, the Congo a river, and the nighttime is just a time for electric lights.
Hey, but this new number you're going to rehearse this morning.
I said I'd remember what I can use.
Listen, Eddie, that chant is sacred. It's secret.
It was secret.
Eddie, don't do it.
Look, here's a couple of C notes. Hand them these. That ought to pay up my dues from now to doomsday, and I don't want a receipt. And if they try putting poison in my orange juice, they'll end up in a chain gang.
It's not that easy, Eddie. You're one of us.
Oh, get out.
Okay. Goodbye, dead man.
Graham, the manager of the club, changed his mind about canceling our contract when he heard us rehearse the chant. Instead, he spent 5 G's in publicity. And Saturday night was set for the big unveiling. It seemed like all New Orleans tried to jam into Maxim's, came to hear the voodoo chant, the real thing. Just before we were ready to hit it, Judy came up to me.
Eddie, listen. Let's not do it.
Oh, what do you mean, baby, not do it? This is it. This is our ticket to the big time. It'll be a sensation.
Yeah, I know, but I got a funny feeling. And look, I found this under your dressing room door just now. It sounds like a warning. Somebody doesn't want you to play that number.
Let me see. You can summon the spirits, but can you dismiss them again? Think well. Forget it, baby. Stats is trying to scare me because I fired him.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, come on, honey, let's start. They're waiting.
Maxim takes great pleasure in bringing you a historic moment in musical history. You're about to hear for the first time anywhere the voodoo chant, the age-old ceremonial rhythm no one but the initiated has ever heard before. This is the real thing, an accurate transcription, not a note's been changed. So, ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Block and his chip present for the first time anywhere the voodoo chant.
They went crazy at you. They screamed for more, but we were playing it crazy. Once a night, that'd pack 'em in. After it was over, I went back to our dressing room. Judy got there before me. She was reading a newspaper somebody had brought in.
Eddie, listen.
Oh, baby, you were wonderful, and we wowed 'em. We're in the money now.
Yeah, Eddie, but...
Oh, boy, am I tired. I feel more tired than I've ever felt in my life. Nervous strain, I guess, huh? Let down?
Eddie, look here in the paper.
Oh, who cares about the paper now?
Eddie, it's Johnny Stet.
Huh?
He's dead. He drowned himself in Lake Porsche train this afternoon.
This afternoon? Then that note, it wasn't Johnny.
Oh, well, look, Eddie, you can't blame yourself.
Me? Oh, no. No, of course not, but I think I know who to blame.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Eddie, why don't you lie down and rest for a few minutes? You look worn out.
I am. I feel dead.
Here, let me take off your coat.
Oh, be careful.
What's the matter?
I don't know. Funny thing, while I was waving the baton on the chant, I felt something, a sharp pain there in my back, like a pin or something stuck in me.
I don't feel anything there now. Maybe it slipped down.
I don't know.
Couldn't have been much. There. Now, you just lie down. You'll feel better in a few minutes. You've been working too hard. You should relax now. Maybe take a few days off. Hey, Eddie, look here. Where did this come from?
What?
It's a little doll. It was lying on the dressing table. Why, Eddie, it looks just like you.
Let me see.
That's funny. Look, there in the back. There's a little pin sticking in the back.
Yes. That's right. Yes. That's right where I felt the pain. That started it. The next day, I had a backache. Later, there was a numbness that spread to my shoulders, arms, legs. I felt tired all the time, listless, dead. I began to lose weight. I couldn't get Johnny Stats out of my mind. He'd introduced me to them, vouched for me, and he'd committed suicide. He knew. He hadn't waited. I decided to get out of New Orleans. I went to New York, playing the chant, of course. I had to. It was my biggest asset now. But nothing changed. I was losing weight. From a husky 200 down to 160. I couldn't sleep. Maybe if I put a notion between. I took an offer in London, toured the continent, away a year. I was an international hit now, the biggest attraction in music. What? I was down to 110, dying on my feet. The doctors couldn't figure it out. Reynolds in London told me.
You're as normal, Mr. Block, as anyone I ever examined. You're so well balanced that you haven't even got that extra little touch of imagination most actors and musicians have.
I guess that's true, Doctor. I'm just mediocre. And yet, you might say, my success is killing me. And so, after 2 years, I finally realized it was no use. I came back. Back to New Orleans. Back to the dark alleyway down near Congo Square. I could just barely drag myself along. But I had to see Papa Benjamin. I slowly climbed the stairs, up to that loathsome door. I went in. There he was. Papa Benjamin. Staring at me from the bed as if he'd been expecting me. Then he started to laugh. Take that curse off me. Give me my life. I'll do anything you say.
What been done cannot be undone. You think spirits of earth, air, fire, water know what forgiveness means?
Intercede for me, then. You brought it about. Here's money. I'll give you twice as much. All I earn. All I ever hoped to earn.
You have fouled the Obaya. Death has been on you from that night. All over the world, in the air above, you have mocked spirits with the chant that summons them.
Then please, here's a gun. Kill me now and be done with it. I can't stand anymore. All you have to do is shoot. I'll write a note, sign it, that I did it myself.
Death will come, but different. slow. Oh, slow.
Oh, no. I can't stand it. I won't. Maybe if I kill you. Maybe then the spell will be broken.
No.
Yeah, that's...
No.
I'll kill you.
No.
And that's all, Commissioner. And I came here. To the police station. You know the rest. Well?
All right, Mr. Block.
Don't believe me, do you?
Yes, I believe you. Not about the curse, of course. That was your own mind. They planted the suggestion in your mind, you did the rest. But it's plain that you killed in self-defense. Crazy kind of self-defense, but I think we can manage it. We'll try.
The commissioner managed it all right. How is almost a story in itself. How a detective with a boulage false face posed as Papa Benjamin and called the Voodoo clan together and into a trap. How they collected the evidence that proved my story. And how they sent most of that Voodoo bunch to jail. My name wasn't even connected with the case. So now I'm free. I'm living again. I've gained weight. The tiredness and the numbness is gone. I took a nice vacation. I went to Bermuda, relaxed, and had fun. Now I'm back in New Orleans at Maxim's, and the whole thing is forgotten. We're opening tonight, and the place is packed. Everybody's come to hear the chant. Eddie Block and the chant. We're on our way now. Nothing can stop us.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome back on his triumphal return, Eddie Block and his chips, playing for you the one and only Voodoo Chant.
Look at them, Judy. They're eating it up, aren't they?
Yeah.
What's the matter?
I was hoping I'd never hear this thing again.
What do you mean? It's your trademark, yours and Eddie's.
I tried to persuade him not to do it, and he wouldn't listen.
Why? You aren't imagining all that voodoo stuff.
I don't know. It was all in his mind, and it nearly killed him. I don't think you can put it out of your mind if it gets so easy. When Eddie plays it again...
Oh, no.
Hey, wait a minute. Look at Eddie. There's something wrong.
What? Oh, he's staggering.
Eddie! Eddie!
Judy, now wait. Here, let me pick him up. He's probably just fainted from the excitement.
No, leave him alone. He's dead. I guess Papa Benjamin won after all.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you Papa Benjamin by William Irish, adapted for radio by John Dunkel, with Frank Lovejoy as Eddie Block, Louis Van Ruten as Papa Benjamin, Harry Bartell as the police commissioner, and Joan Banks as Judy. Music was conceived and conducted by Cy Fure. Next week...
You are speeding through the night on the Istanbul Express. You're alone and unarmed. And suddenly you realize that your life is in danger. That somewhere on the train are deadly killers from whom you must escape.
Next week, we escape with Harold Lamb's exciting adventure story, 3 Good Witnesses. Good night, then, until the same time next week, when again we offer you Escape.
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly, who join with our sponsors in urging you to support the Red Cross immediately and to the best of your ability. A donation to the Red Cross is an investment in humanity. Thank you. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson and the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Why? Circus Day in Wistful Vista. The town is plastered with posters, and our hero is the proud possessor of 2 general admission tickets. He is all of a twitter to get going. And here, urging his better half to more speed, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, come on, Molly. I want to get to the circus and see that hula dancer shake it up.
What?
Shake it up, Molly.
Now, listen here. All right, dearie, all right. We've plenty of time.
No, we haven't. We're so late now, I better call a cab.
What, call a cab to go to a circus?
Why, certainly. Why not?
Well, it just doesn't seem the right spirit somehow. It's like wearing evening clothes to a fish fry.
Just the same, I ain't going to miss any of this circus by being late. Give me the phone. Hello, operator. Give me the Wistful Vista taxi. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? Your aunt. Got beat up by your uncle, eh?
Oh, heavenly days, how brutal.
What do you mean, brutal? Her uncle got up first this morning and had the coffee all made by the time she was out of bed. What's that, Mert? Oh, no answer at the cab company, eh? Oh, he must be out. Okay, Mert. Thanks.
Well, I tell you, it'll do us good to walk here.
Boy, will I be glad to get a smell of a real circus again. It'll bring back the old days when I was a bull boss with the old Woggenback and Hollis outfit.
Bull boss?
Yeah, in charge of the elephants.
Oh.
What'd you think I meant?
Well, not that.
Well, sir, I'll never forget one time we was playing in Punk's...
Hello, daughter. Hello, Johnny. Say, where you kids going to spend your summer vacation?
Well, we haven't decided yet, Mr. Oldtimer. Why?
Well, I just wanted to suggest the Canadian Rockies.
Why the Canadian Rockies?
Well, I got a nephew up there I'd kind of like to see again. Thought you might have room for me in the back seat, kids. I wouldn't be any trouble, honest. And I'm loads of fun.
Well, if we go that way, we'll let you know, old-timer. But I must say you're the first living room hitchhiker I ever met.
That's very good, Mr.
Seeing that I'm in a liberal mood today, Johnny, I'd say that was pretty good. But it ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, "Hey, looks like television is really here, don't it? Imagine seeing and hearing programs hundreds of miles away. Yep, says t'other feller, and you can smell some of them even farther than that. Nothing personal, kids.
Well, thank you.
Now, don't forget, if you go to the Canadian Rockies this summer, I'm going along. And you'll never regret it till it's too late. Well, so long, kids.
Oh, come on, hurry up, will you, Molly? I got to.
Well, I am hurrying,
Well, we
McGee.
gotta get-
My goodness, anybody think you never saw a circus
Well.
before? Say, incidentally, how much did the ticket set you back?
Not a dime. Not a thin, shiny, well-worn dime, baby. I got these tickets the easy way. Professional curtsy.
Meaning what?
Well, you see, it was this way. I agreed. Oh, shucks, we'll never get to the circus this way.
No.
Come in.
I'm going to the circus. I'm going to the circus.
Oh, wait a minute. What you so excited about, Gildersleeve? So are we going to the circus.
Well, I wish I could be as enthusiastic as you two. To me, a circus is just a number 2 road company of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Is that so? Well, I don't care so much about the animals. But, oh, boy, do I like those trapeze performers.
Yeah, and the trick riding.
And the tightrope walkers.
Yeah.
Gee, I love tightrope walkers when they jump up on a rope like this and balance.
Get down off of the back of that Davenport, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You're a hard woman, Mrs. McGee.
Hey, Gildy.
What?
You got tickets, or are you going to crawl under the tent?
Well, I got tickets, but I got a good notion to crawl under the tent anyway. Just for old time's sake, McGee.
Yeah, me too. How about it, Molly? You game to
No, I'm not. If you two want to act like you're still wearing short pants, don't expect me to act the same. Oh, dear.
That's all right, Mrs. McGee. I didn't get it.
Well, you coming along with us, Gildy?
No, thanks. I like to prowl around alone.
Oh.
You know, last year I walked right up and talked to one of the lady acrobats.
No, did you, honest?
I sure did, McGee. Gee, she was pretty. I still got a spangle she dropped off her dress. Look.
Oh, boy, what do you want for it?
What'll you give me?
Oh, here. Heavenly days. Come on, McGee, I'm ready.
Okay, let's go. This way, Gildersleeve.
Where you going, McGee?
Out the back door.
What's the matter with the front door?
Won't open.
Why not, McGee?
Got circus posters plastered all over it.
What?
Fibber McGee, what on earth?
Now, wait a minute, Molly. It was just a professional curtsy. You don't think they give me these 2 tickets for nothing, do you?
Every street in every city, there are cars right now that need Johnson's Car New. Cars that look dull and dingy because their owners still think it's expensive or hard work to clean and wax polish them. Now, before Johnson Chemists developed the sensational Car New, this was true. But today, with Car New, you can both clean and wax polish your car in one easy operation. 2 jobs at one and the same time in half the time it used to take. Every housewife knows how Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat has taken the labor out of floor polishing. And soon, every car owner will know how Car New has taken both the hard work and the high cost out of car polishing. Car New is a liquid. You simply apply it with a cloth, massaging the finish gently. It dries to a white powder, wipe off the powder, and you'll say with thousands of other car owners from coast to coast, your car looks like new when you use Car New. Buy a can right away from your regular wax dealer, auto supply store, or service station.
Is this fun? Hey, Molly, I'm going to buy a toy whip.
What for?
I don't know. I always buy a toy whip.
All right, folks, step right up and quench your thirst with nice fresh glass of punk lemonade. It reads refreshing, exhilarating, stimulating. Get your punk lemonade here. Punk lemonade, get it?
Hey,
Punk.
Bud, you mean pink lemonade, don't you?
You tried it, folks?
No, we haven't.
Get your punk lemonade here. Punk lemonade, get it.
Wonder where the guy is who sells the toy whips. I think I'll get one with a red tassel. I had one last...
Mister. Hi.
Oh, hello there, little girl. Ain't lost, are you?
No, are you?
No. Now, don't tell me you're here all alone.
All righty. I won't say a word about it, I bet you.
What? You mean you are?
No.
No what?
Are
you here all alone or not?
No. I came with my daddy.
Oh.
He's over there buying some cotton candy.
You like cotton candy?
No. No, but he does.
I see. Well, this must be a great day for you, sis. Coming to a big circus like this. Pretty exciting, ain't it?
Oh, I don't know, mister. The same old stuff. But my daddy gets such a bang out of it, I pretend I love it. Personally, I'd rather stay home with a good book any day.
Well, that's very tactful of you, sis. I hope you'll always try to be a pal to your old man.
Oh, sure. He's a trial at times, but as a rule, he's pretty good. What I always say is, I wouldn't take $1 million for him or give you a dime for another one. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter, sis?
There's my daddy eating another hamburger.
Huh?
He's going to make himself sick eating all that junk. Daddy, put that down this minute.
Parents must be a great responsibility to a little squirt like that, eh, Molly?
Yes, they must be. From what I can judge, a father may bring his little boy out to the circus, but it takes a circus to bring out the little boy in the father.
All right, folks. Only a dime, 10 cents to see Osteo, the human skeleton, who stands 6 feet high in his overcoat and weighs only 47 pounds in his stocking feet. See Osteo, the human skeleton, otherwise known as Benny the Bag of Bones. Step right up, folks. Step right up there.
Hey, Molly, let's go in and see the human skeleton.
Well, all right if you want to, but to me, no thin man is any good without Myrna Loy.
Hey, Bud, 2 tickets, please.
Thank you, brother, thank you. And if you'll step right in, the lecture is about to begin.
Look at the crowd, will you? What's that automobile got to do with the human skeleton?
I don't know, but he's skinny enough to double as a windshield wiper.
All right, folks, if you'll give me your kind attention. Take a good look at Osteo, the human skeleton. But don't crowd him, please. Osteo is easily rattled. Ha, ha! Rattle for the folks, Osteo. Thank you. And now we will show you how the human skeleton got himself into this deplorable condition. Proceed, Osteo.
Well, look, Magee, he's polishing the automobile.
Exactly, and polishing it the old-fashioned way. That's what happened to Benny the Bag of Bones, folks. Wore himself to a shadow, trying to restore the finish on his automobile with an inferior hard-rubbing cleaner and polish. Now, if he'd only used the new and sensational Johnson's Car New, the double-action, easy-to-use product that cleans and polishes at the same time, he would no doubt have been as fat and sassy as any of us here today, because... excuse me a minute, folks. Hey, buddy.
Me? What you want?
Hey, stick around, pal. Huh? After this lecture, we put on a special show in the rear tent for men only. 25 cents extra.
Oh boy. For men only, huh? What kind of a show is it, Bud?
You can see the human skeleton polish a trailer.
What was it I intended to do? Oh, yeah, buy a toy whip. Wonder where the guy is that sells the toy whip.
Oh, you don't want any of those silly things, Magee. I won't let you spend your money for such fools.
Excuse me, brother, but aren't you Fibber Magee?
Huh? Well, if it ain't my old pal Buster Dawson.
Who's Buster Dawson?
Oh, he's this fella right here. Well, I'm glad to see you again, Buster. This is my wife, Molly.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Howdy, ma'am. Any wife of Magee's is a friend of mine.
Well, what you doing around here, Buster, old topper?
Oh, didn't you know? I own this circus. Have you folks seen the performance yet?
Well, not as yet, no, Mr. Dawson.
Well, be glad to have you as my guest.
Oh.
Just ask the usher to take you to the owner's box.
Oh, certainly appreciate this, Buster.
Oh, not at all, McGee. If you have any trouble, just yell for my head roustabout, Slugs McGinty.
Slugs McGinty. Ah, there's a fine old aristocratic name. Old Mayflower stock, I presume.
No, old cauliflower.
Buster, you.
Me and Buster here used to be in the circus business together, Molly. I can't remember right now whether he worked for me or whether I worked for him, but we was in the same outfit for years. Wasn't we, Buster?
Yep, and you worked for me, McGee.
Yeah, I guess I did at that.
Well, now, isn't that nice?
Yes.
Yes, sir. We always used to say that nobody could clean a cage like young Ratface. Remember how we used to call you Ratface, McGee?
A great bunch of kidders, them guys, Molly.
Well, McGee, I've got to go check up on
Hey, Molly, look. There's Mrs. Uppington.
Well, what on earth is she doing at a circus?
I'll bet she's going to take a lesson from the camels in how to look supercilious.
Say, that the lady you're talking about over there?
Yeah.
She looks sort of familiar to me.
She'd look familiar to anybody who'd ever open up a can of prunes. I never saw such an old pickle. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy.
Oh, my goodness, so this is a circus. Quite gay, isn't it?
You mean to say you've never been to a circus before, Uppy?
She travels with her own, McGee.
Huh?
3 rings under each eye. Just kidding, Mrs. Uppington. Just
Oh, certainly, my dear. I always consider the sort.
Wow.
But isn't this interesting? I have just begun to realize what I've been missing all these years. What with my sheltered childhood and strict upbringing, Oh, Mr. McGee, aren't you forgetting something?
Where's your social graces, McGee?
Huh?
Give Mrs. Uppington a knockdown to Mr. Dawson.
Oh, excuse me. Mrs. Uppington, I'd like to have you meet an old pal of mine, Buster Dawson.
This is Mrs. Abigail Uppington, Mr. Dawson. She's the hot hair in our social register.
How do you do, Mr. Dawson? Charmed, I'm sure.
Mrs. Abigail Uppington, eh? What are you trying to do, Fibber? Kid me? Social leader. Oh, that's a hot one.
Sir, I consider that you owe me an apology.
Oh, lay off, Toots. You're killing me.
What? What do you mean, Buster?
Why, don't you recognize her, McGee?
Huh?
Oh, no, I guess she was before your time. Why, when I knew her, she was Mademoiselle Tootsie Latour, Queen of the Bareback Riders. Eh, Toots?
Well, for heavenly days.
I deny everything.
I always wondered how she could stay up on her high horse without being trained for it.
Oh, why don't you break down, Tootsie? You got nothing to be ashamed of. Why, you were the second best rider under canvas.
Second best? And who was better than I? What am I saying?
Uppy, as the cook said to the waiter when he spilled the beans, I guess you've spilled the beans.
Well, really, this is most embarrassing. You never could keep your trap shut, Buster Dawson.
How did you ever come to leave the circus, Abigail?
Well, one night I was doing my double backflip through 3 paper hoops to a handstand, and something frightened my horse, and I landed on a gentleman's lap in the reserved seat.
No wonder she's always acted so chilly, Molly. She's a Laplander.
And then what happened, Mrs. Uppington? I mean, Toots?
That gentleman, my dear, was Mr. Uppington. He proposed to me the moment they revived him. Oh, how I long to be out there again, doing my triple forward somersault over 4 white horses. Maybe I could fall in love with another gentleman like Mr. Uppington. Or am I just being a silly girl? Well, goodbye, my dear. Goodbye, Mr. McGee. And so long, Buster, you rat.
The King's Men present The Singing Hills.
The singing hills are singing tonight, and echoing a song of long ago. The singing hills were singing that night, that lovely night you said I love you so. The wind in the valley joined in our magic night of thrills still echoes through the hills. From far away, I hear you say, I love you so, I love you so. When you left me alone, I cried, come back to me. You know I can't live without love. The singing hills replied, live without love. Now I seem to hear your last heartbroken farewell, farewell, still echoing among the singing hills. Goodbye, goodbye.
Well, come on, Molly. Here's the big tent. I'll have to ask an usher where Dawson's private box is, I guess.
Ah, there. Good day, my dear. And hello to you, Windsock.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Boomer?
Hi, Boomer. What you doing here?
Got a temporary appointment as deputy sheriff, Cornpone. On the pickpocket detail.
Oh.
Imagine me on the pickpocket detail. As if picking pockets was ever anything but a detail to me.
So you're a sheriff, eh? Let's see your badge, Boomer.
Quiet little skeptic, aren't you?
You betcha.
Also spelled without the K. Now, let me see. What did I do with that badge? Shall we begin?
Yes, Goon.
Beg pardon?
Yes, Goon.
You read that wrong, Molly. It says, yes, go on.
Oh.
Thank you. Now, let me see. Where did I put that sheriff's badge? Had it right here a minute ago. Badge. Here's a nice little Swiss watch. I think it's a Swiss watch. Fellow certainly yodeled when I took it. Snapshot of Billy Rose's Aquacade. Never saw so many chorus girls in one dive in my life. The handful of upset diamonds. No, I mean unset. It was the jeweler who was upset. Here's an old passport of mine. I was quite a wealthy man when I first came to this country. Had 53 pieces of luggage.
Heavenly days. 53 pieces.
Yes, indeed. Deck of cards and a blackjack. Ah, what's this? Oh, yes. The inevitable check for an abbreviated beer. Oh, well, imagine that. No deputy sheriff's badge. I've been robbed. Help, police, deputy sheriff, somebody get him quick. Help.
That guy's as crooked as a snake's hind leg.
Dog's hind leg, dearie.
I know, but I like dogs. Oh, well, let's go on in, Molly. Imagine us sitting right in the owner's private box.
General admission tickets, please.
Oh, here you are, Bud. Come on, Molly.
Well, listen now. How do we find Mr. Dawson's private box?
Oh, we'll find it. If not, we can always ask for Spuds or Chug or Thug. What did he say that guy's name was?
Well, I don't remember. Ask the usher.
Oh, hey, usher, where's Mr. Dawson's private box?
Right here, Mr. First Box on the left.
Oh, thank you. Oh, aren't these lovely seats, dearie?
Yes, sir. Some stuff, huh? Best in the house. Well, it sure pays to have friends, don't it, Molly?
It certainly does.
Won't be long now.
All right, you two. Out of them seats. Them's reserved for the boss.
Now, listen, it's all right, boy. We're Mr. Dawson's guests.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me see your pass.
I ain't got a pass, Bud. Me and Buster's old pals. Sure. I used to know him way back in the old...
Come on. Quit stalling out of them seats.
Now, wait a minute, Bud. Don't get so tough. You can't throw us out of here.
Oh, no?
No.
Well, who's going to stop me? You and who else?
Me and who else? Me and... who was that fella Buster told us to yell for? Oh, yeah. Me and McGillicuddy, that's who. Hey, McGillicuddy!
I'm not scared of you and all your friends. Now get out of that box before I drag you.
McGee, maybe we better go back and...
Now, don't worry, Molly. I know how to handle this. Hey, McGillicuddy! No, that's not it. Oh, hey, McGonagall, I need you.
All right, cut out that yelling. You're creating a disturbance.
Hey, McGarrity.
I warned you to pipe down. Now take this.
Oh, see here, mister. Stop that this instant.
Yeah, cut that out. Oh, McGinnis. Oh, my goodness.
For heaven's sakes, McGee, quick. Think of that man's name.
Oh, I got it. I remember now. Hey, that rabbit, I forgot it again.
All right, scram, stupid.
I won't do it. Hey, McGibney, McSweeney, McDonald, McCushla.
Now listen, Tommy. You're getting in my hair.
McGuire, McCoy, McBride.
Oh, McGee.
No, that's me. McNutt, McGowan.
Well, I guess I gotta show you I'm mean business.
Oh, my. You poor dear.
Now take him away, lady. That'll teach him to get fresh with slugs, McGinty.
McGinty,
that's it. Hey, McGinty.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. For more than 50 years, the makers of Johnson's Wax have done their best to provide their customers with the finest polishes that can be made. Scientists are constantly at work in the Johnson Wax laboratories, developing new products, perfecting old ones. When you buy any one of the famous Johnson Wax polishes, you know that you'll be getting complete satisfaction. Before any new product is offered for sale, it's thoroughly tested, both in the laboratory and by hundreds of users. From one end of this country to the other, we can almost say from one end of the world to the other, you'll find the most particular housewives depending on Johnson's Wax and the other fine Johnson Wax polishes to keep their homes beautifully clean and shining with the least possible effort and expense. It most certainly pays you to insist on the genuine Johnson's Wax products in their attractive packages. These products include genuine Johnson's Wax, paste or liquid, Johnson's self-polishing glow coat for floors and linoleum, Johnson's Car New for automobiles, Johnson's Cream Wax furniture polish.
Well, you still think circuses are fun, McGee?
Sure I do, in spite of everything. Brings back the old days, Molly.
That's right. You used to be with the circus, huh?
Sure. I'm an old lion tamer.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you ever quit?
I ran out of old lions.
Good night, all.
Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
You Can't Brush Me Off is from Louisiana Purchase. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. Last week, Flash Gordon was given a charge of electrical current which would keep him invisible for a time sufficient for him to make a trip to the Witch Queen's palace. But he was warned most emphatically by Dr. Zarkov that he must return to the herdsman's cottage at the first sign of his reappearing to human vision. In the meantime, Azura was found to have recovered from the drug of forgetfulness, and Tall delivered Khan to her as a household servant. While Tall was out of the room, Khan gave Azura another portion of lithium. Azura followed Khan's coaching, and Tall never suspected she was again drugged. Meanwhile, Dale Arden was worrying about Flash and feared for his safety. But Dr. Zarkov told her they could do nothing but hope for Flash Gordon's safe return. While they worried and waited, Flash arrived at the outer walls of Azura's palace, and terrifying the guards by his invisibility, sent word to Azura that the avenging shadow was coming. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the big full-page Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The full-page Comic Weekly. Each page, printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Now we continue the story. As Dale Arden and Dr. Zarkov anxiously wait for Flash, they suddenly hear a horse approaching.
It's Flash. I'll go and welcome him.
Wait. Let us make sure who it is first before you go out. It may be one of these soldiers searching for us.
It is Flash. I can see the riderless horse.
Yes, it is a riderless horse, all right. But we cannot tell whether the invisible Flash is riding him or whether the horse is really without a rider.
You mean Flash may have been killed? Oh, no. He can't be dead.
We shall soon know. Call him.
Flash! Flash, darling! Are you there?
Yes, Dale. It worked.
Thank heaven. I was so worried about you, darling.
Why? I promised to return before I became visible, and here I am.
Yes, lad, here you are, and just in time. Look at your hands.
Oh, I can see them. Can you?
Yes, I guess I did get back just in time. But nobody at the palace saw me. Oh, how frightened they were. They ran like mice when they saw me. Saw my shadow, I mean.
Did you see Tal?
Or the Queen?
No, neither one. I didn't trust this trick disguise too long the first time. But I sent word to Azura to watch out for me.
Good. That will give us something to think about.
If she can think.
Oh, come now, Dale. You mustn't feel that way. Everything's all right now.
I know it is, Flash. But I hate that woman. And I always shall.
Come, lad. Let us give you another electrical treatment.
Yes, do. Then I can go back to the palace.
So soon, Flash?
I must see what's happened to Khan. They've probably taken him prisoner again.
I suppose so. But I hate to have you go and leave me.
Step up on the platform, Flash.
All right. I'm sorry to have to leave you, Dale, but you're safer here. Now, make this a good one, Zarkov. I'll have to stay at the palace longer this time.
I can increase the charge now that we know how it works.
Good.
I have charted the amount of current used and the length of time it retains its power. Soon we can control it to suit the occasion.
Zarkov, we'll conquer the Witch Queen yet.
Back in the palace, Queen Azuri is being coached by Khan as to how she should act.
And when he returns, King Flash will reward you. Do you understand?
Yes, but that does not interest me. Why must you always be talking about this King Flash? Can't you find a more interesting subject? I can.
Time is fleeting, Azura. Tal leaves us alone so little, I must work fast.
Paul, Flash, forget them for a while. Let us talk about us.
We cannot talk about us, Azura.
Why not?
Because when we become personal in our conversation, I become nothing. You are everything.
Ah, that is the most interesting thing I've ever heard you say. Go on. Say something else nice like that.
That's Tal.
Oh, let him knock. I do not want to see him now.
You must see him, Azura. He will be suspicious of your action, and our cause will be lost.
Oh, very well. Come in.
Your Majesty. We are still unable to find any trace of Flash Gordon and his companions.
Never mind. Let them go.
Let them go? Your Majesty, I do not understand.
They probably will not bother us anymore, and I'm sure I do not care what happens to them.
Very well, Your Majesty.
You may go, Tal.
Very well.
Tal. Oh, Tal.
Yes, Queen Azura.
What has happened to Flash Gordon and the scientist and the girl? Have you found them?
Your Majesty, I just told you
You have told me nothing. How dare you say such a thing to me? You forget you are addressing your queen.
Azura, what are you saying?
Why, yes, Your Majesty.
We are still unable to find any trace of Flash Gordon and his companions.
Well, keep searching until you do you understand?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Leave no place unsearched. Those people must be recaptured.
But I thought you said to let them go, Your Majesty.
I said to let them go? When?
You must have misunderstood, Azura, Tal.
What right has this servant to interfere?
Do you not remember, Your Majesty? You ordered him treated as your friend.
When?
Your Majesty, forgive me, but this must be cleared up. One of us is hopelessly confused. Do you not remember me bringing this man to you as a household servant?
Yes.
And you ordering me to treat him as your friend?
No.
By my life, I swear that is truly what happened here in this very room.
You have never lied to me, Tal.
No, Your Majesty.
I am forced to believe you. But if I cannot remember, what happened to my mind to cause it to become a blank?
Your Majesty, did this prisoner give you anything to drink?
I do not remember.
You've asked Her Majesty enough questions, Tal. You are tiring her.
What did you give her to drink, you rebel?
Her Majesty has not said I gave her anything.
Wait. I seem to remember he gave me some vodka.
Vodka? I thought so, Your Majesty. This man gave you another portion of lithium.
The drug of forgetfulness. That is what happened to me.
He tricked me, Your Majesty. He said he would be glad to have the opportunity to serve you. Now I understand what he meant.
Yes, now you understand. You thought because King Flash was forced to leave to save the life of Princess Dale that he had deserted me. Well, I let you think so. And I let you think I had deserted his cause.
You will not have a chance to serve him or anyone else now, Khan.
I have served him to the best of my ability. And if the power of the lithium had lasted a little longer, I should have been able to deliver you and Tal here into his hands.
Take this man away and keep him closely guarded.
Oh, God! Take this man away.
Queen Azura! Queen Azura!
What is the trouble?
Oh, Your Majesty, my companions have been slain by an invisible enemy.
Invisible enemy?
Yes, General. And the voice bade me tell Her Majesty...
Well, go on.
...that the avenging shadow is coming.
The avenging shadow? What nonsense is this?
Wait, God. Khan, is this a trick of Flash Gordon?
If it is, I warn you two. King Flash will rule this magic land before long.
Away with him. Take the prisoner to the fiery dungeon.
What can this invisible enemy be like, Tal? Here, have a glass of vodka without lithium this time.
Thank you, Your Majesty. The shadow is some new magic of Flash Gordon, I'll wager.
Well, whatever it is, we can foil it.
How can we, Your Majesty, when we do not know what we are up against?
Have my men stand shoulder to shoulder outside the door of my quarters, and nothing can pass them.
Back in the herdsman's cottage, Zarkov and Dale are thinking about Flash and how he is getting along.
He ought to be there by now, Dr. Zarkov.
Just about, Dale.
I should like to be there to see how that wicked Azura acts when Flash meets her.
She will not be very pleased, I can assure you of that.
You gave Flash a good supply of electricity, Dr. Zarkov?
Yes, double strength this time.
I'm so worried about him. All those blue magic soldiers there, and just Flash against them.
Numbers are useless against an enemy they cannot see, Dale.
I suppose that's true.
And I assure you there is no cause for worry this time about the power of the electricity lasting. Besides, Flash has given me his word that he will run no risk of being seen.
Oh, Doctor, if I were alone, I think I'd go mad with worry and suspense.
I know how you feel, Dale, and I don't blame you for your anxiety. But if I did not know Flash Gordon like I do, I too might have some qualms about his safety.
Oh, I know Flash can do almost anything he sets out to do. But this time it's different somehow.
Now, see here, there is no use of us sitting here torturing ourselves with worry. Let us busy ourselves. Do something to keep our minds off Flash until he comes back.
All right, Dr. Zarkov. What shall we do?
Well, the firewood is getting low. Suppose I take that axe and chop some while you pick up kindling.
Splendid. Come along.
Be careful now, and don't get too far away from me, Dale.
Why? What could possibly happen to me here in this wilderness? We haven't seen a soul since that searching party went by the day we came here.
I know, but that doesn't prove anything, Dale. Somebody or something might be around. We do not know what lies in those woods.
All right, Dr. Zarkov.
I'll be careful.
Well, I might as well start chopping down this tree.
And I'll start picking up some of those small branches for kindling.
Oh, this tree is a beauty. Look out, Dale. Here she goes.
My, what a big tree. That ought to give us all the wood we need.
That is right. Now I will break it up.
Dr. Zarko! Dr. Zarko! Help! Oh!
Hey, Dale, what's happened? What's the matter? Dale! Dale!
Back at the palace, Tall and Queen Azura await the promised visit from the avenging shadow.
Well, there is no sign of this invisible enemy yet, Tal.
No. I wonder if that was just a threat to try to scare us.
Perhaps. Well, I'm going to have some more Varco. How about you?
No, thank you, Your Majesty.
Oh, Tal, the shadow.
What?
Look, it's taking the flagon out of my hand.
Drop that flagon, whoever you are, or I'll drive right...
Oh, Tal, you invisible fiend, you've killed Tal. You bat, do not come near me, do you hear?
Drop that ray pistol, Azura.
I know you, Flash Gordon. I will kill you.
Such toys are dangerous, Azura. You might hurt yourself. Give me that gun.
No,
Give it
no,
to me.
keep away. Oh, God! Break down the door! Now we've got you, Flash Gordon. There, the shadow. The shadow is Flash Gordon. We have him trapped.
Have you?
God, through the window. He's climbing through the window. After him quickly. Now I have you in my power, Flash Gordon.
Listen to me. Azura, your magic and your soldiers are useless against the avenging shadow. I leave now, but I shall return.
Next Sunday, you will find these adventures graphically portrayed in full-color action pictures in the Comic Weekly, which is distributed with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Meet all the characters face to face, and thus gain the added thrill of knowing them by sight as well as by voice. Flash Gordon, Dale Arden, and Dr. Zarkoff are Earth people, but Tal, Azura, Khan, and all the many other characters are inhabitants of the planet Mongo where our story takes place. These remarkable people should be seen as well as heard in order to be fully appreciated. The Comic Weekly, you know, is the big full-page picture magazine containing the world's greatest collection of humor and adventure, bringing up Father, the Little King, Skippy, the Katzenjammer Kids, Toots and Casper, and many, many others are there each Sunday to entertain you. So be sure and get the big full-page Comic Weekly next week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And next week at this same time, we'll be back with another chapter in the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you very much. You notice the great difference when I take a bow, Harry, between my bow and the Hollywood comedian bow. My hair doesn't come off, you know. But thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Mr. Von Zell, for that semi-derogatory introduction.
Oh, well, I was only kidding, Fred. You know, having a little fun.
Oh, all you announcers are always having a little fun, Harry. Well, I guess that's radio. The announcers have the fun and the comedians have the worry.
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute, Fred. You can't prove that.
I can't, hey? Now, look, Harry, did you ever compare the announcers and the comedians on the different radio programs? Did you ever see Don Wilson?
Not all of him, Fred, no.
Well, that proves my point. You can't see all of Don Wilson in one look. He looks like the Hollywood Bowl with a vest on it.
Yes, Don is pretty stout.
Stout? Wilson has so many double chins, Harry. He looks as though he's peeking over a skin Venetian blind. On the other... Friends of Benny, I see. It's a good radio problem. Which came first, the egg or the commercial? I mean, on the other hand, Harry, speaking about comedians and announcers, did you ever take a look at the comedian on the Don Wilson program, that Jake something? Have you ever taken a gander at him?
No, Fred. What does that Jello comedian look like?
Have you ever seen one of those pictures, Send This Boy to Camp?
Yes, I've seen them.
Well, this fellow looks like the negative, Harry. Yes, it's the same on every program. Now take the Bob Hope show. Bill Goodwin is the picture of health. Have you seen Bob Hope lately?
Now, what does Bob look like?
Hope is starting to look like Yehudi, Harry.
Oh, wait a minute, Fred. Nobody's ever seen Yehudi.
Well, that's it. Hope looks like something nobody's ever seen. And look at you, inviting comparison. Look at you. Now, you can't get much more of you in that skin, Harry.
All right, I have picked up a little weight, yes.
Harry, if you stay in the sun too long with that fat, you won't get burned. You'll be rendered.
Hi, gang.
Hello. Hi, Van. Something,
You mind if I use the mic a minute? I've got to audition for a movie producer.
Audition for a movie producer? You mean some company wants you for a picture, Pete?
I don't think it's a company. Some man named Saul called me up.
Saul what, Pete?
He just said Saul, Harry.
Saul? Why, that could be an offer from any company. What picture does Saul want you for?
Saul said it's a new Geronimo picture. Love Finds Andy Geronimo or something.
Oh, the new Geronimo.
Oh, boy.
And you... the old one yet.
Huh?
Go ahead, sit down, thing.
So you want to audition in India, now, Pete?
Yes, Saul said he'd listen in.
Oh, to the Indian audition? Well, go ahead, okay.
Thanks. Hello, Saul. Stand by for my Indian characterization. Ugh. Okay, Saul.
Hey, I didn't think he could do it.
Yeah, play just the way I thought it would, too.
There was some Indian, Pete.
It's hard to get a nug to lay there. It's so small, it tips over.
It's in the bag, Harry.
Well, when do you know now, with this Indian audition over, when do you know if you got the job? When do you hear from Saul?
You see that telephone, Alan?
Yes?
In a minute, that telephone's going to ring.
And when the telephone rings?
That's Saul, brother.
I get it. And while we wait for Saul's call, we turn to the latest news of the week. Ipana News presents The World in Review. Los Angeles, California. This week's graduation exercises are held at the University of California and many other colleges throughout the country. From coast to coast, honor students at leading universities are acclaimed. But what about the outstanding morons of 1940? Tonight, Ipana News brings you a motley group of dunces from little-known schools that dot the hinterland. Now, first on our schlemiel parade, Mr. Balfour Rugg. Mr. Rugg, you are a graduate of...
Croveney's Chemical College.
Croveney's Chemical College. You were an honor student, were you?
Yes, I graduated magna cum laudanum.
You did, really?
And I received my B.A.
Your B.A. in chemistry?
Yes, Bachelor of Acids.
That will account for those holes in your vest. You're messy with precipitates, I see. Well, tell me, what was your negative contribution to chemical trivia, Mr. Rugg?
I broke down the chemical formula for sulfonylumoxide.
Well, that must have been some job.
I was in the lab 24 days and nights.
You didn't eat?
I was living on fumes.
You were inhaling your nourishment, were you?
Yes, my nose gained 4 pounds.
And how did you finally break down the formula for sulfonylum oxide?
Well, first I isolated the formula for sulfonyl, H2SO4P.
Yes?
And then I subtracted the formula for emoxide, NaClU.
And subtracting NaClU from H2SO4P gave you?
Pu.
Remarkable. You will go high in chemistry circles, Mr. Rugg. Have you obtained a job yet?
Yes, I'm starting to work tomorrow.
You have found a niche in this busy world where your vast store of chemical knowledge will be called into play?
Yes, I'm to be assistant chemist in full charge of liquid anesthesia.
Where?
At Magee Rosenblum's.
At Magee Rosenblum's? Well, what will you, as an assistant chemist in full charge of liquid anesthesia, do in a nightclub?
I shall mix Mickey Pins.
You will, really? Well, you may not win friends, but you will certainly influence people. Thank you, Mr. Balfour Rugg. The student who took the longest to graduate from a correspondence school is Malachi Kelp. Now, what course did you take, Malachi?
How to play the saxophone in 20 easy lessons.
In 20 easy... Well, how...
20 easy.
That's 40 easy lessons or just 20?
Single 20.
A single 20. Well, how long did it take you to master the 20-lesson course?
20 years.
20 years? Why?
Well, I'm a lighthouse keeper, see?
Yes.
And the supply boat only stops at the lighthouse once a year.
Oh, and that's why...
Yes, sir. After my saxophone came, I had to wait a year for each lesson. It took me 20 years to finish the course.
And now that you have completed this course, what can you play?
One song. Kiss Me Again.
You play that, do you? Fine. And you are going to play, you're going to play it for us tonight, Malachi?
Yes, sir. There was just a minute. I'd like to wet my reed. It's okay.
Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you will now hear a saxophone solo played by a man who has studied his instrument alone in a lighthouse for the past 20 years.
20 years.
All right, Malachi.
Okay. Kiss me again.
Now, wait a minute. What is this?
Something wrong?
Yes, this song isn't all there. You played 4 notes, then you skipped 4 notes.
Well, that's that dang lighthouse.
The lighthouse?
Yeah, the light goes round and round. It's light 1 minute and dark the next.
Well, I know, but how does that,
Well, you see, every time I started to practice, I'd play 4 notes, then the light would swing around, and I'd miss 4 notes. Then the light would come back, and I'd play 4 notes, then the light would go out.
And I hope you will go out now to keep the light company.
Well, it was a horrible experience.
Yes, it was. Thank you, Malachi. As a lighthouse musician, I know you will bring home the beacon. And now, last and by all... Quiet, please. We've got things to do here. And now, last and by all means least, a young lady who was outstanding in her class, Miss Bubbles Rappaport. And your alma mater, Bubbles?
I'm graduating Mrs. Rabinowitz's finishing but positively school.
You were the moving spirit in the class of 1940, Bubbles?
Socially, I'm excelling. Studying, I'm surpassing.
You studied languages, did you?
Nasty pa?
Nasty pa?
This is French.
Oh, I see.
French, I'm speaking like a pheasant.
I sense the foul inflection as you proceed.
Sic transcript Gloria Rooney.
Well, what is that?
This is Latin, also a language.
Oh, is it really? I don't get around much. I wouldn't know.
Well, Latin, I am talking like a laugh.
Well, you, at school, you belong to all the sororities, of course.
Of course. Sigma Kaplan. Alpha Felfa. And Delta Schmelta.
Well, something tells me that you were the life of the graduation exercises, Bubbles.
Of course. I am the baccalaureate.
Really?
I am the valedictorian. And personally, I am reciting the class poem, which by a coincidence I am writing personally.
Well, that is a coincidence, isn't it? Tell me, what was the title of your class poem, Bubbles?
Was willst du, girls of 1940?
How does it go?
Was willst du, girls of 1940, as out into the world you go? Some to Scranton, some to Oakland, some to Cleveland, Ohio. Girls, will you go into business? Will you travel? Take a tour? Will you turn to monkey business? Thinking of l'amour, toujours. Was willst du, girls of 1940? Facing life, don't play the fool. Let our motto be Eureka! Girls of Rabinowitz finishing but positively school.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs raid the hit parade of 1890 and sing for you their version of My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean. Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to open what we believe to be the first museum of the air. So if you'll all stand back, please, we'll officially christen it by gently tapping this bottle of water on the cornerstone. The museum is now open and wet. And here we have the finest collection of vanishing Americans extant. Straight ahead of you is Lo, the Poor Indian. You'll notice our vanishing Americans are all wired for sound. Now, over here to the left is the village blacksmith. And over there you see the man and woman who don't know.
Who don't know what, Fred?
Who don't know why they should take care of their gums as well as their teeth, Harry.
Well, because they certainly belong in your museum, Fred, because those Americans are vanishing rapidly. Because thanks to the educational work that's being done by dentists and modern school teachers, more and more people every day are realizing the value and the necessity of healthy gums to sound teeth. And we're mighty proud of the part Ipana toothpaste is playing in that education. You see, Ipana is designed to do more than just clean and brighten your teeth. For when used with massage, it stimulates and helps strengthen your gums. And that's very important. Many modern dentists say,
when our gums are tender and soft, our teeth are seldom bright and sparkling. And the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays do not give our gums the exercise and stimulation they need.
Thank you. Peter and all the cads have just given you the Reader's Digest version of Copenhagen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight...
Hello.
Oh, hello. Hello, Portland. I didn't hear you come in.
No, my new shoes are pretty quiet. They're wedgies.
Wedgies, huh?
Huh?
Those are the new shoes with the built-in fallen arches, aren't they? The wedges.
Yes. The girls are going round with bigger heels this summer.
Well, so I see by the gossip columns. I've noticed that. Tell me, what have you been doing since you came to Hollywood, Portland?
Well, Mom and I have been playing a new game.
Really? What game?
Well, every night, as soon as it gets dark, Mom and I go out and look up at the sky.
Yeah?
And there are always big white searchlights going back and forth.
I see.
Then Mom and I get in the Ford and drive like 60 to where the lights are.
Well, where does the game come in?
Every night the white lights are someplace different. It's a surprise.
Oh, I see.
One night it was Earl Carroll's nightclub opening.
Yeah?
The next night it was a theater opening. Then it was a fish market closing.
The lights still, huh? Well, that is quite a game.
Yes. And last night, Mom and I saw yellow lights in the sky.
Was that a Charlie Chan opening, the yellow lights?
No, it was a garage on fire.
Well, that broke the monotony of all those openings anyway. Tell me, what do you and your mother do at these affairs?
Oh, we just do what everybody else does.
And what is that?
We go, oh, and ah, and get pushed around by the police.
Yeah? And then?
Then, when the lights go out, we go home with the crowd.
You mean you go to all of these openings and you never go into the theaters or the nightclubs?
Does something else go on inside, too?
Oh, no, nothing. Only $8 million productions. But, oh, never mind. Forget the whole thing or any part of it at your own discretion. Now, what about our guest tonight?
Oh, I didn't get his name, but I think it's that man over there.
Oh, are you the guest star, mister?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, step right over here, brother.
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you.
May I ask your name?
Benny. Jack Benny.
I see. Benny, as in Benny Goodman?
No, Benny as in Benny Happy Returns of the Day.
And your first name, you say, is Jock, young man?
No, not Jock. It's Jack.
Oh.
Jack as in what I'm not getting here tonight.
Are you a local boy, Mr. Benny? I mean, do you live here, do you?
Oh, no, Mr. Allen. My home is in Waukegan, Illinois.
Waukegan,
yeah.
Illinois. Very interesting. That's 35 miles from Chicago, isn't it?
It's 36 2/3 to be exact.
Well, I've never walked from Waukegan to Chicago. I wouldn't know.
I have, and I do.
What is your occupation, Mr. Benny?
Pardon
me. Would you mind stepping just a little closer to the microphone, Mr. Benny?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I don't know much about this radio game.
Well, it's nothing to be nervous about, son. We have the same trouble with amateurs every week here. Now, tell me, Mr. Benny, what is your occupation?
I'm a second violinist.
A second violinist. With what orchestra, may I ask?
I was formerly with the Waukegan Philharmonic, Mr. Allen.
Oh, the Waukegan Philharmonic?
Yes, sir.
You specialized in chamber music, did you?
We had our own chairs. We could play any place.
And made it more comfortable that way, didn't it?
Really, yes.
And you say you were the second violinist in this versatile group?
Yes, sir.
Just a little closer to the microphone, Mr. Benny.
Excuse me, I seem to get it.
Well, you will in time. It takes time like everything. Now, tell me, Mr. Benny, we want your frank opinion. You don't mind, do you?
Not at all, Mr.
You'll
Allen.
speak frankly to us tonight?
I really do, yes.
Tell us, is there a difference between the first and second violinist?
Oh, yes, Mr. Allen. You see, the second violinist convoys the first violinist through the score. And any notes the first violinist misses in his pizzicatos, the second violinist plays.
Mighty interesting.
Isn't it, though? Isn't it?
Now, as the second violinist in the Waukegan Philharmonic, were you kept pretty busy, were you?
Oh, yes. You see, our first violinist only had one finger on his left hand. He used to miss everything.
After he had given the violin part the finger,
I would follow through.
Well, are you still with the Waukegan Philharmonic, Mr. Bennett?
No, after playing Chocolate Soldier for 15 years, I felt I was getting in a sweet rut.
You did?
So I went into vaudeville.
Vaudeville?
Yes.
Now you're standing too close to the microphone.
I'm so sorry.
Just step back a trifle.
Oh, of course. Sorry. I just don't seem to get the hang of it, do I?
No, you don't. You're slow to catch on, I must say. And with it all, you're so light on your feet, you're here 1 minute and there the next, you know. Now, getting back...
I wish you wouldn't ad-lib, Mr. Allen. I'm on a vacation, and I don't want to have to think.
How can you tell when you're on a vacation, Mr.
Shall we continue?
No, let's not. I spoke to the man in KFOG. We can buy 15 minutes and go over there later for the rest of the show. But getting back to vaudeville, Mr. Benny, did you enjoy your career in vaudeville?
Yes, it was fun until I had to leave.
You had to leave vaudeville, Mr. Benny. You had to leave. Why?
I left the vaudeville, Mr. Allen, because a certain juggler killed it.
You were no iron lung yourself. Now tell us, where were you when vaudeville died?
I was in Santa Monica. So I came east to Hollywood and went into the picture business.
You went into the picture business.
Yes,
now, in what branch of the motion picture business did you engage? Ushering or marquee tinkering or something of that sort?
Neither. I started as an actor, defied the trends, and I'm still an actor today.
That is one man's opinion, Mr. Benny?
Two men's. I have an agent, you know.
A super salesman, I wager. Well, tell me, Mr. Benny, what sort of roles do you play in pictures?
He-Man. I've been typed.
Really? Whoever typed you should have changed the ribbon.
Awfully good.
Yes, it was. I thought it surprised me coming in the middle of a dank spot there. It was outstanding. Now tell me, Mr. Benny, in which of your pictures do you feel you reached your peak, if peak?
Well, I would say in Buck Benny Rides Again. Yes. The way I handled my horse in that chase sequence. They say the Lone Ranger fainted 3 times at the preview.
Now, there's one question I would like to ask you about your cowboy roles, Mr. Benny.
I have nothing to hold back, Mr. Allen.
Well, tell me, now, when you were mounted on your horse, have you ever turned around, looked down, and had the illusion that you were looking into a mirror?
No, Mr. Allen. I'd say the view was about the same as the one I'm enjoying right now.
You're still too close to the microphone. You don't have to snap at it. It's not a lollipop, you know.
Pardon me, I have the same trouble in the movies. I'm always getting too close to the camera.
Yes, you get in the pictures. I've seen you in them. Now, before you go, tell us, have you any immediate plans for your cinema future?
Well, I know I'm letting the cat out of the bag, but I'm going to make a new picture for Paramount.
Oh, another trailer? A spring trailer? Well, bully for you, old man. What is your new picture going to be called?
All This and Benny, too.
A novel title, something you coined yourself on the lot, I imagine. Well, tell me, what other stars are going to be in this picture with you, Mr. Benny?
Well, there's Mary Martin, lovely girl, Mary.
Oh, charming. But Mary's a girl. Isn't there another male star involved?
Possibly Phil Harris. And Rochester, of course.
Well, isn't that peculiar? I heard a rumor that a certain popular radio comedian, a handsome devil, is to be in this picture with you.
Isn't that Portland Hoffa over there?
Never mind that. Who else is going to be in that picture?
Gosh, she's pretty.
Don't beat around the bush, Benny. Is it or is it not true that a dynamic radio comedian is going to co-star with you in this new Paramount picture?
If you must know, they are trying to palm off a certain louse on me.
protean artist in mind. Well, Mr. Benny, aren't you just a little bit afraid that this dynamic radio personality might steal your picture?
This louse hasn't stolen anything but his salary for 20 years. Don't get me started, Alan. I'll knock you so far down in those pants you'll think you're wearing knickers.
That's which? Oh, yeah? If I start throwing punches, Benny, your nose will go back and forth across your face so fast, you'll think you're smelling a pendulum.
Now, hold on, Alan! One move out of you, Alan, I'll hit you on the back of the head and buck your teeth.
You're still a little too close to the microphone, Mr. Benny.
Oh, darn it. When will I ever learn?
I often wonder. Well, thank you a lot for this little visit, Mr. Benny. It's certainly been nice getting the lowdown on the lowest lowlife we've ever had on our program.
And I've certainly enjoyed this bit of slumming, too.
Well, good luck to me in your new picture, Mr. Benny.
Thank you, and good luck to me in yours. Good night, Pun.
Good night, Rat. Thank you. Oh, now, wait a minute. This isn't vaudeville. He can't come back. You are. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Betty Jane Rhodes, who needs no introduction, really, because Betty Jane was introduced here last week. But just in case you weren't listening, meet Miss Betty Jane Rhodes, who is here to sing All God's Children.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ipana toothpaste will not make any woman the belle of the ball overnight. Ipana toothpaste will not get any man a promotion the very next morning after he first uses it. No dentifrice in the world will do that. But if you're looking for a toothpaste that will make your teeth a lot cleaner and brighter, a toothpaste that will leave your mouth clean and refreshed, this is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where three persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. These little sessions are entirely unrehearsed. Fred has taken his place, I believe, at the round table.
I was talking to Miss Livingston, really, Harry.
Oh, is Mary here?
If you're going to be
well, let's have we should have applause for Mary.
I didn't see you there, Mary. I'd have asked you to join our little board of discussion here. But since you're not here, we'll run the board short-handed, as it were. Portland, if you will kindly open the... Good evening. I'm sorry. Portland, if you will kindly open the forum through introducing our first guest.
Yes, Mr. Dario Sabatello from Hollywood, California.
Well, good evening, Mr. Sabatello.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Is this gentleman with you? Are you with Mr. Sabatello?
I'm taking care of him.
Oh, you're taking care of Mr. Sabatello. So nice of you to come with your secretary, Mr. Sabatello. But tell him... Mister, those agency men are all over. Tell me, are you in the business here in Hollywood?
Well, I am the assistant to the head of a foreign department in the Warner Brothers studio.
Oh, for handling publicity for for pictures that are released in foreign countries?
Yes.
I see. Well, is that business very thriving today? Is it? How do they do with some of those pictures now, where the money isn't good outside of the borders of the country? Do they pay for their picture rentals and commodities?
Well, not yet, Mr. Allen.
It hasn't come to that yet.
We hope it will never come to that.
Well, no, it would be rather embarrassing if you were working in that department and received your salary in commodities, wouldn't it? If barter set in.
Should say so.
And you went over to Warner some Saturday and they gave you a due bill on the farmer's market for... Well, thank you a lot, Mr. Sabatello. And now, Portland.
Miss Marjorie Levy from Los Angeles, California.
Well, good evening, Miss Levy.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Are you in pictures, are you?
No, I'm not. I go to school.
Oh, you go to school here? Well, it's so difficult to tell in Hollywood who is going to school and who is in pictures. What school? You go to college, do you?
Yes, I go to UCLA
UCLA, University of California.
at Los Angeles.
Did you graduate this year, did you?
No, I just started. I'm going to be a sophomore next year.
You're going to be a sophomore next year? Well, good. Tell me, what are you studying in college? What do you hope to be when you get out of college?
Well, I don't know. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, you're just going on speculation for 4 years and see how it turns out? Well, aren't you studying any particular thing while you're there?
Well, I take an English major, but I don't know how it's going to turn out.
Oh, you take an English major? Do they have English majors there for the girls? Well, of course, if you... that would tend to lead you towards a course in journalism, majoring in English. If you were going in the theater, you would major in bows, naturally. Well, thank you. I'm sorry, I haven't time to plan your career for you, Marjorie, but I know you don't mind, do you? No. Now, Portland?
Mr. James Rowland from Shenandoah, Pennsylvania.
Oh, from Shenandoah, Pennsylvania, Mr. Rowland. You're from
Yes,
Shenandoah?
yes, Mr.
What are you doing here in Hollywood, may I ask?
Why, I'm out here for my health, Mr. Allen.
Well, you look healthier than I do. I'm out here and thinking of going someplace else for my health. Well, that brings us to our question. You don't mind, do you, Mr. Rowland?
Not at
And
all.
tonight we discuss, I'm a little pressed for time, as I always am. We discuss a condition that has received considerable attention in the newspapers in recent months. Many authorities claim that the American home is disintegrating and that the rise in juvenile crime and delinquency is the fault of parents who fail to center the child's interests in the family and in the home. Now, next month, in certain areas here around Los Angeles, a curfew law is going into effect, and all children under 16 will be required by law to be in their homes by 9 p.m. Now, our question tonight is, do you think that the curfew law should be made nationwide and children under 16 in every city be kept in their homes after 9 p.m.? Now, Mr. Sabatello, how do you feel about it?
Absolutely, I agree, Mr. Allen.
You are in favor of the curfew law, are you?
Yes.
Well, why? Do you think that it will make for better home life around the country?
Sure, I think so.
Keep children home and instill their interest in the home, the parents, and the family hearth. Is that it?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
It is. You just don't want to have the curfew blow just to hear the thing blow, do you? I mean, no self. Well, how do you feel about it, Miss Levy?
Well, I don't think that there should be a curfew law all over the United States.
You don't?
No, because girls between 14 and 16 are just beginning to go out. I don't think it's fair.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You have until 9 o'clock, according to the curfew law we have here. Now, wouldn't you rather sit at home with your family at night than to go out to a moving picture and spend 2 or 3 hours with the Hardy family? Wouldn't you?
No.
You would? Well, I would hate to be home when you arrive home tonight, Marjorie. There'll be a little difficulty getting in, I'm sure. Well, how do you feel about the curfew law, Mr. Rowland?
I approve.
You approve of the curfew law. Well, I'm afraid I have to, our committee stands, and I'm firmly convinced that since all of us are still sitting here where we were when we started, we have gotten no place at all tonight. Personally, I don't know whether a curfew law would help or not. I have enough trouble with my own family and Benny without butting into other people's business. Now, after this curfew discussion tonight, I will be lucky if some kid doesn't hit me over the head as I'm going home later this evening. On this note of cranial trepidation, our forum is closed, and thank you all a lot for your kind help. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs sing for you a number called La Paloma from the cigar of the same name. Now, the mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight they present for you a dilemma of the movie studios called The $1 Million Smile, or The Tooth Will Out. Playback, Maestro.
Attention, all departments, Titanic Pictures. Mr. Allen leaving story conference on way to see Rushes. Stand by.
Attention, all departments, Titanic Pictures. Mr. Allen leaving Rushes on way to water cooler to take aspirin. Stand by.
Attention, all departments, Titanic Pictures. Mr. Allen can't find Dixie Cup on way to office.
Good morning, Miss Cast.
Good morning, F.A.
What became of the Studio Dixie Cup, Miss Cast?
It's on stage A. One of the dancing girls fainted.
Gad, what a studio. 400 employees and one Dixie Cup.
Well, you said to cut down expenses, didn't you?
Yes, I did. And one Dixie Cup for 400 people is plenty. Now, I want that Dixie Cup chained to the water cooler.
But suppose an actor faints.
If an actor faints, he can be carried to the water cooler. We've got plenty of actors, but only one Dixie Cup.
This economy wave is going too far.
Too far? I haven't even started yet. Take a memo. All pictures in production must be reduced. I want my new epic, Hurricane over Hollywood, cut down to Breeze over Brentwood. Call in Grapes of Wrath and remake it with raisins.
Bromley reporting, F.A.
Check, Bromley. Have you worked out those sequel titles, Bromley?
Yes, sir, I've got them right here.
Fine. Now, what is the sequel title for that picture, I Take This Woman?
You Can Have Her.
Very good. The sequel for You Can't Take It With You?
Don't Leave It Here.
20 Mule Team?
Whoa!
You've done a great job, Bromley.
Thank you, sir. I can find a sequel to anything, you know, sir.
Fine. Well, well, you can find a sequel to this job, Bromley. You're fired.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye. What was that?
You're fired, Bromley.
Oh, goodbye.
Well, Bromley should get himself a finish if he comes in again. Well, that cuts $28.50 off the payroll, Miss Cass.
Oh, the receivers won't be satisfied with that.
The receivers. Titanic isn't bankrupt yet. I have one picture in production that will pull us through. It's a revolutionary idea.
Really?
It's sensational. I have got a new biographical slant, Miss Cass. Now, the other companies who made Pasteur, Al, Graham Bell, Lily Russell, and the others waited until these people had passed away. Now, Titanic is making a part of a celebrity's life while the celebrity is still living.
What's the name of your picture?
Young Don Amici. I am doing the first part of Don Amici's life, hot from his diary. I'll do the rest of Don Amici's life in installment as he lives it according to our contract.
Who's starring in the picture?
Titanic's child sensation, Little Mickey Fink. The boy with the $1 million smile.
Oh, he has a beautiful smile.
Oh, Mickey Fink's smile is box office adrenaline, Miss Cass. When Mickey skins that china in Young Don Amici, Titanic's ship will be in. If that's young Dr. Kildare, tell him to leave a pint of blood.
Sorry to bother you, F.A.
Well, Uncle Felix, my B director, what's wrong?
I gotta have 6,000 extras right away to finish my picture.
6,000 extras to finish what picture?
That scenario I found on your desk. I'm making it. It's full of mob scenes.
Mob scenes?
Yes. In the first scene, there are 200 characters named Adams. In the second scene, 300 named Brown. In the third scene, 1,500 people named Cohen.
1,500 people named Cohen? What story is that?
I found it on your desk.
Let me see that scenario.
Yeah.
Gad, you idiot. You've shot the first 30 pages of the Hollywood telephone book.
Gee, it looked like a great story.
You'll pay for this, you simpleton. You may be my uncle, but you're...
Fired?
Yes. Turn in your suede jacket and beret to the front office.
Yeah, Chief. Republic, here I come.
Dad, blood may be thicker than water, but it isn't thicker than relatives. I'll be glad when young Don Amici is finished and Titanic's troubles are over.
You mean I'm going to start getting paid again?
The minute young Don Amici is in the can, we'll all be out of the bucket. Why, with that kid's $1 million smile, this picture will clean up.
This is the score that is breaking my back.
I'm the star of the picture.
I am quitting.
Go ahead and quit.
I am tearing you limb from limb.
Oh,
Here, boys, here. Von Bernberg. You, Mickey Fink. Why aren't you two finishing young Don Amici?
Well, Von Bernberg is directing. The kind here is refusing to act.
This greaseball is close-up happy.
Don't get cocky, Mickey. Remember, you're only a child star. I can loan you out as an errand boy, you know.
I'll get a longer run as an errand boy than I'll get in your pictures.
You see, that's how he is, F.A. Snippy like a scissors yet.
Never mind that. What is holding up our picture to young Don Amici?
What's holding up? The Doomkopf is holding up. In the very scene, what happens? He is not smiling.
He is not smiling?
No.
Why, that $1 million smile is your trademark, Mickey. Why, without your smile, Young Don Amici is ruined.
I know, F.A. I'm doing the best I can.
Yeah. I am directing him to smile. He is making with the mouth via an oboe player like that. Ooh.
Mickey, you have got to smile. Now, if you... Watch it, Vaughn. If you don't finish this picture, Mickey, Titanic is ruined.
But I can't smile, F.A.
You can't smile. Why? Has your mother told you your salary, son?
No, it's not money.
Well, then come, Mickey. Let's see you smile. Skin those lovely fangs.
If I smile, you'll be sorry.
Oh, come on, Tyke. Smile.
All right.
Gad, your mouth, Mickey.
I told you.
Himmel, was is los with the tootses?
I can't smile. My first teeth are coming out.
Gad, molar senility is setting in. How many teeth have you got left, Mickey?
Only one. Look.
One tooth, done no better.
Your gums look like an elk wearing a red vest.
You're telling me. And this one tooth is only hanging by a thread.
This is a bicuspid calamity, boys. How much of young Don Amici is shot?
One scene more only, and the picture is finished.
We've got to make this final scene instantly, Vaughn. What a business. The future of a picture studio hanging by a tooth.
Yeah.
I can't have that.
Don't talk down the mouth. Don't speak.
Don't even breathe, Junior. What stage are you working on, Vaughn?
Stage B.
Well, come on, Mickey. Let's go.
Hold the lips together, Mickey.
Don't even pucker, son. A single twitch may be fatal.
Here we are, stage B.
Hello and quiet, everybody. We've got to shoot this final scene with little Mickey Fink right away. On the set, Cass.
Okay, sound?
Okay.
All set, camera.
Okay. What is this fade-out scene, von Bernberg?
Well, young Don Amici is leaving his hillbilly home to become an actor.
Yes?
His father and mother object, but Don whistles for his dog and down he goes. As we are fading out, Junior turns to the camera, gives out with that $1 million smile, and walks over the hills towards Hollywood.
Sure fire. Let's go.
Okay, everybody. Okay, hold on, camera. Action, Mickey. Make us give.
Goodbye, Pa and Ma Amici.
Where are you off to, Danny boy?
I'm going to Hollywood, Pappy. I'm going to be a movie actor.
You mean one of them dudes with shoes?
You bet, Ma. You're going to hear from Don Amici. First thing I'm getting is a swimming pool.
Swimming pool? That's done it, son.
You ain't mad, Pa?
Darn hopping I'm mad. Any boy who's that crazy about water ain't no son of mine. You can get.
I'm getting. So long, Ma.
Don't forget your dog, son.
That's right. Where's Samson? Come, dog. Come, Samson. Samson! It's Samson!
What's wrong here?
My one tooth! It's gone!
Your tooth is out?
Yes! When I whistled, it blew out. Where is it?
Here it is on the floor here.
Yeah, this is terrible. The $1 million smile is ruined. Young Don Amici a fiasco. Titanic is sunk.
Only 2 more lines and the picture would have been finished.
Just a minute. How long will it take your stand-in teeth to grow in, Mickey?
6 months.
I can't hold up young Don Amici for 6 months. Why, wait a minute. Gad, I've got it.
What, Duffy?
False teeth.
False teeth?
False teeth?
Yes, false teeth. With false teeth, Mickey, your $1 million smile will be saved.
But I can't wear false teeth. My gums are sore.
Only for 2 minutes, then the picture is finished.
Yes, Mickey, you've got to come through. What do you say, son?
Sure. I'll be a sport. But where do we get the false teeth?
I will order them right away.
We can't wait for that. No. I've got it, Vaughn. Mickey can use my uppers. I'll take them out.
What? Oh, they are looking wunderbar. Slip them in, Mickey. The tooth is so hitting, yeah?
They're a little big.
Oh, wonderful. Look at that smile.
I can't close my mouth.
Who will know? Now you can smile that $1 million smile. We are finishing the picture. F.A., but how did you think of it? What strategy?
Strategy will always save the situation. Let's go, boys.
Ladies and gentlemen, before our preview of next...
Hey, folks, get your book of the broadcast. You'll never know what the show's been about without this book. Hey, folks,
Ladies and gentlemen, before...
All Fred Allen's jokes explained with maps and blueprints. Get your copy now, folks. Hey, folks.
Now, just a minute, my friend, if I may call you that. Is that incendiary literature dedicated exclusively to me?
Oh, no, Mr. Allen. This book covers the entire show, explains everything. One chapter, called What's Wrong with the Theater, is dedicated to the mighty Allen art players. Everything's explained.
Well, tell me, what's the lowdown on Harry Von Zell?
Well, we didn't include him in the book, Mr. Allen, because everything he says is pretty concise and to the point. You know, when he says you ought to take sal hepatica if you start the day off all wrong, that makes sense.
Well, thank you, my unknown friend. And the reason it makes sense is because so many physicians recommend sal hepatica. And because this famous sparkling saline gives you a faster comeback. In the first place, as a laxative, sal hepatica is quick-acting, yet very gentle. In the second place, sal hepatica also helps counteract excess gastric acidity, which chases that sickish feeling fast. So, ladies and gentlemen, get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist, and simply put 2 teaspoonfuls in a glass of water and drink it. See how soon a sluggish, under-par feeling gives way to a brighter, more normal one when you take gentle, quick-acting sal hepatica.
Thank you. We're not a little late, ladies and gentlemen. We're a lot late, so thank you and good night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. 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 This is the National Broad...
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
You going out soon, Mr. Dillon?
It's a little early yet, Chester. Things seem quiet enough. Well, why do you ask?
Well, sir, I thought I might red this office up a little bit when you go.
At night?
Night wasn't made just for sleeping. That's what my mother used to tell us.
Chester, I'll bet you $1 to a dime it was your father that said that.
It was my father who... Well, of course. Did I say my mother? Oh, I sure never meant that. My goodness, no. She didn't believe in doing anything after dark except to read the Bible out loud.
Well, that did you no harm. And anyway, you've more than made up for it since.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, I'm not such a wild one as all that.
I don't know, Chester. Every now and then you get a look in your eye that spells trouble for a pretty girl somewhere.
That's pure talk. You're just pure talk. Hey, what's that?
I don't know, but it's close by. Come on.
There. Look, right in the street.
Yeah, I see him. But there's no one else around. Take a look down the alley, Chester.
Yes, sir.
That's Shaw. Shaw? Shaw, you bad hurt.
Shot me right in the back, Marshal. Must have been in the alley there.
Any idea who it was?
No, sir. None at all. I'm bleeding some, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Well, we better get you right up to Doc's. He can work on you better there. All right, a couple of you men, pick him up and follow me, huh?
All right, yeah. Take it easy, Charlie. All right, you go now. Not too fast. You all right?
Didn't see a thing, Mr. Mr. Dillon. I went right to the end of the alley, but there was nary a soul in sight.
Well, there's no use running around in the dark looking for him now. Maybe Shaw can tell us something after we get him in the docks here.
Yes, sir.
All right, put him on the couch there, huh? Easy with him now.
Doc's not here, Mr. Dillon. I just looked out back.
All right. You men, will you spread out and see if you can find Doc? Try the Alafraganza first.
Yeah, sure. Do something for me, Marshal.
Don't you worry, Shaw. Doc will be here soon, and he's patched up a lot of men worse off than you are.
Is there anything I can do, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, here's his coat. Put it on the chair over there, huh?
All right, sir.
Shaw, do you mind if we talk while we're waiting for Doc?
Well, if you're wanting to know who did it, Marshal, I haven't an enemy in the world to know.
Yeah, I know. But has anybody at all said anything lately or done anything that might have led to this?
No.
Well, did you see him at all?
No, sir. But I did hear him say something about Stone, Marshal. That's all I heard. Stone.
Is that a man's name?
Could be. Anyway, that's all I heard. Maybe thought I was somebody called Stone. I don't know.
Well, I don't know of any Stone. Not around here, anyway.
No. Do you, Shaw?
No, I don't.
I'll see who that is, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, you let me know if there's anything I can do for you, Shaw.
Sure will, Marshal.
Thank you. I'll give it to him. Bye. Fellow found a hat out there, Shaw. Figured it must be yours.
No.
I'll put it over here with your coat.
Is that your hat, Shaw?
Yeah, it's mine, all right.
Hey, they found him, Mr. Dillon. He's coming across the street right now. Hey, Doc! Hey, Doc!
He can't hear you, Chester. The window's closed.
Oh.
Yeah. Come on, let's get out of here. The doc will be right here, Shaw.
So long, Shaw.
So long.
Nice, peaceable fellow. It's a downright shame, that's what it is.
Yeah. But he's right, Chester. He got shot by mistake.
Oh? How come you're so sure, Mr. Dillon?
His hat, for one thing.
His hat?
Yeah, it's the same shape and the same color as mine.
It is?
Yeah. And Shaw and I are built enough alike, we're close enough in size that somebody could possibly make a mistake. Especially at night.
Well, maybe. But that's stretching it some, if you ask me, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, except for one thing. I once knew a man named Stone.
You knew him? You mean he's dead?
Yeah.
Well, if he's dead, then it couldn't have been him.
Stone had a friend by the name of Danch, Chester. It might have been Danch.
But why?
Well, they were both cow thieves down in Matagorda County, it was. One day, Danch found his friend Stone hung from a live oak tree. I haven't seen Danch since that event, but I've heard that he's often sworn publicly that he's going to kill me for it.
Well, did you?
No, Chester. Probably some cattleman caught him using a straight iron and practiced a little quick justice. I wasn't even around.
Oh.
I don't hang people, Chester.
Oh, no, of course not.
Anyway, if that was Danch, he's probably still in Dodge. He'd have heard he shot the wrong man soon enough.
You gonna go look for him, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's better than letting him look for me, Chester. Especially seeing the way he goes about it.
Well, what's he look like? In case I see him first.
He's tall, thin. He's got one mark you can't miss. You're standing on his left side, anyway.
What's that?
He had a fight somewhere, and he got his ear chewed off.
Well, unless he's growed another one, that ought to make him easy enough to spot. I might wander down and see if he's been around the Dodge house any, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. I'm going to make a round to the saloons. I'll be at the Texas Trail last.
Yes, sir.
Sure you don't want a drink, Matt?
No, not tonight, Kitty.
You must be expecting trouble.
Yeah, maybe. Kitty, tell me something. Have you heard the name Danch around here lately?
Dance?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. What's he look like, Matt?
Well, he's a tall man. He's missing an ear.
Oh, yeah. I saw a fellow like that a couple of nights ago. He was in here real late.
Is that so?
Yeah.
You haven't seen him since?
No, but I could ask the other girls.
Hi, Mr. Dillon. Hello, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, you know that cheap rooming house out the edge of town, the one they call the Prairie Dog Hole?
Yeah, what about it, Chester?
Well, sir, I went to every other place, and then I tried it just on a chance. Sure enough, he was there.
You mean you saw him?
Oh, no, sir, he's gone. They said he rode in after dark last night, and he left before dawn. He hasn't been back since, and he took his horse with him.
Yeah.
Yours.
Oh.
I'll put it over here with your coat.
Is that your hat, Shaw?
Yeah, it's mine now.
I think I'll keep sniffing the air just the same. The next afternoon, about sundown, Shaw suddenly died. He hadn't been badly hurt, but as Doc said, you never know how a man's heart will react. Anyway, Shaw, the man without an enemy in the world, was dead. Murdered. And in place of me. That night, I was walking down Front Street thinking about it and wondering why it is that the innocent so often get hurt. And all at once, I had a feeling that I was being followed. I walked on until I reached an alley and then turned into it casually. Once out of sight, I ran halfway down it and ducked behind a rain barrel. Waited. A few seconds later, I knew I'd been right.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me, Marshal.
Well, that depends on you, mister. All right. Now, come on, get up.
Yeah. You got my gun. I'm unarmed. It went off when you jumped me, that's all.
Shut up. And turn around. All right. The jail's right around the corner. Walk ahead of me. And walk careful.
I will. Sure, I will.
All right, that's it. Now open the door and go right on in.
Sure, Marshal.
Who is this, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Who are you, mister?
My name's Lee.
Lee what?
Bill Lee.
All right, Lee. Now, why did you follow me down that alley with a gun in your hand?
Oh, I wasn't following you, Marshal.
No? Well, what were you doing?
Well, I was just... it was dark down there, and I didn't want to take any chances. You know?
All right, Lee. Did you shoot Shaw last night?
Oh, that fella got shot?
Yeah, that's the one.
No, Marshal. Why would I shoot him?
There's no reason. None at all. You made a bad mistake.
Look here, Marshal. You can't drag me in here and accuse me.
Shut up. Now, all I want out of you is one thing. Did Danch hire you to kill me?
You got nothing on me, Marshal. I've never heard of no Danch.
No? All right, lock him up, Chester.
Lock me up? What for?
For lying.
Now, wait a minute. That's illegal.
It sure is.
Not I mean, you can't put me in jail for
You show him what we can do, Chester.
All right, mister. Right through that door. Go on.
I see you tried for this, Marshal. Now, I know my rights.
Lee, the only right you got left is to be hung. And I hope it takes place real soon.
return to the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, a reminder to all vacation-bound Americans. Blood donations fall off in the summertime. Blood is vital to the saving of American lives. Give a pint of blood. Ask anyone who has. It's simple, painless. Make an appointment with your local Red Cross chapter. Give a pint of blood and save a life before you go on your summer vacation. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
There were a lot of men on the frontier who were bad, and some of them were worse than others. But I always felt the rottenest kind was a man like Lee, whose guns could be bought. Every morning, Chester brought him out of his cell, and I questioned him. But he admitted nothing, day after day. And we kept him in jail anyway, and I hoped Danch would hear of it and come into town to do the job himself. But it isn't a good feeling to walk down the street and know that any minute you might get shot in the back. And finally, I got tired of it. I wanted to know where Danch was.
Go ahead, Lee. Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
You're wasting your time, Marshal.
For the last time, Lee. You going to tell me where Danch is?
I've told you 100 times. I don't know Danch.
Where'd he make his deal with you?
I don't know nothing about no deal. I'm an innocent man, Marshal, and as soon as I get out of here, I'm going to write the government about you.
Well, when you do, tell him how you messed up killing me.
I'll tell him nothing. I'll fix you, Marshal.
Yeah, sure. Tell me something, Lee. How does it feel to kill a man for money?
Now look at me, Marshal. Nobody's paid me nothing. Yeah, but what about you? You get paid for shooting people. You get paid regular for it.
Lee, I'm going to hit you right on the head and drag you back to your cell.
Sure. I'm not armed.
And I won't be armed
Now,
either.
wait a minute, Chester. Wait a minute. Just let him be.
But that kind of talk just makes me boil.
Yeah, I know. But I got a better idea of what to do with him.
What?
Now, we're not getting anywhere this way. Lee just isn't going to tell us anything. He's got his mind made up.
I don't know anything, I told you.
So keeping him locked up isn't going to help.
You don't mean that...
Yeah, turn him loose.
Oh, no.
Well, about time.
You can't do that, Mr. Dillon. He'll just try to kill you again the first chance he gets.
Maybe.
But, Mr. Dillon, I don't...
All right, go on, Lee. You're free. Now get out of here.
You really mean it, Marshal?
You heard me. There's your gun. Take it. Don't pick it up by the butt. That's better.
I wouldn't try nothing, Marshal.
You'd die if you did. You're not fast enough to kill me face to face.
No. I wouldn't try. Well, goodbye, Marshal, Chester. I'm leaving. I'm taking the next Santa Fe to Abilene.
So long.
Oh, Lee.
Yeah?
There's just one thing.
What?
You said I get paid for shooting people.
Oh, now, Marshal, I didn't mean nothing.
No, in a way, you're right. Sometimes I have to when there's no other way out.
I understand.
But I won't get paid for shooting you.
What?
No. I figure killing you will be part pleasure and part self-defense.
What are you talking about, Marshal?
Just that.
Why would you want to shoot me?
I don't like men of your kind.
But, Marshal, you can't.
I can't let you get any farther than that boardwalk. I'd be a fool if I did. Now, go on, Lee. Go on out the door. And I'm coming right after you.
No.
I'd feel a lot safer with you dead. Go on now.
I'm staying right here.
All right, then I'll kill you right here. You're armed?
No. I'll give you my gun.
Don't touch it.
Don't kill me, Marshal. Don't kill me. I'll tell you anything you want.
It's too late.
Oh, no, Marshal.
You'll probably lie anyway.
No, I won't. Listen to me. Dance is down the Santa Fe Trail about 75 miles across Cimarron, a place called Wagon Bed Springs.
He is, huh?
Yeah, he's waiting there for me. He's waiting to pay me when
When you kill me, is that right?
I'm not going to kill you, Marshal. No.
Take his gun, Chester, before he changes his mind. He's a pretty brave man.
Sure. Take it here. There. I told you. Let me go now, huh?
You know, Danch isn't going to like your having killed the wrong man and me still walking around in good health, Lee.
I hadn't thought of that. No.
And the law wouldn't like it if I turned a murderer loose. So lock him up, Chester.
You know the way, Lee. Mr. Dillon, you know what that cussed Lee told me just before we left? He said Dance had told him to yell lap for stone when he shot you.
Well, I figured that.
You know, I think he really believed you'd have killed him if he'd walked out of that office.
Cowards are easy to bluff, Chester. Now, when we get to Wagon Bed Springs, I want you to stay out of the way when I find Danch.
Yes, sir, I will. Unless he has friends there.
Yeah.
I suppose he really believes you hung that fella Stone, don't he?
Yeah, it seems that way. All right, let's pull up here, Chester. It's just over the hill there. We'll go on in as soon as it's dark. Wagon Bed Springs boasted a hotel with half a dozen rooms, a restaurant, and 2 saloons, all built of adobe. We're just a stopping point for bull whackers and mule skinners driving their freight wagons along the Santa Fe Trail. And such men didn't carry much money with them. When night came, Chester and I rode in, found a corral for our horses, and scouted the town. Danch wasn't anywhere in sight, so I decided to begin asking questions.
Beer or whiskey, man?
Beer.
Same for me.
Strangers, ain't you?
Yeah. We're supposed to meet a friend here.
Well, look around, mister.
I have. I can't find him.
Yeah. If he's in Wagon Bed Springs, you can find him. There you are.
Thank you.
This ain't a big town like Dodge and them places. Wished it was. You know, I'd like to see Dodge sometime.
Well, that's where my friend may have gone. Maybe you saw him when he passed through here as a tall man, one ear.
Oh?
Calls himself Danch.
Oh, sure. I know him. Yeah, he was here quite a while. But he left. Just yesterday. He's gone to Texas, mister, not Dodge.
Oh, is that so? He tell you that?
That's what he said when he left.
All right. Thanks.
Sure. Staying here long?
Not long. Here's for the beer. We'll be back as soon as we eat.
Good.
Say, did you mean it in there, Mr. Dillon? Are we really going to eat supper again?
Chester, that barkeep said he'd never seen Dodge. Well, he was there last fall. I remember his face.
Well, now, what's he trying
And if he was in Dodge, he knows who I am. Danch is here somewhere, and that barkeep's going to get word to him mighty fast. Here, let's cross the street.
Where are we going?
I will follow him when he goes to tell Danch I'm here. He'll leave as soon as he thinks we're in the restaurant. All right, he won't see us here.
Can I go with you, Mr. Dillon?
If you stay out of the way.
I will, sir.
I'd figured it right. And in a few minutes, the barkeep came out into the street and walked down toward the edge of town. We followed some distance behind until he reached a small adobe hut. And there he knocked and then disappeared inside. The hut had no windows we could see, but I sent Chester around back to make sure. He returned in a moment, and I told him to wait while I went up to the door.
Who's that?
You're trapped, Danch. Come out with your hands up.
All of you here, you fools. I didn't see him. He said he went to supper. I ought to kick him. I got nothing to do with this. I'm getting out of here. Go ahead, get out. Marshal! Marshal, I'm coming out. I ain't even armed, so don't shoot.
Okay. Come on.
Go on. You got to open it more than that, Danch. I can't get out.
All right, keep your hands up. Chester.
I'll take him.
Keep an eye on him.
Come on, you.
I won't do anything. He paid me to warn him, that's all.
Danch. You're in a bad spot. You can rot in there.
I don't suppose you'd give me a fighting chance any more than you gave Stone one, Dillon.
I was in Galveston when Stone got hung, Danch.
That's a lie.
No, it doesn't matter. How come you hired Lee to shoot me? You lost your nerve?
How many cattlemen in Dodge, that's why.
Yeah, I forgot your reputation with cows.
And I don't care how you die anyway.
Yeah, you talk big for a man who's practically buried.
I'm coming out, Dillon. And I'm coming with a gun.
You better not do it, Danch. I'll have to kill you.
I'd hang anyway. And I just might get you.
I backed off around the corner of the hut and waited. Danch opened the door wide, and he suddenly sprang out, a gun ready in each hand, expecting to face me. He stood there for a second before he realized that he'd been trapped again. And then he made his choice and started for the corner of the hut where I was. All right, drop him, Dan.
Dillon?
Okay, Chester.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Well, he tried to kill you, Marshal. It was self-defense, pure and
Oh,
simple.
shut up.
What'll we do with this man, Mr. Dillon?
Let him go, Chester. He's just scum.
All right, sir.
And you bury him, mister. He paid you.
Yes, sir. I'll take care of it.
And if I ever see you in Dodge, you'll go to jail.
Oh, no, sir. I wouldn't be coming in.
Come on, Chester. Let's get out of here.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, and Lou Krugman. Harley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This is the season for people to have letters added to their names as universities award degrees to scholars. Here on CBS Radio, we're having a somewhat similar procedure. This Monday, the letters KQV, WHYN, and KTHS will be added to CBS Radio. Yes, on behalf of our affiliated stations from coast to coast, CBS Radio welcomes to the network where America listens most, station KQV in Pittsburgh, station WHYN, serving the greater Springfield Holyoke area, and radio station KTHS, serving Little Rock, Arkansas. This is Roy Rowan speaking over the CBS Radio Network.
America's favorite miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
And now we bring to you the boss of our program who leaves for California tomorrow, Jack Benny.
That's fine. I'm leaving for California tomorrow, and they're playing Moon Over Miami. Certainly fits. Well, anyway, folks, Jello again.
Say, Jack, I thought you told us last Sunday that you were tired of saying Jello again. Now, can't you get something new?
I could, Don, but you see, I'm identified with it. I mean, every radio artist is known by a line that he's made popular.
Now, what do you mean?
Well, if you were telling a story about radio people, you wouldn't say, Kate Smith and Rudy Valley went over to see Fred Allen and ran into Ed Wynn, who came in with Ben Burney, and so forth and so on.
Well, what would you say, Jack?
You'd say, hello, everybody, and hi-ho, everybody. Went to see Town Hall, and so came in with Yowza. Looked at how am I doing, big boy, and said, I'd like to spend this half hour with you. Then Jello again come in, that's me, Don, and met some beetle who opened up a bottle. You see, you don't have to mention names.
Well, I know, Jack, but how would you get me into that party? I mean, how would they know me?
By the big red letters on your nose.
Go ahead with the program, Jack.
Oh, yes, we've got to get through with this. Here we are, leaving for California tomorrow, and I have to start packing my clothes and everything. Gee, Don, you don't know how things accumulate. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
I hear you're going to California to make a picture. Is that right?
Yes, I am.
Well, I represent the H&H Railroad. You have a company of 9 people, and we can therefore make you a rate.
Well, I was really thinking of going by air.
Well, that's all right. This train is air-conditioned, has air brakes, and goes through Arizona.
That's enough air for anybody, I think.
Oh, not only that, but this is the scenic route. We go right through the Grand Canyon, the greatest sight in the world.
What time do you go through there?
Midnight.
Fine, I'll carry a searchlight. I suppose you go through the Holland Tube at noon.
Oh, yes. Now, we can offer you a summer rate, a specially priced round-trip ticket, good from May 25th till May 27th.
Oh, it expires before I get to California.
Well, yes, if you want to get technical.
Oh. Well, I'll let you know. You see, I might want to drive out there.
All right, Mr. Benny, but if you change your mind, our road will take care of you. Remember, the H&H Railroad.
What road is that?
Hoboken and Hollywood.
Oh. Well, I'll remember that.
Thank you. If you decide to use our road, Mr. Benny, I'd advise you to get a round-trip ticket.
Why?
Your picture might be bad.
Some encouragement, huh?
Hello, Jack. Who is that fellow?
Oh, just a railroad agent. He wants us to take their road to California.
Not me. I've already got my ticket. I'm going by way of Bermuda.
Mary, Bermuda's in the Atlantic Ocean and California's on the Pacific.
It is. I'll kill that salesman.
Well, Mary, are you glad you're going back to the coast?
Yeah, and you know, Jack, I'd like to stop off at Chicago and see the World's Fair.
The World's Fair. That closed up 2 years ago.
I told you it wouldn't last.
Are you all packed and ready to go?
Yes? Come in.
Pardon me, I understand you folks are going to California, is that right?
Yes, yes. What do you want?
Well, I represent the Nervous Aircraft Company. Why don't you fly there?
Why don't you fly there?
You're making a picture, not me.
Oh.
Now, here's a photograph of one of our planes. Look at those seats. Get that swimming pool.
A swimming pool on a plane? Then who are those girls?
They're in the floor show.
Well, that ought to be a pleasant trip.
Not only that, but did you ever see it rain up at you?
Rain up at me?
Yes, we go over some of the most beautiful clouds you've ever seen.
Oh, I suppose I'll have to stand in an umbrella. How long does it take to make the trip?
We guarantee to get you to California in 18 hours or more.
What do you mean, 18 hours or more?
Well, you generally get stuck in Kansas for a few days.
Say, Jack, maybe you can make your picture in Kansas.
Yeah. Well, sir, I'll think it over and let you know.
Okay, when you make up your mind, give us a call.
Hey, wait a minute. What type of airplane is that?
A tri-motor.
A tri-motor, huh?
Yes, we try and can't get it off the ground.
Well, when you do, give me a ring. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Mary, why does California have to be so far away?
They ought to do something about it in Washington instead of sitting there.
But they can't change the country around.
Nothing fits. Why don't they put South Dakota down south where it belongs?
Well, for that matter, look where North Carolina is.
Yeah, and what's West Virginia doing in the east?
I don't know.
And another thing, Jack. Why
what?
Wyoming, and don't bother me.
Well, you started it. I didn't say anything. Come in.
Pardon me, folks, but I understand that you're going to California. Is that right?
Yes, Wilson. What line do you represent? Here it comes.
Jell-O, and be sure to get a round-trip ticket with stopovers at strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Well, and do you go through Kansas?
And even Can says that Jell-O is the largest-selling gelatin dessert in the world, and every day millions of people eat it.
Pun my word. Play, John. That was Kenny Biker singing No Regrets with Johnny Grind playing the accompaniment.
Kenny Biker?
Yes, Kenny, that's what they call you in England. Do you know anything about London?
Sure, he's the governor of Kansas, isn't he?
That's Landon. What are you laughing at, Mary?
Landon bridges falling down, falling down.
Quiet.
All right. Say, Jack, here's a fan letter for you. Just came by special delivery.
A fan letter?
Mm-hmm.
It's from right here in New York, too, the Bronx. See, it says, Dear Mr. Benny. Have been listening to you with mine children week after week, and the way you talk all the time about Hollywood is a shame. All right, so Hollywood is nice, but what's the matter with New York? The way you leave out New York from your programs is very ignoring. All we hear from you is Hollywood, Hollywood. All right, so they make pictures there, but who looks at them? It's us. I wonder if I'm reading this right. So I'm asking, why don't you talk about New York once in a while? Signed, Mrs. Luxian Zoop. P.S. Fair. You know, Mary, she's right. Here's a city of 7 million people, and we've completely ignored it.
Yeah, let's do something that'll put New York on the map.
Absolutely. Say, Kenny, before you came east, did you ever hear of New York?
No, Jack. My father didn't tell me anything until I was 21.
And how many more children are there around in the country like that? So immediately after the next number, ladies and gentlemen, we will show you New York City, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, where men are men and women are fan dancers. The Gay White Way. Play, John.
Green and his boys coming to you from the Paradox Cafe, Broadway and 49th Street, New York. Don't forget our $12 dinners and no cover charge.
Hey, driver, let me off here at 47th and Broadway. I want to see the old gang again.
Here.
Ah, good old Broadway. Look at those lights. And there's the Palace. Gee, I remember years ago when I played here on the bill with W.C. Fields, Fanny Brice, Walter Houston, and Shirley Temple. Ah, those were the good old days. Oop, here's one of my pictures playing at the Palace now. Ah, what crowds passing the Palace. Here comes my pal, George M. Cohan. Hello, Georgie.
Hiya, Rudy.
No excuse for that in these bright lights.
Hey, buddy, can you spare a dime for a cup of coffee?
Are you sure it's coffee?
Honest, mister.
Well, here's 40 cents in case you change your mind.
Thanks, you little mind reader. So long.
That schnozzle can't fool me. Nope, I'm wrong. There he goes into the automat. Think I'll drop in myself, see if I can find some of my old pals.
Hello, Jack, old boy.
Hiya, Tom.
What are you doing these days, Jack?
I'm on the radio.
Glad to hear it. So long.
So this is the automat. Say, miss, let me have a quarter's worth of nickels.
Here you are.
And I guess I'll get a cup of coffee. This must be the coffee slot.
Number, please.
What's that?
That's a telephone slot. What are you trying to get?
Donuts. I'm really not used to this place. Where do you get the coffee, miss?
Walk down 4 slots till you get to the custard. Turn to your right, and it's 3 slots past the cheese.
Thanks.
Shall I call a taxi?
No, I'll walk.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing here?
Hello, Mary. I just dropped over to see some of the old gang. What are you doing here?
I came over to eat, too. Where's the coffee slot?
Right there.
Give me a nickel, will you, Jack?
Here. Gee, what happened?
I forgot to put my cup under it.
Here's another nickel.
You better make it a dime this time.
Why?
I want to get a New England boiled dinner.
Here, Mary, get what you want, and I'll meet you over at the 4th table.
All right. Oh, miss, where's the ham?
You were just talking to him.
Oh, gee, that's good. You ought to be on our program.
Pardon me. Is this seat taken?
No, sit right down. Say, aren't you Jack Benny?
Yes, I am.
Well, pass the salt.
Here.
What are you doing now, Mr. Benny?
I'm leaving for California tomorrow to make a picture.
California?
Yes.
Well, I represent the Rolling Steamship Company. Why not go by way of the Panama Canal? 17 days of relaxation.
I see you roll, and I lean over the rail and relax.
Why, there's nothing so soothing as an ocean trip. And look at the rates. $170, including meals. Pass the ketchup.
Here you are.
Is this seat taken?
No, sit down, Mary. What did you get?
Chicken pie. They were all out of apple.
Oh, Mary, this is Mr.
Pass the vinegar.
This is Mr. Pass the Vinegar. He wants us to go by steamer through the Panama Canal.
Not me. I always get seasick.
But this goes through the canal.
Canals make me sick, too.
Oh, why don't you go home?
I get homesick, too.
Well, how about it, Mr. Benny?
I don't know. 17 days is too long, and I have to broadcast next Sunday.
Oh, that's too bad.
If I change my mind, where can I always reach you?
At the coffee slot.
Don't forget to put a cup under it.
Come on, Mary. Let's get out of here before any of our friends see us.
Hello, Jack.
Uh-huh. It's Kenny Baker. Make believe we're looking for somebody.
Say, what are you folks doing here?
We're looking for somebody.
Me, too. I'm looking for the bean slot.
Hey, Kenny, don't tell the gang you saw us here.
Oh, you know me, Jack. In one slot and out the other.
See you later.
Oh, Jack, look. There's Johnny Green and his orchestra.
Where?
At the water fountain. I guess Johnny's treating.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Jolly.
Well. Fancy meeting you here.
Oh, I just came in to see some of the old faces I used to know.
I came in to get some atmosphere for a song I'm writing.
Don't forget to put a cup under it.
Johnny, don't say anything to Wilson. He thinks I eat at the Ritz.
Okay.
Oh, miss, let me have some nickels, please.
How many?
6. Where are the Jell-O slots?
Down there where that crowd is.
Thank you. Oh, hello, Jack.
Hello, Wilson. Say, Don, come here a minute, will you?
All right, I won't tell anybody.
Oh, Jack. Jack, look who's coming in.
Pardon me, Miss Missy. Is this the Automax?
Yes.
Well, give me some nickels, please.
Here you are.
They're stuck together.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers, Don Amici, and Charles Winninger in A Free Soul. Lux presents Hollywood. Our sponsors, believing that this program is the best means of showing you their appreciation of your loyalty to Lux, tonight bring you Ginger Rogers, Don Amici, Charles Winninger, and Jack Arnold in another great play. You will also hear from Mr. William A. Brady, distinguished Broadway producer, and Adrian, world-famous designer of motion picture styles. Conducting our music is Louis Silvers. And our entire presentation is under the direction of your celebrated host, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Missourians are noted for caution and thoroughness, and Ginger Rogers was born in a Missouri town called Independence. It may be the combination that enables her to do what other girls find impossible. She scored first on the screen as a comedienne, then as the most enchanting of all screen dancers, and her recent performance in Stage Door marks her as one of the most accomplished and delightful actresses in Hollywood. A small girl with golden hair and green eyes, Ginger likes ice cream sodas and has installed a complete soda fountain in her new Beverly Hills home. She also likes roller skating, knitting, and saving old wrapping paper. I think I can safely say that it was the Lux Radio Theater that gave Ginger one of her first important opportunities at drama, when a year ago we presented her in The Curtain Rises. She's currently starred for RKO in Having Wonderful Time, and tonight enacts the role of Jan in Willard Mack's melodrama, A Free Soul. Tonight also brings to fulfillment what has long been an ambition of ours, to see Don Amici before our microphone. A radio favorite for several years, he's outstanding in an ever-increasing group of Hollywood stars who are coming to the screen by way of the air. We hear Don as Ace Wilfong, and we're especially happy to present as Stephen Ash, that superb character actor, as famous on the air as he is on the stage and in films, Charles Winninger. Jack Arnold is heard as Dwight Sutro. With this thumbnail introduction to our stars, let's raise the curtain and get to the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents A Free Soul, starring Ginger Rogers, Don Amici, and Charles Winninger. The smallest big town in the world, the city of San Francisco. It's late afternoon, and Market Street in the business section is jammed with a tangled mass of traffic, jockeying for position, tooting impatiently at the delay. Suddenly, a long blue roadster sweeps from a side street, skids recklessly beneath the nose of an oncoming truck, and rounds the corner on two screeching tires.
What's the idea? Where'd you learn to drive in a firehouse?
That's right, officer. I used to practice on the hook and ladder.
What? Oh, well, hello, Miss Ash. And how are you?
How are you, Tim?
Fine, yeah, fine. Say, there was a neat little piece of driving there.
I'm sorry, Tim. I was in a hurry.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And how's your dad, Miss Ash? Don't see him around very much.
Oh, he's fine. I'll give him your regards.
Great man, Steve Ash. Ought to be district attorney by rights. Put some of these crooks behind the bars.
He does better keeping him on this side. Oh, what time is it, Tim?
It's 5:45.
Oh, I've got to run. Family tea at my aunt's. See you around, Tim.
Okay, take it easy now.
Think I can make Nob Hill in 3 minutes?
If you do, you'll land in the lockup.
Look me up in cell number 6. Good evening, Dean.
Oh, good evening, Miss Ash.
Am I terribly late?
Your aunt's are waiting in the drawing room, miss.
Thanks.
I don't take care what you say, Stephen. It's true.
Now, wait.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, Jan, dear.
How are you, Aunt Dorothea? Evening, Aunt Grace.
Good evening.
Hiya, Dad.
Hello, Jan. Sit down. Just talking about you.
Stephen, please.
Well, we were, weren't we?
Oh, sounds like I was on the pan.
Where's Dean? Dean!
Yes, Mr. Ash?
Fill this glass up, will you? It's been empty for 10 minutes.
Yes.
Dad, I thought this was supposed to be a tea.
Now, stop. Stop picking on me. It's sundown, isn't it?
Stephen, can't you even come to a family conference without requiring stimulants?
My dear sister, what occasion could arise where a man's desire for stimulants would be greater than at a family conference? Go on, Dorothy. What was it you were going to say about Jan?
Well, since it is about Jan, do you think she should be present to hear herself discussed?
Well, I'll have to let Jan answer that. You want to stay, Jan?
Of course I do. I wouldn't miss it for worlds.
Have you no voice at all in the matter, Stephen?
Why should I? Jan ought to know her own mind. She's known it ever since she was 5 years old.
Exactly, and that's just what's brought us where we are today.
Where are we today?
Your Aunt Grace is referring to certain actions of yours, public actions, and the people you choose to be seen with in public places.
Oh, so that's it. I knew this meeting was going to be called today. I knew it last Tuesday when Aunt Grace walked into the St. Alban for luncheon and saw me there with Ace Wilfong.
Ace Wilfong, a common gambler.
Oh, wait a minute, wait. Is that what this is all about?
Isn't it enough? Are we to stand by and see our family name dragged in the mud?
What do you mean, dragged in the mud?
Yeah, I'd like that question answered myself. What do you mean, the mud? What mud?
The notorious dirty mud which clings to this man your daughter sees fit to be seen with.
Oh, that's a laugh. Aunt Grace didn't think he looked so dirty until she found out who he was.
Jan.
After that, she made everybody's lunch cold for 3 tables around.
Stephen, are you going to allow your daughter to insult me?
Is she stating facts?
I certainly am.
Oh, one moment, please. I have one question, Stephen, that will settle a great deal in my mind.
All right, Dorothy. Let's have it.
Did you know that Jan knew this gambler?
Wilson? Certainly. I introduced him to her.
You introduced the man to her.
Of course I did. Why not? Jan has met everyone in California who was worth meeting. Every fighter, every jockey, every gambler.
Oh, Stephen, do be serious.
I am. Since she was old enough to be my pal, she's known everyone I ever knew, and, well, why not?
Oh, what does he care about anything? If he chooses to raise a daughter with the manners of a barmaid...
That's enough, Aunt Grace. I've heard enough. You don't like me, you never have. That makes us even. But don't forget this. No matter how much respect my father shows his sister, that's his debt. I don't owe you anything, and I don't have to answer to you for anything.
Jan, dear Jan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Grace. Dorothy, I don't have to tell you what Jan has been to me all these years since her mother died. She's been my comrade, my pal. I brought her up from a baby, brought her up to face life and face it squarely. Whatever she is, I know she'll always be honest. Whatever she becomes, it'll be her own choice. But right and wrong are not going to be rubber stamped for her. If she's not strong enough to stand it, I'd rather she'd go down fighting than be a namby-pamby, cowardly, mealy-mouthed liar.
And you'll do nothing to help her in avoiding temptation?
If God has given her an immortal soul, won't it survive temptation? Must it forever be hedged in with a lot of fables that our very ears sicken of? No. And if in the end it strikes us both down, Jan shall be a free soul always. And that I promise you.
And I can see there's nothing more to be said.
No, nothing, sis. Ladies of the jury, the defense rests.
Thank heaven for that. Grand music. Want to dance, Ace?
No, not unless you do.
What's the matter? Inferiority complex?
No. Common sense, I guess. A lot of friends of yours here tonight.
Oh, you're protecting my reputation again, aren't you? I wish you wouldn't, Ace.
Why not? Can't do you any good being seen with me so much. Your friends must do plenty of talking.
Do you think I care?
You should. Maybe. It's a funny combination, you and me. I only hope it never gets you into a jam.
Oh, Ace, you're as bad as my aunts and twice as old-fashioned. Oh, hello, Dwight.
Good evening, Jan.
Coming, Dwight?
Oh, yes. Excuse me, please.
Friend of yours?
Dwight Sutro.
Kind of frigid, wasn't he? That's what I'm talking about, Jan.
I choose my own company, and just now you happen to be it.
Thanks. Known him long?
Mm-hmm. All my life. He proposed to me once.
Oh. Seems to be all right.
I thought so, too. But while I was thinking it over, his mother decided she didn't like me. And if he married me, she'd cut him off. That changed his mind. Mine, too.
He must sleep bad with that on his conscience.
Conscience?
Having a chance to marry a girl like you and passing it up for a little jack.
A lot of jack.
Couldn't be enough to square the deal.
Oh, Ace, you're marvelous. Oh, I've got to call Dad. Wait for me, will you?
Sure.
I'll only be a minute.
Jan. Oh, Jan.
Well, the frigid Mr. Sutro. How are you, Dwight?
Jan, I want to speak to you.
You didn't seem so anxious inside.
I was until I saw whom you were with. Why are you doing it, Jan? What do you hope to gain by it?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
If it's just to make me jealous or something.
Jealous? Oh, do you think I'd go to the trouble of making you jealous?
Then I suppose it doesn't mean a thing to you anymore that we're not the way we used to be?
Not a thing, Dwight.
Well, it does to me.
Really? Has your mother changed her mind again?
Oh, that's not fair, Jan. I asked you to wait a little while until I won her over.
And suppose you didn't win her over. I'd lose again, wouldn't I? No, Dwight. The man I marry has got to want me more than anything else in the world. Just me, and nothing else must count.
I do want you, Jan.
Oh, no, you don't.
I do. Give me a chance to prove to you how much I do.
No, Dwight. It's cold. You know what I mean. You don't interest me anymore. Maybe someday I'll think you're swell, and if I do, I'll call you up.
Unless you should happen to meet that ideal man of yours in the meantime.
Of course.
Maybe you've met him already.
Perhaps.
Ace Wilfong, I suppose.
You might be right about that, too. Good night, Dwight.
Here's the receipts for last night, boss. The takings were deposited this morning.
Okay.
Hey, the house is doing swell, Ace. Over $4,000 at roulette alone. And there's a crowd out there tonight fighting for the privilege of losing their dough to you. Say, we'll be swimming in it soon.
Yeah. Say, look, Abe, you've known me for a long time. You saw me start this thing, you watched it grow.
Yep, that's right.
Am I a smart guy, Abe? Or is it just luck?
I don't know. Both, I guess.
Well, what I mean is, suppose I'd gone into some other racket, something on the up and up. Would it come along like this has? Or would I be walking around with holes in my pants?
Hey, you ain't thinking of getting out, are you? You can't do that, Ace.
I'm thinking of a lot of things.
Yeah. We've been watching that here lately.
We? Who's we?
The boys and me. She's got you running around in circles, ain't she?
Shut up, Abe.
Now, listen, boss, it's for your own good. These society
Shut
days,
up,
they don't
I tell you. You don't talk about her in this place, you get it? You or anyone else. You can spread that around with the boys. If I hear any one of them even mention her name, I'll pitch him out in his ear.
Hey, boss, there's a dame here to see you.
Hello, Abe.
Jan, what are you... All right, Abe, beat it.
Right, okay,
Who's
come on.
the dame?
Jan, what's the idea?
Well, now, there's a nice reception. What's the matter? Women play here. You told me yourself.
Well, sure, but this is no place for you, Jan.
I didn't come to play. I came to see a man at his game, Ace. If he's a fighter, I like to see him train. If he's a doctor, I like to see him operate. If he's a gambler, I like to see him gamble.
Well, you're not going to see me gamble. You're going home.
Oh, don't be silly, Ace. I'm not doing anything wrong.
It's not what you're doing. It's what people think you're doing.
I do what I like. I'll always do what I like. That's my creed, Ace.
Yeah? It may work now. It won't always.
Why not?
You'll be getting married one of these days.
Do you think that would make any difference? I wouldn't marry a man who didn't know me well enough to know that if I wanted to do something, it was all right to do it.
I see.
Well, aren't we having a chummy little talk?
We'll continue it later. Hello, tell Jack to bring the car around. I'll be right down. Listen, have the elevator waiting. Come on, Jan.
Oh, you're being very masterful tonight.
We'll leave by the side door.
I'm not so sure I like you when you're being such a strong character, Ace.
Sorry? No, here's the elevator.
Well.
Dad.
Hello, Jan. How are you, Ace?
Hello, Steve.
Just came up to lose a little odd change.
Dad, where have you been?
My dear daughter, I had hoped that was not too obvious. I've been wooing Bacchus.
I suppose you know the office has been trying to reach you all day.
Why?
You've got to be in court tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
I shall be there on the dot. Run along now, run along.
Oh, where are you going?
There's a game inside called poker dice, which after 20 years still intrigues me. Good night, Jan.
Dad.
Night, Ace.
Night, Steve. He'll be all right. I'll tell Abe to look after him. You go along downstairs. I'll see you in the car.
Don't be long, Ace. It's such a rotten shame, Ace. He's so brilliant on one side, and on the other, he's so overbalanced. He always knows just what other people need, and he does it for them. But for himself, he can't do anything. Oh, God, it's terrible.
Oh, Jan, dear.
I watched him ever since I was a little kid. Playing with liquor year after year. It's been working on him. He doesn't know. He can't see what it's doing to him.
Jan, please don't. I wish I could help you. I want to, Jan.
You can't. No one can.
Will you let me try? Somehow? You would, maybe, if you knew how much I love you, Jan.
Oh, why did you wait so long to say that?
Oh, I've wanted to for weeks.
And I've wanted to hear it for months.
Jan, you're so far above me, it scares me to think of it.
Then don't think of it.
Oh, you're wonderful, Jan.
Well, you always say that.
Oh, always. I'll take a chance on anything, but when I place a bet on you, that's a sure thing. Jan, will you marry me?
Oh, Of course I will.
I mean, soon.
How soon?
A week or so?
A week? And leave Dad? Oh, he needs me, Ace, now more than ever.
He'll always need you. But that's all right. We can all stick together.
Live together?
Why not?
Oh, darling. Oh, let me think. I'm not stalling. It's just let me think it out all by myself. I'll call you.
When?
Tonight, late. After Dad gets home.
And then the gods smiled. They beamed. 250 in the hole, and I threw 5 kings. A windfall. Where's my glass?
Please, Dad, don't.
What?
No more tonight. I want to tell you something. Something important, Dad.
What could be more important than 5 kings?
Dad, I'm going to marry Ace Wilfong.
What's that?
I'm going to marry him.
Oh, Jan, you're not serious.
Of course I'm serious. I love him.
You know what he is, Jan? What he will always be? A gambler?
Oh, we know lots of gamblers, and their wives, and prize fighters, and jockeys, and bookmakers.
But I didn't expect you to marry them. Good Lord, girl, we can associate with anybody, but we don't marry them.
That isn't what you taught me. You said 100 times, Jan, if you aren't ashamed of what you do, and if people see you aren't ashamed, they'll respect you. Now, haven't you said that?
Oh, no matter what I said, you can't marry Ace Wilfong.
Why? Don't you like Ace?
Yes, as a man, I like him very much, and as a character, he interests me. But as a husband for my daughter, how can you expect me to like him?
He's square. He's clean. He's brave.
I believe that.
And I tell you, Dad, that he loves me, and I love him.
Oh, you've been in love often enough before.
Then I ought to know, oughtn't I, Dad? If it were the very first time, I might be mistaken. I tell you, I know.
Oh,
I'll never love anyone else. Oh, Dad, please believe me.
Jan. Oh, you can't do this thing, dear. You mustn't do it. Listen, I know I'm no good. I've made you suffer, and I loathe myself for it. But you're all I've got. I can't let you be unhappy, ashamed. You can't marry Ace Wilfong.
You say you loathe yourself for making me suffer. Can't you see how you're making me suffer now?
It's for you I'm doing it. You know I love you, Jan. I'll do better. I promise I'll do better.
Dad, we're both gamblers, you and I. No more than that. We've been good gamblers with life always. Now, I want to gamble with you for the limit.
Yes?
I'll make you a bet, and I'll give you fair odds. I promise you I won't marry Ace Wilfong. I won't even see him. If you promise me you'll never drink again. Is it a bet? I give up the man I love because you think he's bad for me. And you give up what you love because, I know it's killing you. Is it a bet, Dad?
It's a bet, Jan.
Thanks, Dad. The defense rests. Good night, Dad.
Good night.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone.
Oh, sure. I know. Sure, honey.
Hello. Give me Maine 0642. Hello. Hello. I'd like to speak to Ace Wilfong, please.
We will bring you Act 2 of A Free Soul in just a moment. In the meantime, we switch our scene to Hollywood, to a shop on Sunset Boulevard out near the city limits of Beverly Hills. Inside the shop, a young lady, very much talked of in Hollywood today, is looking over some clothes. A salesgirl is helping.
Oh, I think it's so wonderful you're getting that part. I read about you this morning. Why, you're famous.
Thank you. It is wonderful. But really, all I have time to think about is getting ready to go on location. I have practically no warm clothes. What about sweaters?
Let me show you some of our new cashmeres. They're really lovely.
Oh, I adore that one. It's so marvelously soft and light.
And it fits so nicely, too.
Yes, if it would only stay just as nice.
Oh, but it will if it's washed right. Here are the directions right on the tag. Use cool water and Lux Flakes. Would you wash a sweater like that?
Oh, yes.
Washing is good for wool, provided you use Lux. Sweaters shouldn't be rubbed with a cake soap. They may shrink right up and get stiff and harsh.
I know Marie uses Lux for my lingerie and stockings.
Well, if she'll just stick to Lux for sweaters, too, she'll keep the colors nice and the fit perfect. You see, there's no rubbing with Lux Flakes. And it hasn't any harmful alkali in it either, the way some soaps have. Anything safe in plain water is safe in Lux Flakes, you know.
All right, I'll take it. And just so I don't forget, I'll stick a memo in my purse. Marie, take along plenty of big boxes of Lux. Now let's look at coats.
We return now to Mr. DeMille and our play. We resume A Free Soul, starring Ginger Rogers, Charles Winninger, and Donna Magee. For 6 long weeks, Steve was faithful to his pledge and Jan to hers. It's late at night now, and in Jan's room a single light is burning. The girl paces the floor nervously and turns quickly as she hears someone at the door.
Who is it? Dad! Oh, Dad, I've been worried about you. Where have you been?
Jan.
Oh, Dad. Oh, Dad.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Oh,
Jan.
you've broken your pledge. You promised.
I know that, but that's why I came up here.
You know what you said. You know what I said. You know what we agreed, Dad.
I know.
I'm going to marry him. You've broken your part of the bargain. You can't stop me now.
I'm licked, Jan. It's licked me, but I tried.
Oh,
I tried.
Dad. You could have gone upstairs. I never would have known.
Sure, but that wouldn't be playing the game fair, would it?
Oh, Dad.
Paper here, read all about it. Paper.
Here it is, darling, on the front page, too. Jan asked to wed Ace Wilfong.
Looks like we were right, honey.
It's the combination.
Jan asked to wed Ace Wilfong.
Anything wrong, Dwight?
Oh, no, not a thing. It's swell with me.
Paper, Mr. Ash?
All right, go out, please. Jan asked to wed Ace Wilfong. Oh.
Hello? Oh, hello, darling. Where are you? Oh, were you coming home to dinner? Oh, Ace, why not? Well, I know it's business, darling, but it's ages since I've seen you. Well, not since last night, Ace. Oh, please. Well, but I've invited some people over. Oh, I see. All right, Ace. Oh, I know you're sorry. All right. I'll be up when you get home. Clara.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wilfong won't be home to dinner. Call up everyone. Say I'm sick or something.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, Mr. Sutro called again.
Dwight? What did he say?
He asked if you'd have tea with him this afternoon. I told him you were busy.
Oh. Oh, well, call him back. Tell him I'm not as busy as I thought.
200. There you are. Sure that's enough, Steve?
Sure, I'll have this back to you in a couple of days, Ace. And the other, too. Things haven't been so hot here lately, but they'll be picking up.
Oh, forget it. You seen anything of Jan?
Jan's a little disappointed in me these days.
What do you mean?
Well, she kind of guessed I was making a few loans from you and kind of got her pride.
Why should it? It's all in the family.
She sees it a little differently, Ace. She sees it as a man taking money from the fella he didn't want his daughter to marry.
Oh.
You didn't know that, did you? That I didn't want her to marry you.
Oh, I guess I did. I wasn't sure why, though.
Well, you understand horses, Ace, don't you?
Yes, some.
Well, humans are the same. It was the blood. I didn't want to cross it.
You figured my breeding wasn't right, hmm?
Well, what I meant was I knew her strain, and I didn't know yours.
Can't man be a thoroughbred unless he's got a name they know for 1,000 years?
Sure he can. And you're proving that to me every day, proving I was wrong. I'm not talking about the money either. You know that.
Oh, forget that. But you were right, too, in a way. I mean, if I was bred right, your strain, I know more about things. I wouldn't have to ask about something that's been on my mind for a long time.
Well, let's hear it.
Now, this isn't a squawk, Steve. I just want you to put me right.
Well?
Is it okay, now that Jan's my wife, is it supposed to be correct for her to let guys who knew her before she was married keep on hanging around?
Does she? Well?
Well, is it all right?
Yes, it's all right. Why not?
But she's my wife.
Has she done anything not worthy of a wife?
She goes out riding with this guy.
Well, because she married you, should that keep her from motoring on a nice day in nice company?
He is a nice company. I met him. He's a rat. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Well, I wouldn't let it worry me. Jan's the skipper of her own boat. She must know what she's doing.
Yeah? I hope so. That you, Jan?
Darling, I didn't know you were here. You're home early tonight.
Oh, that's more than I can say for you.
Here, take my wrap, will you, darling?
Sure.
Oh, I'm tired. We were dancing at the Three Spades.
Dwight Setro?
Yes. Why?
That's 3 times in a week, isn't it?
Well, why not? I've got to do something. I can't just sit here every night waiting. You wouldn't expect me to.
No.
Ace, we've been married 8 months, and all during those 8 months, I think you and I were out together every bit of 6 times. We saw 3 shows, 2 ball games, and 1 rotten fight. Now, if that isn't a record for a pair of great lovers, I don't know.
Oh, I know it's been tough for you, darling. For me, too. But I've had to stick close to the place, Jan, to wind things up.
What?
I'm getting out next week, selling the place.
Ace, no.
Sure, it's no life for you, stuck with a gambler. I'm going into something else. Something on the up and up. I've got enough dough to start with, and, well, maybe we get to see each other once in a while.
Oh, darling, that's marvelous. You're doing this just for me, aren't you?
For us. But you can do something for me, if you want.
Well, of course, darling. What?
Well, I don't know how to say it without sounding silly, but it'd make me a lot happier if you weren't so chummy with this Setro guy.
Well, it does sound silly, Ace. I told you before we got married I had to be free. I don't consider it necessary to account for myself to anyone. But this much I'll tell you. I should have gone mad these months without Dwight.
As bad as that,
As bad as that. There's no harm in going places. Dwight and I were kids together.
Why?
Oh, I know what he is, but he's harmless where I'm concerned.
If I could believe that, I wouldn't beef. I want you to be free, Jan, but isn't there some other freedom that's a little less like playing with nitroglycerin?
Ace, I won't be bossed, and that's that.
Oh, no, it isn't. No, Jan. You've got to give me something else besides this free soul stuff. That don't mean anything to me. That was all right for you and your dad, but not for me.
That agreement between Dad and me was our faith in each other. Ace, I wouldn't live with you 2 minutes if I thought you didn't trust me.
I do. That's why I can't have other people thinking what I know isn't so. I won't have it.
I warned you never to treat me as you would any other girl you've ever known. You don't understand my training, and you don't understand my code.
And you don't understand mine. What I win belongs to me. Do you get that? Me. And I won't allow anybody to throw crooked dice in the game I'm in. And you're mine, and the game is mine, and this rat is out to break it up for me, but he won't, you see?
Take your hands off of me. Don't you ever do that again, Ace. And don't ever try to bully me into anything. I've done what I felt like doing all my life. I'll go on doing it. And if I want to see Dwight Setro, as long as it's honest and clean, you've nothing to say about it. Do you hear? Nothing.
All right. I won't bother you again.
Where are you going?
I'm going out.
Where?
I said I wouldn't bother you.
Ace! Ace!
Hello, Sutro.
Well,
You mind if I come in?
Why, no, of course not. Make yourself comfortable, Wilfong.
Thanks, I'm not staying.
Oh, long enough to have a drink?
Not even that. I can say what I came to say in a couple of words.
Yes?
Sutro, I want you to stay away from my wife. I haven't wanted to say that. You forced my hand. But stay away from it, you hear?
I hear, yes.
And you will or else. You don't know much about men like me, but maybe you can figure out what I mean by that. Well?
I'll see your wife just as often as she'll allow me to see her. It's entirely her affair.
And mine. She's married to me.
That, I should say, is her misfortune. But she's entitled to some happiness. And if she favors the company of a man of her own world, then I shall do my best to be that company. And just what can you do about it?
I can do this about it. If you ever go near my wife again, I'll kill you. Remember that. Well,
The private Dick just reported.
Well, what did he say?
Now, listen, boys, you don't want to get so...
What did he say?
Well, he's been trailing Sutro since Wednesday. Today, about 3 o'clock, Sutro gets in his car and goes up to the house.
Go on.
Well, I...
My wife went out with him?
Yeah. Yeah, they went out for a ride or something. But look, boss, maybe...
Shut up.
But I just...
Shut up. When he calls again, tell him to keep on the job. I want to know every move Sutro makes. You get it?
I got it.
Dwight, I felt a drop of rain.
Well, it's all right. We'll be at Thwaites in a couple of minutes.
Oh, don't you think we better put the top up? We'll be drenched.
You won't melt.
Oh, Dwight, please.
Oh, all right. It'll make you feel any better.
Hurry, Dwight.
Look out. Here she comes.
Oh, goodness. Oh, now I hope you're satisfied.
I'm sorry, Jan.
Look at my dress. I can't go to Thwaites looking like this.
Come on. We'll go and get dried off.
Where are we going?
My place. It's only a minute. Hold tight. There you are. Put your feet up on the fireplace.
Oh, I feel like a sponge. One sharp twist and I could wring myself out. I must be a sight.
Don't you believe it? You look beautiful.
With water trickling off my chin, I'll just bet I do.
You'll always look beautiful to me, Jan. You know that, don't you?
It's very kind of you, I'm sure.
Don't, Jan.
Don't what?
Don't keep putting me off like that. You shouldn't, you know. We can't just go on laughing and pretending forever. It's not a laughing matter. Not with me. I love you, Jan.
Give me a cigarette, please.
Oh, of course.
I wish you hadn't said that, Dwight.
Why?
Well, it's been such fun being with you. Now you've spoiled it.
Because I told you I loved you? That's not the first time I've said it.
It's the first time since I've been married to Ace. I'd like to believe it's the last.
It isn't. I'll never stop telling you.
Then I'm sorry for you. And sorry for our friendship. You see, Dwight, I love my husband.
Oh, how can you say that? You're not happy with him.
But I am.
Oh, Jan, dear, don't be a fool. I thought you were above petty little conventionalities. He's not your kind, Jan.
And you are, I suppose?
I love you. I could make you happy. Oh, Jan, darling.
Will you get my coat, please?
Jan.
I'm leaving. I'm sorry, Dwight. It seems I've led you into believing something about me that isn't true. My coat, please.
You can't just leave it at that.
I can, and I'm going to. Good night.
Jan. Jan, darling, listen
Let me
to
go.
me. I won't. You don't mean what you're saying. You're putting on an act.
Maybe that'll prove to you that it isn't an act. That it never has been, that it never will be.
Hello? Who? Abe, who? All right, put him on. Hello? Hello, talk louder, please. Who's on his way? Oh, I can't hear you. Will you please tell me what you're talking about?
All right, Sutro, where is she?
May I ask what you're doing here and what you mean by
Don't
breaking
give me
in?
that. Where is she? She was here a minute ago.
You're mad.
Oh, no, I'm not. I've had you followed for a week. You brought her here. Now, where is she?
Get out of here.
I warned you, Sutro. You wouldn't listen to me. I warned you.
Stay away from me. Stay away.
Don't reach for a gun, Sutro. Don't reach for a gun or I'll let you have it. What I'm going to do to you, I can do with my own 2 hands.
You let go of me.
Get away from that drawer. Hello. Give me the police, will you? Sergeant, this is Ace Wilfong. Send somebody up here right away. I've just
station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. One of the greatest producers the American stage has ever known, William A. Brady, would be a most welcome guest on any program of the Lux Radio Theater. His presence tonight, between the acts of our play, is doubly appropriate, for he not only brought A Free Soul to Broadway, but during its run there, enacted the role of Stephen Ash. His countless other hits include such immortals as Way Down East and Trilby. Husband of Grace George and father of Alice Brady, Mr. Brady's life reads like the history of the theater. One of the giants of the sporting world, too. He revolutionized boxing during the years that he managed the famous champion, Gentleman Jim Corbett. On the stage, his champions included David Warfield, Catherine Cornell, Helen Hayes, Mary Nash, Henry Hull, and Douglas Fairbanks. The Lux Radio Theater extends its stage to New York City and brings you William A. Brady.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's the privilege of a young man to look forward and an old man to look back. I've been close to the theater since the days of Edwin Booth. I've seen motion pictures grow from nothing at all into an international pastime. And radio, from a howling, static-filled discord to its statue of perfection, exemplified by the Lux Radio Theater, the sponsors of which, by the way, deserve tremendous credit for the part that they have taken in the present rejuvenation of the American theater. In my youth, variety was the spice of life. For example, some 30 years ago, I managed a heavyweight championship fight on one night and presented Robert B. Mantell in his first performance of King Lear on the following night. People often ask me, what was my proudest moment? Well, was it the time that I made Helen Hayes a star, or discovered Douglas Fairbanks, or the night when Corbett knocked out the mighty John L. Sullivan? It could be any of these, but down in my heart I still feel the thrill, never since duplicated, that came to me as a skinny, ragged little boy. It was the night that I sat in the old Booth Theater on 23rd Street, and when, from my seat in the last row of the top gallery, I heaved a marble during the sleep-walking scene of Macbeth and scored a direct hit on the bass drum miles below me in the orchestra pit. Now, that's one way of making a hit in the theater. Most of my life since then has been working for hits from behind the footlights. There is one honor there that I share with Lux Flakes, for they've played a star role backstage in many a Broadway hit. As a producer, I know they are the tops in wardrobe department. Today, it's the Hollywood custom to take athletes and turn them into actors. Well, it's nothing new, my friends, nothing new. It started long, long ago in the golden days of boxing when Jim Corbett would play Armand in Camille and John L. Sullivan would stand them up in honest hearts and willing hands. Many youngsters claim that there are few fields not overcrowded today. But let a young fella bust loose. Let him find a spot that's not so crowded. Let him take a chance, and luck or stubbornness will see him through. After all, it looks very much like the same old world to me. My congratulations to you, Mr. DeMille, to Miss Rogers, to Mr. Winninger, and to Mr. Magee for giving a play very dear to my heart. My congratulations to Lux Flakes and to all the people who buy Lux and so make such a superb presentation possible. Thank you.
Thank you, William Brady. We're back in Hollywood now, where A Free Soul with Ginger Rogers, Donna Magee, and Charles Winninger is continued. It's early the next morning. In his cell in the city jail, Ace is seated on the edge of an iron cot, his shoulders drooping, his head in his hands. Suddenly he hears footsteps in the corridor and springs to his feet, every nerve alert.
5 minutes, miss.
Thank you. Oh, Ace.
Jan.
Oh, Ace, darling, what have I done to you?
It's all right, honey. Now, don't cry. I killed a rat, that's all.
Oh, why did you? There was nothing wrong, Ace, I swear it. You've got to believe that. Regardless of what happens, you've got to know that, Ace.
I do know it. That's what makes this bearable, Jan. I never doubted you. Not down deep, I didn't. I was just all on fire inside. I didn't go there to kill him. Just to give him a scare. He went for a gun.
Oh, how can life do such things to people? I love you, Ace. I've never loved anyone but you. I wish I could take my heart out and show it to you.
Please, please.
It's my fault. Everything's my fault. I thought I was a free soul, and I'm not. Because I belong to you. It came to me last night when you didn't come home, and then I heard. And I thought about you here and me there. Oh, I died, Ace. I died. I tell you, if I ever live again,
Honey, please stop it. You don't know what you're saying. Look at me. I'll be all right. Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, it will, Ace. It's got to be. They've never hanged a man for a thing like this. I was up there to Suttrose yesterday. And when the jury knows that, they're...
Wait, Jan. Listen. You've got to promise me something.
Anything, Ace?
You mustn't spill that stuff about being up there, Jan. You know what I mean. It'll seem tough, but that's the way I'm going to play it.
You mean you wouldn't let me go on the stand to save you?
Yeah, that's just what I mean.
What the...
No, sweet, we can't. You married me against the wishes of everyone, even your father. No matter what happens to me, we can't use your good name to save my neck.
My good name? Oh, you poor, crazy darling. Do you think that means anything if you're taken away from me? Oh, no, Ace. I'd yell it from the top of the ferry building that I was there. That it was my fault.
No, you won't. I fixed it so you won't. You're not going on the stand.
Who can stop me?
Your father. He's going to defend me.
Dad? Oh, no, Ace, you can't. Oh, he's my father, but I know he can't save you. He's through, Ace. He hasn't had a case in months. He couldn't even plead one.
I'm laying a bet on him. Can't you?
Oh, I see. You don't care about being saved. You're letting him defend you because you know he'll never let me testify.
No, Jan.
It's true. You've no confidence in him yourself. You couldn't have.
If he does what I asked, that's all I want.
Wilfong goes to trial. Jury panel. Wilfong goes to trial. State Bill's case against Wilfong. Defense presents no witnesses. Here you are.
Wilfong's file new and closed. State looks for conviction. Paper. Wilfong's file new and closed.
And when you arrived, officer, you say Dwight Sutro was already dead.
That's right. And Wilfong was standing by the window looking out.
Mm-hmm. And what happened then?
Well, he handed me the gun and he said, "Here's the gun that killed him. It's mine. I did it."
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Ash.
Mr. Ash, the attorney for the state has offered the witness.
No questions, Your Honor.
Do I understand, Mr. Ash, that you have no wish to cross-question any of the state's witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Witness is excused. The defense will proceed with its case. Call your first witness.
If it pleases the court, there will be no witnesses for the defense.
What's that?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
No, Your Honor, you can't let him do it.
Jan, go back to your seat.
I won't. They're trying to protect me, Your Honor. They won't let me take the stand because they know what I'll say, that I was in Dwight Sutro's apartment the night he was shot.
Jan.
That my husband knew I was there. That's why he came.
Your Honor, I asked the court's permission to speak for a moment with my wife.
The prisoner will not address the bench.
But, Your Honor.
Quiet, please. Young lady, will you please take your seat? Mr. Ash, do you wish to present this young woman as a witness?
Oh, Dad, please, you've got to. You don't know what you're doing.
Jan, well, Mr. Ash? The defense rests, Your Honor. There will be no witnesses.
Has the state concluded its case?
We have, Your Honor.
And the attorney for the defense will sum up, please.
Thank you. Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, you have seen in this court a man on trial for his life. A man accused of the foulest of crimes. Premeditated murder. Murder in the first degree, for which there is but one penalty: death. You have heard witnesses for the prosecution and none for the defense. You have seen a young woman, my own daughter, rise in defense of her husband and tell you...
I object, Your Honor. The woman was not a witness. Her testimony was not entered into evidence.
Objection sustained. Proceed, please.
The district attorney is right, gentlemen. You must strike from your minds everything that woman said. Strike it from your heart if you can. You heard that woman. You know she spoke the truth. And you know that if you bring in a verdict of guilty, you will be placing a rope around the neck of an innocent man.
Objection. There's been no evidence by the defense to prove the accused innocent.
Objection overruled. I take it Mr. Ash is dealing in certain attendant circumstances?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Attendant circumstances. Circumstances not born of the moment, day or hour, but wicked, profane, and damnable teachings. Look at that girl, the wife of the accused. You wouldn't think that child's mind was full of poisonous fallacies. It's God's truth, for since she was old enough to listen, I have dinned into her ears that she was a free soul. I told her she must not be a hypocrite or a coward. I cried out to her that she must follow her desires and be honest and open with them. These were my teachings. And may God forgive me. She had no mother. Could we expect her to see that her father was a mountebank, a trickster, a fool? Her desires, innocent as they might have been, led her into the company of another man, despite the wishes of her husband. Are you beginning to see who is the guilty man? Do you reason now who should be on trial here today? I, Stephen Ash. Ace Wolfong held the pistol, but my hand pulled the trigger. There's only one freedom: knowing and obeying God. There never has been but one man big enough to be a free soul on this earth, and they nailed him to a cross. But he forgave, yes. And that's what I'm asking you to do today. I ask you to forgive this man. I ask my daughter to forgive me.
Oh, Dad, Dad.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a decision?
We have. We find the defendant not guilty.
Not guilty. Ace, darling.
Oh, Jan, dear. He did it for us, Jan. He gave us our life again.
Oh, Dad, look at me. You were wonderful, darling. And I do forgive you. Oh, I forgive you everything. Dad, don't you hear me? Well, don't just sit there, darling.
Wait a minute. Steve, what's the matter? Steve.
Ace. Is he?
Please don't, Jan. He's happy. The defense rests.
take leave of a free soul. Till later we'll hear again from Ginger Rogers, Donna Magee, and Charles Winninger. Adrian, the screen's most famous fashion designer, tonight makes a return engagement in the Lux Radio Theater. A Connecticut Yankee who started on the stage with Irving Berlin, he was brought to Hollywood by Mrs. Rudolph Valentino. It's he who designs the screen clothes at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios for such renowned beauties as Norma Shearer, Joan Crawford, Greta Garbo, Myrna Loy, Jeanette MacDonald, and Louise Reiner. When here last, he mentioned the fashion influence Greta Garbo exerted in Camille. And now, Adrian, that she's completed her new film, Conquest, would you say that she maintains her leadership?
Yes, I do. And one of the more interesting fashion influences of Conquest is a little black velvet cap that looks as if it were a snail shell. Does that sound particularly ridiculous?
Now, it would have a few years ago, but today, for the sake of peace in the family, I take the funniest hats seriously.
So do I. And this is about the only period in history in which a woman can put the most ridiculous-looking contraption on her head, look in the mirror, and accept it seriously. Hats were never so humorous, but strangely enough, they're accepted even by husbands.
Not accepted, tolerated.
My own feeling about extraordinary hats is that they're far more interesting than humorous. An unusual hat, carefully selected, brings out a woman's personality. She becomes an individual instead of a conventional type. Getting back to Garbo, she's a very important style influence simply because she's not at all interested in style. Therefore, I can design anything that I think will look well on her, and if she agrees about it, she'll wear it regardless of fashion, and it will usually start a new trend.
Most women don't want to start a new trend. They want to play follow the leader.
Right. The majority are very antagonistic to a new fashion. It's only after they've seen a new style worn by their favorite actress, by the best-dressed woman at their club, and finally by their favorite enemy, that they decide to take a chance with it themselves.
Well, how do you account for this being the most lavish season in women's dress for 20 years? Is it an indication of good times?
Well, on the contrary, a lavishness in dress, a willingness to indulge in unusual ideas, are always apparent when the world seems on the edge of something momentous. How accurate this barometer is, I can't say. But whenever international affairs are unsettled, extravagance in fashions will blossom forth amazingly. There's another reason, too, which I hope is truer. It's the fact that today the old law of what they're wearing no longer exists. Most women are at last dressing according to what happens to become them best as individuals.
From all I hear, Adrian, Miss Garbo's new picture is going to be one of Hollywood's greatest. What can you tell us about it?
Well, if for no other reason, Conquest is a great picture because while it's a story of Napoleon, played by Charles Boyer, never in the entire picture does Napoleon put his hand inside of his coat. The reason is quite unromantic. We found that Napoleon suffered from dyspepsia, and the only time he struck that so-called characteristic pose was when he had a stomachache. Thousands of costumes were made for Conquest, and thanks to Lux Flakes, they remained perfect through the weeks of production and look as new today as when they were created. When you see Conquest or any other film, and you discover fashion ideas you'd like to copy, just remember that picture styles are created with three things in mind. They must be historically accurate, they must become the star, and they must create certain dramatic effects. So don't take them too literally. Be conservative, and you'll be well-dressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. The number 3 has a charm, and here's a charming trio. Ginger Rogers, Donna Magee, and Charles Winninger.
Thank you. And as the old-timer here, C.B., I want to say what a pleasure it's been playing tonight with two of the greatest youngsters in pictures.
I'd include you, Charlie, and make it 3 of the greatest youngsters.
Oh, thank you. But it was only a very short time ago that Ginger was starting her career on a musical stage, and Don was just another unknown radio actor.
This gives me a chance, Charlie, to ask a question I'm sure is in the minds of many in our audience. Tell us, Ginger, now that you've made Stage Door and are in the middle of another non-musical picture with a third one to follow that, does it mean you're through with singing and dancing pictures?
By no means, Don. What I want is variety. And now that I've had it, I'm looking forward to doing a musical again. This has been a very happy year for me, and I only hope it has been equally happy for all of our listeners.
And there's only one more thing I want to say. The last time I was here, C.B., I said that all I did in Hollywood was play Papa. Well, just let me be Papa to Ginger and you, Don, and I'll never complain again.
Thanks, Charlie. And now, good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night to you 3 youngsters. Mr. DeMille returns shortly with exciting news of next week's playing stars.
Our cast tonight included Claire Whitney as Dorothea, Myra Marsh as Grace,
Edward Marr as Abe, Eddie Kane as Charlie, Lou Merrill as District Attorney, Norman Field as Judge, James Eagles as Officer, Justina Wayne as the maid, Sally Creighton as Secretary, Frank Nelson as Foreman, and Ken Chevelle as a newsboy. Mr. Magee appeared through courtesy of the makers of Chase and Sanborn Coffee in 20th Century Fox Studios, where our conductor, Louis Silvers, was in charge of music for the new film Alibaba Goes to Town. Mr. Arnold is from RKO Studios. Our producer is from Paramount Studios, and here he is.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater presents one of the most popular figures of motion pictures and radio, making his first appearance before our microphone, Bing Crosby. Sharing our spotlight with the nonchalant Mr. Crosby is that lovely and delightful comedian, Miss Joan Blundell. We've been fortunate in securing for their vehicle a brisk and sparkling collegiate comedy that was heartily cheered on both stage and screen. She Loves Me Not. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bing Crosby and Joan Blondell in She Loves Me Not, featuring Nan Gray. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Announcer is Imelda Ruiz. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
You know, a lot of us often complain about how hard life is on us. I know I have at times, even though I didn't say it out loud. We get tired and wish we could chuck the whole thing and go live like a nomad or a hobo. We think it would be nice not to have any responsibilities or obligations. However, I'm sure you'll change your mind about complaining against the daily grind after you hear our story today. Let's call this one The Boy Who Wouldn't Quit. Ranger Headquarters, Bill Jefferson speaking. Oh, yes, Chuck, how are you? Oh, me? I'll be glad to do it. Oh, not at all. The honor's all mine, and I mean that. Yes, Saturday evening at 8, the high school auditorium. Right. Goodbye.
Hey, what's going on Saturday night?
I've been asked to award the Eagle Scout badges to 6 young men, Henry.
Wow, how about that? That's great.
I'll say it is. I consider the job a high honor. Those lads are the cream of the crop. You said it, sonny. Those Eagle Scout badges aren't easy to come by.
That'd make them all more worthwhile.
Yeah, and how? Hey, can we go with?
Oh, excuse me, pal. I neglected to tell you that Chuck's invited all of us. So that means dress uniforms.
Yeah, and Stumpy's got to trim his beard.
And wash face.
Well, have you know I wash this face of mine every day, whether it needs it or not. Well, looks like I'll have to go home and polish up my uniform now. Got to look sharp as a tack.
Yeah, this is no ordinary occasion.
Right. Saturday night will be an occasion of achievement and honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the high spot of the evening, the awarding of the Eagle Scout badges. It is our distinct privilege to confer this honor upon 6 of our young men. They have worked hard and diligently to climb to the top of the scouting ladder. It is equally our privilege to have a gentleman here tonight who is a friend to all of us, Ranger Bill Jefferson.
Ladies and gentlemen, I consider the honor of awarding these young men their hard-earned Eagle Scout badges one of the high points of my life. These lads have come to this top rung of the scouting ladder by merit and ability. Not one scout has ever earned any award without proving himself worthy. Moreover, the Eagle Scout Award is acquired only by the lads who have the drive and desire to earn it. It must be earned, and that's why it carries high honor with it. The young man who wears this badge tells the world that he is one of the few who has fought the battle of accomplishment and won. James Hertford, Cyrus Alexander, Barrett McClement, Sheldon Parker, Carl Osgood, Norman Fitzgerald. I have pinned your Eagle Scout badges to your uniforms. You now wear the mark of distinction that is the goal of every scout watching you tonight. You now have a greater obligation to everyone around you because now you're an Eagle Scout. Wear your badge well. You fellas can go to your seats now.
Thanks, Bill. I feel kind of shaky.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is a particularly high point in the life of Norman Fitzgerald. I'm sure you all know that he is the young man who stood with the help of crutches. Norman's life story is the perfect example of the grit and determination our American young men possess. My reason for relating Norman's story to you is to encourage all of us when we come to the point in life when we say, I can't do it, or I can't go any further. When Norman was 12 years old, he loved the great American sport of football, just like every other red-blooded American lad. It was a warm day during Indian summer.
Quiet down, you guys. We don't want to get caught for taking too much time. What's the play, Normie? The hidden ball play. Harry, I'll slip the ball to you, and I'll make believe I've got it, okay? All right, now you guys in the line, hold tight so we can get enough time to pull this off. And then Harry will break toward right in. All right, the signal's 64. Let's go. Okay, you guys ready? All right. 3, 18, 20, 90, 64. Hey, Normie's hurt.
Thanks for coming, Bill.
That's quite all right, Al. How's Norman?
I don't know yet. He's been in surgery almost 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I asked you to come. I'm almost crazy with worry.
I can understand that, all right. Oh, here comes the doc now.
How is he, Doctor?
Well, he'll live. That's all I can say at the moment. I'm sorry.
Is it that bad?
Yes, he fell on a rock, a jagged rock, and it damaged his spine. Now, don't blame the boys he played with, and don't blame football. You know, every year hundreds of boys fall just as hard on jagged rocks and come away with only bruises. And this is just one of those things, an accident. I'm very sorry I can't give you better news.
Thank you. You've been very kind. When can I see him?
Well, perhaps in an hour, but for only just a few minutes. You can see him again this evening. Convey my sympathy to your wife.
Thank you, Doctor. Let's go sit down, Bill.
How about going over to the coffee shop with me, Al? I think you can stand a cup or two.
Yes, thank you. I'll go with you. Why, Bill? Why Norman? I don't understand. I wouldn't wish this on another youngster. But why Norman?
Hold your horses, Al. Don't jump to conclusions. Even though the doctor couldn't give a favorable report, sometimes you have to wait a few days till the initial shock of the accident passes off.
Do you really think the doctor might have a better report in a few days?
Al, I'm not a doctor, nor do I pretend to be. But I do know it's a possibility. Perhaps a vague possibility.
Bill, it's a strand of hope, a slim thread. And that's what I need right now.
Well, better go back to the hospital now. The hour's almost up.
And yes, by all means.
Al, your son will never walk again.
Never walk?
I'm awfully sorry to have to tell you this, but... Well, I know you want to know the truth.
Yes. I can't believe it. I can't.
Doctor, please don't misunderstand me, but are you sure your diagnosis is right?
You don't have to apologize for the question, Bill. Yes, I know my diagnosis is right. I've checked and rechecked it.
Yes, of course.
I'll gladly call in another doctor if you wish, Al. I'll not be offended.
No. Your diagnosis is good enough for me. I know you wouldn't tell me unless you were sure. Do you think time might help Norman's condition?
Well, who can tell? Perhaps in a few months or a year, surgery might help. Then again, there may be nothing we can do. It's all in God's hands now. I've gone as far as humanly possible.
Norman left the hospital and was taken home. The boy's spirit was fine. Except for the fact that he couldn't walk, Norman resumed a normal life. 6 months went by. Then one day... Ranger Headquarters, Bill Jefferson speaking.
Bill, this is Al.
Oh, yes, Al. How are you? How's Norman?
Oh, I'm fine, and so is Norm. That is as far as he can be. Say, can you stop by the house this evening?
Well, I don't know. I have a meeting I'm supposed to attend.
Can you miss the meeting?
Was my coming that important?
Yes, it's about Norman.
Okay, I'll be there, Al.
Why don't you come for supper, and you'll still be able to make the meeting?
Well, that sounds good. Thanks for the invitation. I'll see you later. Bye.
You want more dessert, Bill?
No, thanks, Norman. I'm bulging at the seams already from this superfine meal. The strawberry shortcake makes my mouth water, but I honestly couldn't do away with another meal.
I think he's joking with us, Pop.
I do too, son. But we don't want to kill him for overeating.
That's a happy way to go.
Well, let's go in the living room and talk, shall we? Go ahead, Norman. We'll be along.
Okay.
He handles those crutches like a veteran.
Yes. I'm glad you didn't offer to help him. He's trying to get along on his own.
That's fine. I'm glad to hear it.
Hey, are you coming in here, or do I have to come and get you?
See what I mean? Let's go. We're coming right away, son.
Well, what's the important information about Norman?
This guy of mine wants to start scouting. Can you imagine that?
Why not? I can handle myself okay.
I don't know whether to let him or not. What do you think, Bill?
I think it'd be a good idea.
I told you you'd say yes, Pop.
Yeah, that's right. Now, how about you running along and doing your schoolwork while Bill and I chin a bit? He has to leave soon, you know.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Bill. See you later.
Okay. Now, let me know if I can help you with your scouting.
Bill, I wonder if he'll really do all right in scouting.
There's only one way to find out. Let him try it.
But what about the outdoor activities? How'll he manage them?
I'd say that part will have to be worked out, Al. I'm sure the scoutmaster will be able to substitute other qualifications for Norman's getting ahead in scouting.
Yeah, I guess that's the answer, all right. I feel better about it now.
Al, you and your wife have done a fine job handling your son with his terrible affliction. He's taking it in stride, and that's more than the majority of people would do. I know your son will make the grade all right, even though he can't walk. Norman passed all the second-class requirements with flying colors until he came to the last one, the 5-mile hike. Chuck Hollingsworth asked Al to be present at the next meeting of the troop committeemen.
Gentlemen, the main purpose of our meeting tonight is to discuss Norman Fitzgerald's final requirement for second-class scout. That, of course, is the 5-mile hike. However, the hike can be waived in Norman's case and one outdoor merit badge substituted in its place. The merit badge could be in nature study. It's my recommendation that we make the substitution.
That's a good idea.
Gentlemen, I think the boy should be asked if he wants the substitution.
Bill, how can Norman make a 5-mile hike?
I don't know. I'm sure he won't take the hike, but I feel that he should be consulted.
Bill's right, gentlemen. My son's making a terrific fight to carry on as though he weren't crippled. I wish you would ask him to make the decision. Even if you agree to take a merit badge to qualify, he'd appreciate being asked, I'm sure.
You're right. It's got to be the boy's decision and not ours. I'll stop by and ask him this week.
Mr. Hollingsworth, I plan on taking the hike.
You're going to make a 5-mile hike on crutches?
Why not? Oh, I'm not going to be able to make it through the woods, but I can do it on a highway or even in town. Pop doesn't know it, but I've been doing a mile every day.
You what?
Sure, after school. Mom's been letting me go further and farther away from home, and I've got it up to a mile.
Fantastic. Then you want to make a 5-mile hike rather than substitute a merit badge?
Yep, that's what I want to do.
Norman can do it without hurting himself?
Yes, I do, Al, especially since he's been conditioning himself. However, I suggest you talk to the doctor first before giving your final approval.
I will. Boy, that guy of mine has a lot of intestinal fortitude.
And how? And we don't want to do anything to suppress it or even worse, to destroy it. Of course, he has to stay within reasonable bounds, too. When's the hike taking place?
Saturday morning, out on the North Highway. Chuck figures that's a good stretch of flat road and not much traffic.
Good. I'll be there, and we'll set up 2 squad cars at either end of the 5-mile stretch with their flashers going to give Norman maximum protection from oncoming cars.
Oh, that'll be fine, Bill. I appreciate your help. See you Saturday morning, unless the doc says no.
Right. Goodbye. Are you ready, Henry?
Yeah. We're at the 5-mile line, and we got the flasher going. Stump and I'll stop all the cars and tell them to proceed with caution through the hike area.
Right. See you in 5 miles. Over and out. Grey Wolf, are you and Tom all set at this end?
Yes, we're ready, Bill.
Okay, Norm, you can start hiking.
You've made your first mile, son. How do you feel?
Just great, Pop. Just great.
Three miles, Norm. Now you're over the hump.
Yeah. I can see the other car now. That's my goal.
You getting tired, son?
Just a little, Pop. But I've only got 1 mile to go.
Another 100 feet and you'll be there, son. Can you make it all right?
Yeah. Somebody better catch me at the end. I feel faint.
You just crossed the 5-mile line. I got a hold of you, Norm.
I made it. I made it. Did I overdo it, Doctor?
No, you're in fine shape.
But he fainted at the end.
Oh, so do a lot of athletes from exertion. I used to be a track man. Why, when I put on the final spurt, I could hardly see the track. My head would pound, and I thought somebody was choking me. That's a natural reaction.
Doc's right, Al. I remember the days when I played basketball like a wild Indian. It's all exertion.
These youngsters are like spring steel. They snap back into place right away.
Norman, you've done the most amazing thing I've seen. I'm proud to be your scoutmaster.
Thank you, sir.
Bill, what do you think of this guy of mine?
I think someday he'll be an Eagle Scout.
Do you really, Bill?
You're not the kind of fellow who would quit before he got to the top. While I was trying to give Norman a big pat of encouragement, I didn't realize until several years later that he really was shooting for the top. Norman passed first class, star, and life scout tests with flying colors. He managed to work out, one way or another, all the outdoor requirements. Now, I know you're wondering how he passed the swimming requirements. Well, he did. Norman developed a way whereby he could keep his injured legs afloat and swim. It took hours and days of practice, but he did it. One day I was in my office when... Norman!
Hello, Bill.
Come on in. Grab a chair. Make yourself comfortable.
Thanks, I will.
Well, how are things with you, young man?
Couldn't be better. I've come to ask some advice.
Okay, fire away.
I've all the necessary merit badges for Eagle except life-saving.
Fine. Do you find life-saving beyond your ability?
I don't know. I'd sure like to try for it. But I need practice. Lots of practice.
And help?
Yes.
I'll be glad to help you to get all the practice you need, Norm.
Well, thanks, Bill. You sure can give a guy a lift. I thought for a minute I was licked, and I'd have to substitute another merit badge or two for life-saving.
That would make a big difference to you, wouldn't it?
Yes. I've passed every scouting test so far. Not to make life-saving, well, it'd be admitting defeat. And I'm not the kind of guy who likes to quit.
You're doing fine, Norm. Touch this end, you've made 300 yards.
I'm doing better on my wind. A couple of weeks of swimming 300 yards. That should really condition me for the rest of the test.
I'll say so. Here, let me help you out of the pool.
Okay.
Okay, here's your crutches. You've had enough for one day. Be careful you don't slip on a wet floor.
Yeah, I'll make it. Let's go to the locker room and change.
Okay.
Do you think I'll make it?
Sound kind of doubtful.
I didn't mean to sound that way. I believe I will.
I know you will. I've worked out an 8-week schedule for us. By the end of it, you'll be able to pass your life-saving merit badge. Al, Chuck, have a chair. Tell me what's on your mind.
Bill, I'm not going to let my son go through with the life-saving merit badge.
Oh?
I won't allow it either. It's too much for the lad. I know Norman's got his heart set on it, but he's going to have to be a substitute. I've already written for permission to make the substitution.
Well, that's fine.
Bill, why are you taking this so calmly?
Because I really don't think you mean it.
I do mean it. I was never more serious in all my life. He's not going to do it, and that's final. He'll kill himself, and we'll be responsible.
You've talked this over with Norman, I suppose?
No, not yet, but I will. I'm not going to talk it over. I'm going to tell him.
You've talked to the doctor about this?
Yes, and he okayed it. As long as Norman can hear and see thunder and lightning, the doc will pass him.
You know that's not true, Al.
You're right. Nevertheless, he's not going to try it.
This is final?
Yes. Al and I have discussed this carefully, and this is final.
Well, it's not final with me.
He's not your son. What should you care? I didn't mean it. Forget what I said. But the answer is no.
You mean the answer is no because you're a frightened father.
Bill, are you calling me yellow?
Yes, if you like plain English better. You haven't got the fortitude to watch the lad go through the grueling test. You're not afraid for him. You're afraid for yourself. You don't care about his happiness, only your own peace of mind.
Is that so?
Yes, it's so. You're going to take away his most prized possession, his courage and self-drive, because you can't take it anymore. You'd rather fail him as a father so that you can have peace in your own heart that you weren't responsible in case he had another accident. A deep fear has come to the top now. You'd rather he was a weakling so he wouldn't run the risk of further injury or even death. But I'm telling you, as sure as you're a foot high, you'll kill him with your decision.
How? I'm trying to keep him safe.
You'll kill him. He'll die of a broken heart and broken spirit. Well, he's almost to the top of the ladder that he fought so hard to climb. And now you're going to pull the ladder right out from under him because you're afraid. Al, where's your faith in the Lord and confidence in your doctor?
We're wrong, and Bill's right, Al. You'll break his heart if you stop him. You ever see a horse that lost his spirit? Yes, I have. He's not good for anything after that. All right. You can train him for the test, Bill, and he can take it. But if anything happens, I'll never forgive myself or you. I'll never forgive you.
How long did it take me to get my street clothes off here in the water?
15 seconds, Norm.
Oh, that's as fast as I can make it. I'm sorry.
No, they won't argue over 15 seconds. Now, I'll come in. You got to rescue me.
Well, how do you feel, son?
Just fine, Pop.
What's your verdict, Doctor?
Norman's in fine physical condition.
We're ready for the test, Al. My best wishes for your success go with you, Norman. He's all yours, Chuck, Bill. I shall call the tests one at a time, and you will proceed to perform them.
Norman, I'm a judge for these tests. Just relax and keep calm. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Remove your street clothes and shoes as quickly as possible, then swim 100 yards. Ready? Go. Swim 30 feet underwater with rope looped around your shoulders. Ready? Go. Rescue drowning person. Break stranglehold and bring person to shore. Ready? Go. Dive to the bottom of the pool and retrieve several small objects and a 10-pound weight. Ready? Go. Jump into the pool feet first and fully dressed and remove your clothes. Ready? Go.
Did I pass? Did I, Bill?
With flying colors, Norman. You've climbed the last rung of the ladder to become an Eagle Scout.
That's great. Boy, that's great.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, Norman received his Eagle Award here this evening. I know you'll agree that this young man has done something outstanding. And now, I would like to read this telegram. Congratulations and best wishes. I would like to have you visit me tomorrow so that I can give you an award for courage and heroism. Signed, Burton F. Harper, Governor.
Well, Bill, I'm sorry I talked to you the way I did.
Well, you were acting like a normal father. Took a lot of courage on your part to trust Norman and me and to the doctor.
Bill, how could I ever repay you for the wonderful help you've given me?
You've repaid me already.
I have? How?
By showing me that you're the boy who wouldn't quit. Well, boys and girls, we sure found out from Norman what it means to have courage and determination. Sure, it was a tough battle, but it was worth it after the end was reached. And remember, the Lord is always there to help you if you first love Him. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
By transcription.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Mary Lee Robb, Dick Crenna, Ernie Whitman, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. The coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand at any price. Yes, Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. As we look in at the Burns home today, George is out working in the front yard. Gracie is in the kitchen talking with her teenage neighbor, Emily Vanderlip.
I'm sorry to hear you've quarreled with your boyfriend, Emily. What caused it?
I caught Harold looking at another girl.
Oh.
Did your husband do things like that when you were dating him?
Oh, no. George never looked at another woman. When a pretty girl passed him on the street, he even closed one eye.
Well, Harold is much weaker.
You two are pretty serious about each other, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Harold asked me to change my name to his.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. Harold's no name for a girl.
I meant he asked me to marry him. And I want to. So when I see him, I'll beg him to make up with me.
You will?
Yes, I'll crawl to him on my knees and ask him to forgive me.
Now, wait a minute, Emily. When you and Harold get married, you want it to be a success, don't you?
Of course I do.
Well, then you've got to teach him right now that the woman is the boss. That's the only way you can have a happy marriage.
But I thought this was a man's world.
It is a man's world. But you don't want your marriage in the same mess the world is in, do you?
No, I guess I don't. Are you the boss in your house?
Well, certainly. That's why George and I are so happily married. I taught him on our wedding day that the wife gives the orders and the husband obeys them.
Well, how did you do it?
Well, now here's how it happened. We were on a train bound for Niagara Falls to spend our honeymoon. We were cuddling in our compartment, and George...
Wow. Nobody can kiss like you can, you little bundle of dynamite.
Oh, thank you, Boopsy boy.
Come in.
Excuse me, honeymooners, but dinner's now being served in the diner.
Okay, Porter.
My, what a beautiful bride.
Oh, thank you.
You're a lucky man, Mr. Burns. She's put it in Greta Garbo.
Oh, I'm not really prettier than Garbo. I just look prettier.
I'll reserve a table for you folks.
Thanks, Porter. Here's a tip.
5 cents. Thank you, sir.
I'll be ready in a second, honey. I'll just shave and dab on some witch hazel.
Oh, no, don't use witch hazel, George. Use that cologne Mother gave you.
I'd rather use witch hazel.
But, sweetheart, the cologne will remind you of my mother.
I'll use witch hazel.
George, you use that cologne or I'll get off this train and never see you again.
No, Gracie. Please. I couldn't stand it.
Well, what about Mother's cologne?
I'll use it. I'll splash it all over me. I'll bathe in it. Just promise that you won't leave me.
Mm-hmm. Has this taught you who's the boss?
Oh, yes, yes. Forgive me this time, and I'll be your slave for life.
All right, now, you've learned your lesson. Get up off your knees.
Thank you. You're good, Gracie. Good.
Gee, Mrs. Burns, you sure did teach him who was boss, all right. And right on your wedding day, too.
Well, that's the time to start training a husband, Emily. When he says I do, let that be his last decision. I see. Just remember the motto of a successful marriage is ladies first. First in war, first in peace, and first in the bathroom in the morning.
Well, tell me some more about how to train Harold.
All right. Now, always remember that women command and men obey.
Meantime, George's work in the front yard is interrupted by a visit from Harold.
Mr. Burns, I've been to Emily's house, but I can't find Emily. I've looked everywhere for Emily. I've got to find Emily. Have you seen Emily?
Who are you looking for, kid?
Oh, didn't I mention it? Emily.
Oh, Emily, yes.
We had a quarrel this morning, and I want to find her and beg her to make up with me.
You do?
Yes. I'll crawl to her on my knees and ask her to forgive me.
No, wait a minute. You and Emily plan to get married, don't you?
Of course.
Well, then you'd better teach her right now that the man is the boss. That's the only way a marriage can be a success.
Really?
Sure. That's why Mrs. Burns and I have been so happy. I taught Gracie on our wedding day that the husband gives the orders and the wife obeys them.
How did you do it?
Well, here's how it happened. We were on a train bound for Niagara Falls to spend our honeymoon. We were cuddling in our compartment, and Gracie said...
Wow, nobody can kiss like you, you little bundle of dynamite.
Thank you, Boopsy girl. Come in.
Excuse me, honeymooners, but dinner's now being served in the diner.
Okay, Porter.
My, what a handsome groom.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're a lucky woman, Miss Burns. He's built like Johnny Weissmuller.
Oh, pull it, Johnny Weissmuller. My husband's got more chest below his belt than he's got altogether.
She loves me.
I'll reserve a table for you folks.
Thanks, Porter. Here's a tip.
$5. Thank you, sir.
I'll be ready in a second, honey. I'll just shave and dab on some witch hazel.
Oh, don't use witch hazel, George. Use the cologne Mother gave you.
I'd rather use witch hazel.
But, sweetheart, the cologne will remind you of my mother.
And so will the witch and witch hazel.
Now, just for that, I'll throw your witch hazel out the window.
If you do, I'll get off this train and never see you again.
Oh, no, George, please. Please, I couldn't stand it.
What about the witch hazel?
Oh, use it. Splash it all over yourself. Bathe in it. Just promise that you won't leave me.
Has this taught you who's the boss?
Oh, yes, yes. Forgive me this time, and I'll be your slave for life.
All right. You've learned your lesson. Now get up off your knees.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You're good, George, good.
Gee, Mr. Burns, you showed her who was boss right on your wedding day, didn't you?
You betcha, kid. That was 15 years ago, and I'm still wearing the pants.
That coat must be the same one, too.
I mean, I'm the boss. A man has always got to be the boss.
He has?
Sure. You see, kid, there are two sexes, the weaker sex and the stronger sex. You and I belong to the stronger sex.
We do?
Sure.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Nevertheless, it's true. So just remember what I've told you. Husbands give the orders.
You mean if you walked into the house right now and commanded your wife to do something like bake a pie, she'd do it?
Certainly.
Gee, can I see how it works?
Well, some other time, Harold. I'm pretty busy right now, and besides, I I don't think Gracie's home.
Yes, she is. I saw her on the back porch emptying out the dishwater.
Are you sure it was Gracie?
Yes, sir. The dishes were still in it.
That was Gracie, all right. Okay, come around to the back and I'll show you how to be the boss.
So if you want to be happily married, Emily, follow my system. I've trained George to obey.
You mean if he walked in the house right now, he'd eat out of your hand?
He'd have to. I threw away the dishes.
I mean, if you ordered him to do something, like scrub the floor, would he obey?
Well, certainly.
Gee, could I see you do it?
Well, I'm pretty busy right now, Emily. And besides, I don't think George is home.
Oh, yes, he is. I saw him out front putting snail bait on the lawn.
Oh, that was George, all right. He has to use bait. The snails outrun him.
Oh, look, here he comes to the back door. Now you can show me how you command him and he obeys.
All right.
Gracie.
George.
Bake a pie.
Scrub the floor.
Huh?
Huh?
The boss has given an order.
I know. Get busy.
But I'm the boss. You're embarrassing me before Emily and Harold.
Well, they can embarrass you later. Now, scrub that floor.
I'll drink cyanide before I scrub this floor.
Drunk or sober, you'll scrub it.
I will not.
You will.
Won't.
Will.
Won't.
Gee, this looks like a stalemate.
No, he's not stale. He's just stubborn. But I'll break him down.
Oh, no, you won't.
Will.
Won't.
Will.
Won't.
Mighty timely medley of mighty pretty tunes. Oklahomans, take a bow. This is admission week for the Sooner State, Oklahoma, admitted to the Union November 16th, 1907. And let's doff our hats to the grand songs from the Rodgers and Hammerstein musical hit of the same name. They're songs we've been humming and whistling and enjoying for years. And yet, familiar and popular as they are, do you know this great song from Oklahoma, When You Hear Only the Mellow Harmony? How about now when we add this rich counter melody? You have a better chance of recognizing it when we blend in the vigorous rhythm. Name it yet? Well, you will for sure when we blend in the final musical part, the fine, full-bodied melody. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Friends, we all enjoy America's most popular songs. But the expert musician knows how these favorite songs combine not one, but many excellent musical parts. Well, it takes the same expert skill in blending to bring you the favorite brand of coffee in all America, Maxwell House Coffee. No other coffee brings you that mellow, satisfying, good-to-the-last-drop flavor. No coffee but Maxwell House. To create it, our Maxwell House experts must combine not one, but many superb varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees. With traditional skill, they select Monazales for mellowness. For richness, they add Medellins. For vigor, they add other choice coffees. And for fine full body, they add Bucaramangas. All blended into one great coffee, which comes to you with every bit of its wonderful flavor and goodness intact. Because Maxwell House is vacuum-packed, truly roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
So why settle for anything but the very best in coffee drinking pleasure? Tomorrow, enjoy the extra flavor of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Quite a fight about who's the boss, didn't they?
Yeah, Mr. Burns went in the den and slammed the door.
And Mrs. Burns is upstairs packing to go home with her mother.
And here we are, all alone. Do you care which one of us is boss, Emily? Me either. But we've got to get them to make up.
You're right. I'll go talk to Mrs. Burns, and you go in the den and talk to Mr. Burns.
Okay. Can I have a kiss first?
Well, go on in the den, Harold.
I'll go as soon as I get my toes uncurled. So you'd better make up with her, Mr. Burns. She's going home to her mother.
That's an old gag, Harold. All wives use it. They head for the door and expect you to stop them. All you have to do is keep your nerve and they back down.
Here she comes now, and she's carrying her bag. Please make up with her.
Look, kid, I'm giving you a free lesson on how to handle a woman. Now, just watch. She'll crack.
Well, goodbye, George. I'm going home to Mother.
Goodbye, Gracie.
Now, watch, Emily. You'll stop me before I get to the door. I'm walking to the door, George. I'm almost there. I'm there.
Goodbye.
My hand is on the doorknob. I'm turning it. The door is opening.
It usually does when you turn the knob.
One hand is outside.
Would you like to try for two?
Here I go. One gorgeous, shapely leg is already through the door. You'll never see it again.
So long, leg.
One soft, white, alluring shoulder is disappearing.
See you later, shoulder.
Here goes the rest of my voluptuous, irresistible body.
Bye-bye, body.
Well, come on, Emily.
Holy smoke. She actually left.
That was very interesting, Mr. Burns. When do I get the next lesson?
Oh, quiet.
Mr. Burns, Emily called me, and she said that your wife
Look, kid, I'm not worried about my wife. I'm the boss. She'll come back.
But she's been gone for an hour.
Who cares how long she's been gone? Besides, it's only been 54 minutes and 39 seconds.
You're not worried?
Of course I'm not worried.
That's good. Would you like to bite my nails for a while? Yours are all gone.
Just a habit. Stop talking about my wife.
Just thought you might like to know she didn't go home to her mother. She's at Emily's.
She is? Well, run over and see what she's doing. Not that I care. Not the least bit worried about her.
Yes, sir. I'll go as soon as you let go of my hand.
Oh, excuse me. Hope I didn't bite your nails too close.
Look, Mrs. Burns, here comes Harold up the walk.
Oh, I'll bet George sent him over here to spy on me. Well, I won't let him see how much I miss George. I'll make him think I'm having a wonderful time. Let him in, Emily, and I'll pretend to be talking on the phone. You back up whatever I say.
Okay, Mrs. Burns. Hello, Harold.
Hello, Emily. Hello, Mrs. Burns.
Shh. What did you say, Clark?
Who's Clark?
Shh. What did you say, Clark Gable?
She's talking to Clark Gable.
Oh.
No, Clark. I can't go dancing with you tonight. No, I've already promised to go out with Cornell Wilde and Charles Boyer. Oh, and I couldn't disappoint Corny and Chuck.
She knows them very intimately.
Oh.
What's that, Clark? You going to shoot yourself? Oh, now, don't be silly. Put that gun down. Clark. He's the third one today. Oh, I'm getting such an earache. My, what a gay, mad life this is. Oh, hello, Harold. What do you want?
Well, Mr. Burns sent me over.
Mr. Burns, who's he?
Gosh, don't you remember your husband?
Oh, him. Oh, I forgot all about him because I'm having such a gay, mad time. Oh, dear, there's that gay, mad telephone again.
I didn't hear anything.
It must be one of my lovers. We have a secret ring that nobody else can hear. Hello? Why, Diamond Jim Brady, how are you? No, you can't drink champagne out of my slipper tonight. No, I always catch cold when my feet are damp. Goodbye. So gay, so mad.
Mrs. Burns, Diamond Jim Brady is dead.
Really? Well, wasn't it sweet of him to call me just before he went?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you better be running along, Harold. I have so many gay, mad things to do. Toscanini and I are going bowling tonight in Hollywood Bowl.
Yes, she's really terribly busy.
Oh, indeed I am. Later on, I have a date with a very wealthy man from India. You know, an Indian prince.
Raja.
Wilco.
Well, I guess I'd better be getting back to Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns, who's he?
He's your husband.
Oh, him. Well, tell him I can't give up this life. It's too gay, too mad.
Yes, ma'am. Goodbye, Emily.
Goodbye, Harold.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns.
Well, Harold, did you spy on Gracie?
Yes, sir. I watched her for quite a while.
How is she?
She's miserable.
Uh-huh.
She tried to pretend that she was gay, but I, if you'll pardon the expression, could see right through her.
I told you men were the stronger sex. Women can't live without us, kid. She'll come crawling back to me just as sure as my...
Oh, there's someone at the door now.
That's Gracie. Afraid to come in without my permission. Well, I'll be generous. Come in, sweetheart.
Thank you, honey.
Bill.
Yeah. Why this sudden affection?
I took you for my wife.
Not that I remember.
I thought you were Gracie, comedian. You know what I meant. Harold, this is Bill Goodwin, Bob Hope's understudy.
Oh, yes, sir. I recognize Mr. Goodwin. When I was a Boy Scout, I wore his picture on my sleeve.
Really, kid?
Yes, sir. That showed I belonged to the Wolf Patrol. Mr. Burns, would you like me to go back and spy on Mrs. Burns some more?
Yeah, do that, Harold. I'll see you later.
Now, just a minute. What's all this about spying on Gracie?
Oh, we had a little argument. Neither of us would give in, so she walked out on me. She's a vandalist.
Well, why don't you go get her? Ask her to come back.
I don't want to lose face.
Not even that one?
Don't worry, she'll come back. She'll realize what a good husband I am.
Yes, George, I must say you have been true to your marriage vows.
You bet.
The preacher said, will you take this woman? And you've taken her for plenty.
Forget it, comic.
Believe me, George, you better get Gracie back home. Without her, you're at the awkward age.
Awkward age?
Oh, too young for the old actor's home and too old to put taps on your shoes again.
I felt fine until you came in. Maybe I better call her on the phone and ask her to come back.
Call her on the phone? George, haven't you got any romance? Rush over there, put your arm around her, and give her what her lips are yearning for.
You're right.
Sure, give her a cup of Maxwell House coffee. Women love the rich, delicious, mellow flavor of Maxwell House. That's why they've made it America's favorite brand of coffee. We'll give Gracie Maxwell House, and she'll come back to you.
Well, you can give her Maxwell House. I'm going to give her a kiss.
George, I'm trying to get her back. Stop fighting me. If you want to help, tell Gracie how beautiful she is. Flatter her. Tell her she's got hair like spun gold, lips like rubies, eyes like limpid brown pools of Maxwell House coffee.
Eyes like Maxwell House coffee?
You does? Well, I mighty fond of it myself. That deep-down goodness comes from a skillful blending of the finest Highland-grown Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to flavor perfection.
Leave it to me. I'll go ask her to come back.
Well, don't just ask her. Women love the caveman approach. She should be swept off her feet and carried back in a pair of strong, manly arms.
Yeah.
So you stay here, and I'll go do it.
I
Hello, Gracie. I just left George.
We're in the same boat, so did I.
I mean, I was just talking to him over at your house. He's ready to eat crow.
Well, that's fine. I'm crying my eyes out, and he's having a feast.
No, I mean he's ready to get down on his knees.
I'm miserable, and he's going to shoot craps.
No, Gracie, George is all set to make up.
My heart's breaking, and he's powdering his face.
There must be some way to put this across. Look, Gracie, you and George had a quarrel. He's sorry. He's ready to give in.
Oh, he's ready to give in.
That's it. He wants to throw in the sponge.
Ha! I'm suffering, and he's splashing around in the tub.
Should have quit when I was ahead. Well, anyway, Gracie, George wants you back. He's been stubborn and obstinate, but now he's broken down.
He is not. He's a fine figure of a man. And
but
don't you insult him, you false friend.
But
I love him. I'm going back to him where I belong. And you can't talk me out of it either.
But
And I'll tell him what a traitor you are, you Benedict Canyon.
Now I know why George looks the way he does.
Oh, George, it's so wonderful to be back together again.
It sure is. I'm so happy that I want you to buy a present for yourself. Here's $20 for that new purse you want.
Oh, gee, making up a quarrel is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, but we'll never quarrel again, will we?
Never.
I was to blame. It was all my fault.
Now, Judge, it was my fault.
No, Gracie. It was my fault.
George Burns, it was my fault.
Okay, honey. It was your fault.
Oh, so I'm just a troublemaker, huh?
Gracie, you're starting another quarrel.
I know. I need gloves to go with that purse.
Okay, here's another 10.
Aw, thank you.
Glad to do it. Right now, I'm the happiest person in the world.
I know, Judge. I'm the happiest person in the world.
No, Gracie, I'm the Oh, no, not again.
No hat, huh?
No hat, no.
Well, I love you anyway, darling.
I'm a success again.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
George, this whole thing has taught us a very valuable lesson. In a happy marriage, neither person should be the boss.
That's right.
It's 50-50, give and take. When I ordered you to scrub the floor, you wouldn't do it. And when you commanded me to bake a pie, I wouldn't do it.
That's right, but when you asked me real sweetly to scrub the floor, I did it.
Well, sure, and that pie you baked was good, too.
Glad you like
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
The preceding program was transcribed.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld. Risking his life, the criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash a glass racket.
Settle intends to continue this campaign against conditions in our state institutions for the insane until something is done to change them. This is the 20th century. We're living in a free country. You got that, Miss Case?
Yes, Mr. Reed. A free country.
Yet people are committed to insane asylums in this state without a trial, without even appearing in court. Any one of you who reads this newspaper can have a person committed to an insane asylum just by having two doctors certify that he's insane. Nor do these doctors have to be psychiatrists or neurologists, men who know mental diseases. Far from it. The present law of this, our sovereign state, merely says two doctors. They can be horse doctors. It makes no difference, just so long as there are two of them. Think what that means. How would you like to find yourself taken from your family, your home, sealed up behind high walls for the rest of your life?
Let me turn the page.
The Medical Association has fought for reform. The Daily Sentinel is fighting for it. Every honest citizen is fighting for it. Yet, because of the power of one state politician, nothing is done. One man controls the treatment and the commitment of those unfortunates who are labeled insane, a label that means nothing and everything. Not many people have known what goes on behind the stone walls of Rockridge, the state's largest insane asylum. But now the Sentinel is telling it, giving you the...
Hey, Reed! Something's gone haywire.
What is it, actually? About Rockridge?
Your idea of hiring a guy to get committed to the insane asylum ain't working out so good.
We've done all right so far. Wait a minute. Sherman hasn't been found out.
I don't know, Reed.
You just came from the asylum?
I waited next to the back wall like I've been doing all week. Every day before this, Sherman tossed over a couple of sheets of paper and a roll of film.
Yes, that's the stuff we've been printing.
Well, today, I waited for a whole hour past the regular time, and nothing come over the fence.
Good grief, Mr. Reed. If they spotted Sherman, they might do anything.
You should have let me try, Reed.
Too many people know what you look like, Richard. I picked him because he was from out of town. No one knew him.
I'll bet they do now.
Murchison runs Rockridge. He heads up all the state institutions.
You think it's Murchison?
Who else? He's the politician we're shooting at. The more people he gets in those institutions, the more he can dig out of the state treasury for expenses. And the more he can shove in his own pocket. Of course, it's Murchison.
Reed, if anything's happened to Sherman, we'll...
Get busy on it, Exford.
Yeah.
I've got to start pulling strings.
I get you, Reed.
And keep the Sentinel's name out of it. Otherwise, Sherman is certainly out of luck.
I'll see Dunnigan now, Reed.
Oh, I hope Sherman gets out of that place.
Yeah, it's easy to get in, Miss Case, but it's not so easy to get out. Well, let's get on with this editorial about Rockridge.
I'll get over that wall someday.
Who's that?
I frightened you.
Oh, it's you. You be a good girl and have to put you behind those bars again.
No.
Well, don't creep around like that. If you want to have the run of the place, you act sensible.
I frightened you.
Oh, now go on, get out of here. What are you roaming around the grounds for anyway? It's late.
There's a moon. I like the moon.
Go on now, I'm reading my paper.
Baker, are you the watchman or aren't you?
Oh, Mr. Murchison. Who's this? Oh, she's harmless. We let her wander around. Get out, Sally. She is crazy. Yeah, I guess so. You guess? Well, with all the people we got here in Rockridge, Mr. Murchison, sometimes it's hard to tell which of them is bats and which is just crazy about getting shut up here, if you know what I mean.
I don't like that kind of talk.
Well, there's an awful lot of them don't belong in no insane asylum.
That's enough of that talk, Baker.
I see you're reading a newspaper.
Huh?
Sentinel. They're filling the people full of that stuff. It's dangerous.
Oh, I don't pay no attention to them. Just curious, that's all.
I'm curious, too.
I don't get it.
You left the gates open.
Well, not me.
How do you think I got in?
Yeah, that's right. I could have
You
sworn.
mustn't be so careless. A lot of the inmates are dangerous. Why, they could walk out.
Oh, there ain't no real lunatics here.
I'm talking about the others. People who have been committed for other reasons. Can't have them getting out unless we're sure they won't talk.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, you'd better. It means your job. And never mind checking the gate. I closed it when I came in. What about this fellow Sherman?
Maybe you better talk to the super.
The superintendent? Is he in? He told me you'd know about it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's in town tonight. Well, there ain't nothing much, Mr. Murchison, only I caught this fellow Sherman acting kind of funny this afternoon.
Wandering near the back wall, huh?
Yeah. He was writing something on some paper. He started to roll it up. Then he saw me and walked away.
Is he one of the...
No, he ain't off his base.
Anything else?
I kept watching him. He burned the paper when he thought I wasn't looking.
Or else he was sure you were looking. Baker, the Sentinel's been describing conditions here in detail.
Yeah, I've been reading about
They've
it.
described the terrible food we serve. They've had pictures of the sleeping quarters. How did they get that?
You think this guy Sherman?
Did you notice anything else?
Well, nothing much, except that there was a man outside the fence. He stayed there for an hour before he left.
Outside the wall?
Yeah. I heard something and climbed a tree. Looked like he was waiting.
I think we'd better question Sherman.
Okay.
Good Lord.
That's Sally. This way.
There she is.
Sally, shut up, you fool.
What's the matter? What is it?
Sally, I told you not to play games.
George.
What? What did you see?
In the moonlight, he ran past me. He had a mask.
A mask?
Oh, she's making it up, Mr. Murchison. She's nuts.
There he is.
Good Lord, she's right, Baker. It is a man.
Yeah, I can see his mask.
Stop!
He's going over the wall.
This underbrush. Get him.
There he is.
Did you get him?
He's not here. How'd he get over this wall anyway?
Who was he?
I don't know. He had that mask on, but...
What's that?
I hear it, too. It's a car.
Oh, I can't see over this wall. It's coming right past us.
Hey, did you notice? It didn't sound like no car I ever heard.
That horn. Baker, that man, he was masked. That was a Green Hornet. Huh? Get back inside and take a look at this man, Sherman.
Sherman? You think
I don't know. Find out if he's awake or asleep or what. I'll be in the office. Hurry. What kind of case is this office in? Everything's scattered around and...
Mr. Murchison. Mr. Murchison.
Save it, Baker. Does the superintendent usually keep his records so messy?
No, sir,
I can't make head or tail of them. Many of the records seem to be missing. Those things are important. They could be used to show how I'm padding the appropriation, how much the food actually costs, and how much I say it costs. Look around. Find them.
Yeah, sure. But Mr. Murchison...
Not now, Baker. Look.
But I just want to tell you that...
Oh, answer that.
Yes, sir. Hello? Rockridge Asylum. Oh, yes, Mr. Leverett, yes. Yeah, there were some shots. Yes, sir. Mr. Murchison.
Who's that?
It's the superintendent, sir, Mr. Leverett. He says he just got out of the movie in town.
Movie?
Yes, sir. He says there have been a lot of calls to the police in town about hearing some shots out this way.
Well, let me have that. Hello, Leverett. Never mind that. I want to ask you a question. Your office is a mess. Where do you keep the records? Where? You're sure? Just a second. Baker.
Yes, sir.
Look in that top file. I looked before, but I may have been hasty. You see any blue sheets there?
Blue?
Yes, blue. The records.
I'll see, sir.
Hurry. Hold it, Leverett.
Don't see them, Mr. Murchison.
Oh. Leverett, they're gone. Someone took them.
I wanted to tell you.
How do I know who to... Oh, wait a minute. You wanted to tell me what, Baker?
Well, sir, you asked me to look in Sherman's room.
Yes?
Sherman ain't there.
What? You're sure?
Yes, sir, he ain't there. And I found this under his bed.
A camera?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's it. I thought it might have been this Green Hornet, but I was wrong. It was Sherman. He must be a reporter for the Sentinel.
A reporter?
The camera, you fool. Those pictures in the Sentinel, those stories.
Hey, then Sherman must have took them reports, Mr. Murchison.
Good Lord, that's right. The reports. If the Sentinel gets those... Leverett, are you still on the phone?
What are you going to do?
Quiet. Listen, Leverett. Tell the police one of the inmates escaped from Rockridge. A man named Sherman. Tell him he's a dangerous maniac. Yes, I know he isn't, but tell him anyway. Stop asking so many questions, Leverett. The man's a reporter. He's got those records. Oh, I thought that would get you. Give the police his description. He's probably heading for the city. Tell the police he's a dangerous maniac. Tell him he's armed. Tell him to shoot on sight.
Yes, Senator Burke, this is Reed talking. That's right, I did want to get in touch with you. Well, about introducing a bill to change the method of committing people to the state asylums. You've read the Sentinel stories. Well, someone's got to do it, and you're the man. Well, why not drop around to the Sentinel? We can discuss it. Well, frankly, Senator, we have a man inside Rockridge. That's where we got our information. All right, that'll be fine.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Miss Kay, Senator Burke will call in a day or two to arrange an appointment.
Yes, sir.
About the insane asylum setup. Make a note of it.
Very well, Mr. Reed. Hey, just a minute.
What is it?
It's Axford. He's heading to your office.
It's all right. Let him come in, Miss Kay.
Try and stop him.
Hey, Reed. Something thinks the cops are after Sherman.
What?
I just seen a police bulletin. You know, that story about a dangerous maniac escaping from Rockridge?
No, I didn't know.
It happened last night. The state cops are looking, and the city cops are starting out, too. Reed, the description fits Sherman.
Great Scott, you mean he's being sought as a dangerous maniac?
It must have been Murchison give out that kind of a lying story. Suppose Sherman gets shot.
You get back in the newsroom. Have Gunnigan contact the state and local police.
Okay.
Tell them who Sherman is. Have the search called off.
Phone call for you.
Phone call?
Yes, from Sherman. He's at a cigar store on the corner of Carvel and Hopper.
Carver? Get out there, Axford. Carvel and Hopper. Tell the police.
Holy cow, I gotta hurry.
This phone here, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Sherman.
Yeah, Mr. Reed. I ducked out of Rockridge last night. I've got the records of the money news there right with me. It's a big story.
Never mind that now,
But
Sherman.
get this, it's important. I was locked in last night. I was worried because I thought they'd found me that afternoon trying to toss my stuff over the wall to Axford.
Yes, they must have suspected Sherman.
Well, some guy in a mask came along last night and let me out. I slipped away from him and grabbed the records. And you know who that guy was? It was a Green Hornet.
All right, Sherman, we'll go into that later. But get this, there's an alarm out for you.
Yeah, sure, I know.
Murchison's notified the police that you're a dangerous lunatic.
What?
We know where you are. Hang on to those records and keep out of sight. Gunnigan's giving the police the straight story now. If we don't get to you before... Sherman, what is it?
There's a guy trying to get in the phone booth, Mr. Reed. Get out of here. Get... Oh!
Sherman! Hello? Miss Case, something's happened. Come on, we're going over there. Can't find a sign of him anywhere.
The owner of the cigar store says Sherman used this booth, King Saint.
Thanks. Doesn't he know?
He can't. He was up at the front of the store. The phone booth's back here, off concealed by this corner.
And there's a side entrance. Whoever grabbed Sherman came in the side way without being spotted. Is it Sherman out of his booth?
Mr. Reed.
What?
Look here. On the floor of the phone booth. This slip of paper. It's got the seal of the Green Hornet.
Yes, Commissioner, that's what the Sentinel printed, and that's what we believe. I tell you, that man who's missing is no more crazy than you are. His name is Sherman. He was doing a special assignment for the Sentinel. You let me know? Thanks.
Did the police have anything, Mr. Reed?
Not a thing. Sherman can't be
I
found.
have a state police on the other phone.
Oh, fine. Hello, State Police. Well, this is Reed, publisher of the Sentinel. Have you got an alarm out for a Sherman? Yeah, that's right. The man who escaped from Rockridge Asylum and disappeared later. Well, that man is not a dangerous lunatic. I don't care what Murchison gave out. That man is a special reporter for the Sentinel. What? Oh, the Green Hornet, eh? Well, whoever's got him, tell your men he's not dangerous. Thanks.
Mr. Reed, I don't think it was the Green Hornet who got Sherman in that cigar store.
You found his seal, Miss Kay?
Well, it was broad daylight.
Well?
Well, the Gospel Hornet never went around in broad daylight, Mr. Reed.
Perhaps. You won't find many people who agree with you.
You ask me, I think Murchison knows a lot more than he admits.
Picture it, Miss Case. 5 minutes more and the police would have gotten there. Sherman would be standing here, and now we'd have the old inside story of the graft that goes on behind the walls at Rockridge. And now he's gone. We don't know where. Take that phone.
Daily Sentinel, publisher's office. Oh, yes, just a moment.
For me, Miss Case?
It's Senator Burke. You spoke to him several days ago about sponsoring a bill.
Oh, I have to change the procedure for commitment to state institutions. Hello, Burke. What did you decide? You sponsor the bill, the Sentinel... What? What's that? Oh, Murchison is that? I see. Well, if you change your mind, let me know. He's not sponsoring a Billings case.
He's changed his mind.
Now, Murchison changed it for him.
But how?
I didn't learn that part in this case.
He must have seen last night's Sentinel. Gosh, everyone knows by now that Sherman was working for the paper.
Hey, Reed, I just come from headquarters. You know what that rat Murchison is saying?
Well, I have an idea, actually.
He's saying that's all a lot of malarkey about Sherman working for the Sentinel.
What?
Cross me hard, Casey. Murchison keeps insisting the guy who escaped was a dangerous maniac.
But the story...
Murchison says the story was fixed. He says the Sentinel is making it up out of whole cloth, that there ain't a word of truth in it.
And they believe him?
There's your answer, Miss Case. Apparently Senator Burke believed him.
So what are we going to do, Reed? Murchison says the Sentinel is just slinging mud. And without Sherman around to say he's lying, he can keep on saying it.
Well, Sherman isn't around, actually. What can we do? All right, Cato. Take the Hornet mask, the gun down below. Check the Black Beauty.
Hey, Reed, where are you?
Blackford, step on it. Give me room. Here I am, Ashford. In the bedroom.
Oh, there you are, Reed.
I thought you were covering police headquarters, Ashford.
Yeah, Reed. I come up from my raincoat. The cops got a tip on the Green Hornet.
Well, they did, eh?
Yeah. Some guy called up and said the Hornet was busy at Rockridge Asylum a couple of nights ago. What do you think of that?
That sounds like a crackpot.
Oh, maybe, Reed. But the state police are going over to check up, and I'm going to be with them.
Rockridge? I hope you find Sherman there.
Huh?
Well, if it is the Hornet...
Sorry, it's got to be.
Well, if it is, this tip may mean that Sherman is back inside there. If it's just a frame-up by Murchison to throw suspicion on the Hornet...
You mean if maybe Murchison was the one who grabbed Sherman in that cigar store, like we was wondering?
Exactly. If that's the case, what better place would there be for Murchison to hide Sherman than back...
The asylum! Rockridge!
Right.
Holy crow, I better get traveling. Jolly Reed, we sure hit on a theory, didn't we?
Wait. Yes.
Where's me raincoat? Where's
It's
me...
outside in the hall closet.
Oh, yeah. So long, Reed. Be seeing you.
Goodbye, Expert.
Hey, Reed, why don't you come along with us?
Come along? Well, I have an engagement.
Okay, then. Go night clubbing if you want to. But this is one job I ain't going to miss. If I get home first, should I tell Cato to wait up for you?
Oh, well, Cato's out right now, but I'll tell him. I'll see him before you do. Better step on it, Ashford. You can't keep the state police waiting.
Over his neck, you're right. What am I standing around for? Come on.
Mr. Harry almost spotted Cato leaving by the secret passageway. Well, it's time for me to move out, too. Cato's waiting below for the Green Hornet. The Black Beauty has to get to Rockridge ahead of the police.
You again, Sally. Wandering around in the rain. You get crazier every day. Someone at the gate. Fine time.
Baker, open the gate.
Yeah, I'm coming. Now, Sally, get back to the main house where you belong.
Hurry up.
Okay, Mr. Murchison. I didn't expect you.
Never mind the social layers. Open the gate.
Yeah, just as soon as I find the key. Hey, it was open all the time.
What?
It was open. I could have swore a lot.
There's something going on here. Come along, Baker.
Yeah, just as soon as I close the gate. This time I'll make sure it stays closed.
Hurry.
Yes. Are you here for anything special?
Baker, the state police learned the Green Hornet was here the other night.
What?
Yes. They asked me about it when they were checking. That's why I'm here. Did you tell them?
Me? No, sir.
You know a lot, Baker. Don't try to use what you know to boost yourself too high.
Oh, not me, Mr. Murchison. Being a watchman is all I want.
The police are coming here.
Tonight?
Of course, tonight. Did you think I'd come out in this weather for fun?
Hey, if they find we got Sherman in the old
They
building...
won't find him. Where's Leverett?
The super? He's in the office.
We've got to get those records out of the way. And Sherman, too. Police may have a search warrant so they can get in. Who's that?
Oh, that's Nut Sally. She's crazy as a loon. Don't pay no attention.
Oh, come on. Let's find Leverett.
I wish this rain would let up.
Sally, where are they going?
I know you. You are the man with a mask.
Where's Sherman?
In the old building. The old building.
Which way do they go? I've got to get there ahead of them.
That way. That way. That
You ain't never locked the door before, Mr. Murchison.
Leverett, are you there?
Leverett, there's a light inside. Leverett, Mr. Murchison. Well, when we was walking outside coming here, you recall I thought somebody passed us by?
It was raining. You must have been mistaken.
Suppose the guy seen us inside. Suppose
Shut up. Come on, put your shoulder to this door. Again, hard. That did it.
Leverett. Hey, Mr. Murchison. Look at them files. Somebody's gone through them again.
The records. We put them back. Come on, they can't be missing again.
Yes, sir.
Lord, Leverett.
He's lying on the floor.
What happened to him? How did he get this?
I shot him, Murchison.
Who's that? The Green Hornet.
I was waiting behind the door.
You're that guy we seen pass by in the rain.
You shot him. What for?
He tried to stop me when I came looking for these.
The records. You were in the file.
Right. Heard you coming, so I locked the door to make sure I got what I wanted.
Give those to me.
Perhaps later, Murchison, for a price.
A price?
These are valuable, aren't they? You might lose your job if these fell into the wrong hands.
I don't like this, boss. This guy's dynamite. Look what he did to Leverett.
So you want a bargain, eh, Hornet?
Why not?
And how will Leverett be explained?
Simple enough. I left the Green Hornet seal on the desk. But if I were you, Murchison, I'd get Sherman out of here.
Sherman?
Don't act dumb. The man who disappeared yesterday.
Oh, I don't know anything about him. He's gone.
The Green Hornet seal was left there, Murchison. I didn't put it there. That leaves you.
Sherman. Quiet, Baker.
All right, Murchison. I know Sherman's here. I even know where he is. In the old building.
You know?
Not a woman outside. A woman who whispered.
Sally.
She told me. Is your car outside, Murchison?
Yes, outside the gate.
Good. We'll use it to get Sherman away. You know the police are coming here. Now move, or you want the same thing Leverett got.
No, you're right. Yes, the police. You don't need that gun. We'll get Sherman now.
Who's there? Who's that?
This way you have him.
Murchison, let me out of here. Putting me behind bars. Can I get this yarn in the paper?
You may not get it, Sherman.
You? The Hornet. You're the one who was here the other night. You let me out.
Well?
I got away from you last time. Took the records from the office.
That was last time, Sherman. I have the records right here. Get moving.
Where?
You're going for a ride in Murchison's car.
At the point of a gun, huh?
You're going.
Oh, that's it. You were going to take care of me last time, but I got away. Then Murchison caught up with me in that cigar store.
Right. And this time you won't make any breaks.
You're in this together. Murchison and the Hornet. What a story. State institution racket run by...
It's a great story. If you ever get it printed, keep moving.
Here we are. Here's my car. Let's get Sherman away from here. Then we can talk terms, Hornet.
Yeah, you better hurry. The cops...
Wait.
Huh?
I think we better take care of Sherman right now.
I don't care when or how, so long as he's taken care of.
You can't shoot me.
You got him, Sherman. This is for you.
You shot me. I can't breathe.
That gun, it didn't make no sound.
Shut up, Baker. This is no time for nerves. Get him in the car. What's that? Huh? Don't you hear it? Hornet, do you hear it?
What the... It's the police. Police sirens. Let's get Sherman out of here.
Coming. Get him in the car.
Yeah.
Put him down.
Huh? Hornet, what are you pointing that gun for? Well, they'll be here.
So will you.
Well, what do you mean?
Police car is fast. They might catch your car.
But
they can't catch my car. It's too fast. And there's no room for you in it.
You've got it.
I'll take out these records with you later, Murchison. And just to make sure you remember.
Grab him, Baker. Don't shoot.
Take it, you sizzling rat.
I can't breathe.
Only gas. You'll be all right. And tell the cops anything you like.
Hey, you almost smashed this car. Turn the flash this way.
Okay.
Holy cow. It's Murchison and that watchman. Suffering snake. This guy. I had me doubts about seeing him again. It's Sherman and he ain't dead. None of them's dead. Wait till I bring him into Britfree's office.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Reed. The Hornet must have heard the sirens and skipped out. Axford found me and
It was gas the Hornet used on Sherman.
The Hornet is in with Murchison. I got that much. Boy, when I looked into that gun, all I could think of was 6 feet under.
Golly, ain't that some story, Reed?
It'll be a better one when we print those records, Axford. And what's more, I was just talking to Senator Burke. He's putting through that bill. Murchison and his crooked racket are cleaned off the slate.
Yeah. But say, Reed,
Well?
there's one thing worries me, Reed. If the Hornet was trying to get a cutout of the racket, how come he left them records right where the cops could find them?
Axford, you should know better than that. If there's one man whose motives can't be figured out, it's the Green Hornet.
Extra, extra, Fibber! Safe insane asylum!
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Although his name is not to be found in the written pages of history, the adventures of the masked rider of the plains have come down to us through the generations. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. No man did more to bring law and order to a lawless frontier. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days when the West was young. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hills! Tonto's waiting there! Hi-yo, Silver!
Ike Hanover was well past middle age. His wife had died many years before, and Ike's only relations were a son, Matt, and a nephew, Jim Rockwell. Matt was idle, dissipated, and bad-tempered. And on those occasions when Ike tried to persuade him to mend his ways and pointed out Jim Rockwell as a good example, Matt lost control of his temper completely. As our story opens, we find him arguing with his father.
All the time holding Jim up to me like a tin god, I'm sick of it.
Hold on there, Matt. I wasn't holding Jim up to you.
Just the same thing, ain't it? When you're telling me to get out and work the way he's doing.
I wouldn't be telling you to if you'd get something worthwhile to do your own self.
I suppose he's doing something worthwhile, wasting his time digging all over the state, hoping to strike it rich somewhere.
Well, even if he don't find no claim worth staking, he ain't sitting around all day smoking and gambling and drinking half the night.
Pack of gambling I can do with the cash I get.
There's lots of cash for you, Matt. All the cash in the world if you'd get out and hustle for it instead of loafing around.
I'm satisfied. And any time you want me to get out of this old shack, you just say so.
Son, I don't want you to leave me. You know better than that. But you're getting on toward 30 now, and most men your age are...
I'll do something. I'll get out where my friends are. I won't clutter up your house no more this evening.
Matt.
Mind your own business.
Matt, don't come home liquored up like you did last night.
I'll do what I please.
I don't know what I ever done to have my own son treat me like what Matt does. He...
Hi!
Jim! By the shade of the cactus, I'm sure glad to see you, boy. Come in.
Say, what's the matter with Matt? He wouldn't even say hello.
Never mind. Did you just get in town?
Just this minute. I come here direct.
This is your home, Jim, any time you want it. What are you doing back here so soon? I figured you'd be going another 2 or 3 months anyhow.
Nope. I got news for you.
What do you mean, Jim?
I found it.
You mean...
Gold. I found a claim that's a corker. It's going to be worth thousands.
Jim, you don't mean that. You really struck it?
Look at this. Just a few samples, but it'll show you what the ore's like. Why, say, there's outcropping right on the surface. I'll bet it's the best strike yet.
Gosh, Jim, you sure have got some good samples here. Better than any I've ever seen. Have you got the claim registered yet?
Nope.
Ain't that risky?
No, it ain't. You see, I want to go back there and work it a little bit more, and then we'll make sure it's just the same under the surface as on the top. Then I'll register it.
You're smart, Jim. You sure are.
What's Matt doing these days?
Jimmy ain't worth the powder to blow him up.
He ain't, huh?
I don't know what to do with him. He's getting into trouble all the time.
Drinking and gambling again?
Yep. Sleeps till noon every day and then gets back at the cafe again every evening.
It's about time he'd done something.
I know it, I know.
Have you said anything to him yet?
I talked myself hoarse. It don't do no good. I offered to start raising cows for him. I told him I'd start farming for him or stake him to a prospecting outfit. But he tells me to mind my own business.
Good old-fashioned licking would do him a powerful lot of good.
I wished he'd get it.
Say, hold on, I have an idea.
What's that?
I'll take Matt back with me. I'll let him be a partner in my claim. And when he sees a chance to get a half share in a first-class gold mine just for working it...
No, Jim, you couldn't do that.
Why not?
There ain't no call for you to give Matt half your claim.
Oh, shucks, Uncle Ike. If he gives me a hand, we can work it just that much faster, don't you see? There's more than enough gold there for both of us.
Well, I don't know.
Besides, the trip will do him good.
If he'll go.
I'll fix that, all right. Just let me tell him how rich he can be in a few months, and he'll jump at the chance to go.
It took very little persuading to get Matt to join Jim. And in a short time, the two cousins were back in the deserted part of the country where Jim had found the gold. Unknown to them, their arrival was watched by an Indian. We find him now as he reports to his masked friend. The Lone Ranger is saying...
You say they just came, Tonto?
Them come dig gold.
This morning?
That's right. Them build shack at bottom hill.
That isn't a very good place to put a shack. Look up at the top of the hill there.
Oh, heap big rocks.
And the shale on that hill doesn't make a very sound support for the rocks. If one of them comes down the hill, it's likely to crash right into that shack they're putting up.
That not all.
What do you mean, Tonto?
One feller, him pale. One brown from wind.
Yes?
Pale feller, stay indoors too much.
You haven't much use for men like that, have you, Kimasabi?
Maybe sometime. Tonto not like this pale feller, though.
Why is that?
Him plenty lazy.
I see. You think he'll let the other man do most of the work while he sits around and does nothing? Is there gold over where they are?
Plenty gold. Tonto know. Many Indian know. White man just find out. Indian leave gold in ground. Too much gold make trouble.
I think, Tonto, it'll be a pretty good idea if we stay around here and watch the two men.
In a few days' time, Jim and Matt had their shack built and were ready to start tunneling into the hill. When the last of their equipment had finally been stowed away one evening, Jim puffed contentedly on his pipe, while Matt nervously rolled cigarette after cigarette.
This here place is downright comfortable when the oil lamp's burning and you got your pipe going good, ain't it, Matt?
It'll do.
Oh, what's the matter? Can't wait to get your hands on the pick and shovel and get after the fortune that's waiting for us, huh?
The sooner the better.
You'll have your chance, Matt, first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We'll have to clear away the loose shale first, then we can tunnel in.
Why can't we just blast?
Well, maybe we can save time by using some blasting powder, but we've got to do most of the work by hand.
We could stake the claim now.
That wouldn't be so smart, Matt. You see, we only claim so much land, and if we stake the claim now, there's no telling whether the vein will run off our land or not when we get down to it.
I see.
We're going about it in a level-headed way. You see that, don't you, Matt?
Toss me a match.
Here.
Thanks.
Seems to me you're smoking a heap of them cigarettes.
What's it to you?
Nothing at all.
Then shut up about my smoking. Say, I hope you ain't been kidding me about this here claim.
Kidding you?
That's what I said, ain't it?
What do you mean, Matt?
If this claim don't prove out a blame good one, it'll be a pile of trouble.
You've seen the samples yourself, Matt.
I know it. But you might have fixed this up with the old man, you know. Just to get me up here away from my friends. And if you did,
I'll see here, Matt. You won't do nothing. I've had enough of your ornery cussedness, and I don't think I'm going to stand for much more of it.
Oh, you ain't.
I've done 3/4 of the work on this shack, and maybe more.
Well, it was your idea.
We had to have a place to live in, and it was easier to do the work myself than to try and get you to help. Besides, I figured maybe you'd get used to work gradual, but I guess I was wrong.
Well, what you aiming to do about it?
Just this. From now on, you're going to work right along with me digging that tunnel. You're going to get half of what we find. And if you don't do the work, you won't get that half.
All right. Shut up now, will you?
One thing more. There's to be no liquor. Get that?
You've only seen me take one drink since we come here.
Yeah, because you couldn't find no more. And you're not going to find any more, understand?
I hear you. If you're through preaching now, I'll turn in. Good night.
Daybreak the next day found 2 shovels breaking into the side of the hill as the eager men threw the dirt and shale to one side and started to work on the tunnel itself. For the first hour, the work went smoothly. And then Matt said,
Gosh, this digging ain't no cinch.
You didn't think it would be, did you? There's nothing worthwhile that's a cinch. You ought to know that, Matt.
How much do you reckon this claim will be worth to us?
No telling. Maybe not so much. Maybe thousands of dollars.
Gosh, I'm going to get what cash I can real quick, and then I'm going to town. You know, Jim, this ain't a bad idea. Up to now, I ain't had so much money to spend, thanks to the old man. But now I can show the folks in town some real parties.
Not if you don't get back to work.
I'll get me a big house and let the old man have his dirty shack if he wants it.
He don't want that shack, Matt. I reckon it'll be right fine for Uncle Ike to be able to stop saving pennies.
Ain't no call for him to change his way of living.
No?
He don't get none of my claim.
What do you mean he don't?
I'm working this. Let him find a claim of his own. He's always saying every man should earn his own money.
Just like you did, huh?
Well, maybe I didn't find this here claim, but it's half mine, ain't it? I'm working it as much as you are.
Mm-hmm. You're working as hard at leaning on that shovel as I am at tossing this dirt and shale aside. I'll grant you that. But I told you it'd be half yours, and I reckon it'll be that.
Wish I had a drink.
You ain't going to, so you might as well forget it.
Good morning.
What the...
Why, howdy, stranger.
Where'd you come from?
Over yonder.
You're wearing a mask. You're an outlaw.
I'm not an outlaw.
I don't care what you say. You're wearing a mask and sporting 2 guns. And I don't want you near our claim. Now get.
Hold on, Matt. What'd you want, stranger?
I wanted to borrow some matches from you. I saw your shack and...
We ain't got none to spare.
Sure we have, Matt. Plenty. Here you are, stranger, and welcome to 'em.
Thanks.
You sure you ain't dodging the law, mister?
No, I'm not.
You wouldn't be wearing that mask if you wasn't. Now, see here. You can't come around here and try and jump our claim. Get going before I put a bullet in your hide.
Shut up, Matt. This fella ain't trying to jump no claim. There's lots of room here.
You're right, Jim. I don't want any part of your claim. I just thought I'd better warn you that you'll have to be careful of rocks sliding down the hill. You're tunneling in, I see.
Yep. We aim to tunnel in away and then file our claim at the government office.
Better watch out. This is loose shale. If one of the rocks on the hill above should slide down, it might block your entrance here.
Thanks, stranger, for the advice.
But we ain't taking it. Now get along and mind your own business. And don't try no tricks.
I'm going. Here, Silver.
You was hiding your horse around the bend, huh?
I wasn't hiding him, Matt. Yep. Good day. Hi-yo, Silver!
I'll get that outlaw. What'd you knock my gun up for?
Because you ain't going to shoot a man in the back. Whatever he is, don't make no difference. What was the idea, anyway?
He's an outlaw.
We don't know that.
Well, blast it. He'll fetch a whole gang of men here to file claims near us.
What if he does? That's his privilege, ain't it? We can't claim this whole territory.
But we're the only ones that know about this place. Now the news will spread.
Let it. But don't shoot at a man when all he does is ask for matches and warn us about the rocks.
Got any more to say?
It's no use talking to you. The next time you try a stunt like that, I'll take a hand at it myself with a 6-gun. Now get to this tunnel again and dig.
You can't boss me that way, Jim Rockwell.
I'll boss you as long as you keep on showing you ain't capable of bossing yourself.
But half of this claim is mine.
I said dig.
You'll regret this, Jim.
Dig!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now to continue the story. Jim Rockwell offered to share his gold claim with his cousin Matt Hanover in an effort to get Matt interested in something besides drink and gambling. The claim had to be worked before it could be registered, and the Lone Ranger, knowing of this, decided to keep an eye on the two men. He warned them about the loose rocks on the hill, and Matt, afraid the ranger might bring others to stake claims in the neighborhood, fired at the masked man as he rode off. Jim knocked his gun in the air. We find the Lone Ranger now as he joins his friend Tonto on the other side of the hill.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, steady there. Oh.
You see, fellas?
Yes, I saw them, Tonto. Steady, Silver. I warned them about the rock, and Jim thanked me for the warning.
Me hear shot. What that?
The other one fired at my back as I rode off.
Me thought him like that. Him plenty bad feller.
Jim grabbed his gun hand.
That good.
Tonto, I'm afraid that when Matt gets a sight of the gold that they'll find when their tunnel is a little farther into the hill, he'll want all of it.
You think him maybe try get all gold?
Yes. I'm afraid he may attempt to kill Jim. We're going to stay nearby and watch, Kimosabe.
That good.
We'll watch and plan.
When Hard Rock was reached, Jim brought out the blasting powder, and for several days, the sound of drilling carried through the hills with heavy blasts at regular intervals. Finally, when the depth of the tunnel had reached 20 feet, Jim straightened up excitedly.
Matt, look at this!
Is that the gold?
The richest vein I ever seen. Matt, we're all set now.
We're rich, Jim, rich. We're both rich.
We will be when we get this claim filed and the gold dug.
Then we got to get the claim filed now. We can't take no chances.
That's right.
Here, I got it all made out. This is the right wording, ain't it?
Huh? Say, when did you do this?
I couldn't sleep the other night, so I made the paper out. You were sleeping. It's all right, ain't it?
Yeah, looks to be.
Oh, well, sign it then.
You put your name on there first.
Well, what of it? One of us has to be first. Reckon it don't make any special difference which one it is.
I don't suppose the fact that I found the place first means anything to you.
Why should it? I could have found it just as well as you if I'd been here first.
All right, Matt, never mind.
You're going to sign, ain't you?
I reckon. But see here, how'd you know how to make out these papers?
I ain't as dumb as you seem to think. It ain't so hard to learn to draw paper up like that.
All right.
You'll sign it?
Yep, as soon as I get a pencil.
Here's one.
Good enough. Now then. A-I-M. Jim. There you are.
I'll get over to the shack and get ready to head for town and file a claim.
You going yourself?
Sure, why not? You stay here and watch it to see no one jumps it.
All right, Matt. But let me tell you this. When you get to town, you file the papers and get back here pronto, understand?
Sure thing.
Don't do no drinking and less talking. Just get back here as fast as you can.
I'll start now. You're going to stay in the tunnel here?
No use wasting time. I'll stay here and get the next blast ready.
All right.
There ain't no more powder here, though. Bring another can of it before you start for town. Get one from back of the shack.
You ain't got none in here at all?
Nary a bit of it.
Then I'll fetch some.
When Matt reached the house, he looked back to make sure Jim was still in the tunnel. Then, reaching behind his bunk, he brought out a bottle, still half full of liquor. One long drink was followed by another. His brain was filled with plans and schemes.
thought I didn't know enough to make out a claim. He thinks he's the only one able to do anything. Smart hombre he is. Too bad I gotta split that gold with him. Don't even want a fella to take a swig of liquor. Well, he can't stop me from drinking. I got a right to do what I want. Gosh, I sure will spread my stuff when I get rich.
Look out for the rocks. They might fall and seal the tunnel.
Rocks fall? They're like to at that. Be right natural. Too bad I got a split with him.
Fetch some blasting powder back with you, Matt. I ain't got any more. It's all used up.
He ain't got no more powder. That's good liquor.
Look out for the rocks. They might fall.
I ain't got no powder left.
Jiminy, why should I split with him? There ain't no one that'd ever know what had happened to him. Be perfectly natural for the rocks to fall.
Matt sat on the edge of his bunk for some time, thinking, hearing whispers around him, listening to the ideas that seemed like spoken suggestions to his liquor-soaked brain. From time to time, he looked toward the tunnel, making sure that Jim was still at work there. And then...
I'll do it. No one will ever know. I'll get even with him for preaching at me. I'll show him all right. One good swig left in the bottle, and that... There. Now, Jim, I'll bring your blasting powder to you, but not the way you think.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto watched the figure that staggered up the side of the hill with a keg of blasting powder. Matt avoided the tunnel and went up above, where the huge rocks were poised, ready to crash down and seal the entrance.
Him get drunk.
Liquor does things to men, Tonto. Brings out their worst instincts.
It make good Injun bad. It make good pale-face bad. It make bad pale-face killer.
Exactly, Tonto.
Him fix some powder under rock.
Yes.
Rock fall over tunnel. We stop now.
No, Tonto. Let him go ahead. Watch Matt and see what he does. We stopped him now. Perhaps Jim would forgive him. It would happen again some other time when we weren't around.
No, that's right.
He's lighting the fuse now and running.
Rock's been flying. Yes?
Jim, tap him. Fine now.
It'll take a lot of strength to move the rock away. More than Jim has.
Maybe him blast from inside.
He has no powder inside.
Jim, sealed inside the tunnel, realized what had happened, and knew that without help from the outside, he would soon starve to death within the mine. He shouted,
Matt! Matt! Are you there?
I'm here, Jim.
Matt! Them rocks must have slid down from above. Get some powder and break up the one that's sealing me in. Matt! Can you hear me? Are you there?
I hear you. You bet I hear you.
Matt! Get powder! Drill!
I'm doing what you told me. I'm heading to town to file a claim. I'm filing a claim for myself, see? You won't need to be cut in for half now. It's all mine now. All mine.
Matt! You're crazy! Matt!
So long, Jim. I'll be back in a week. Maybe 2, 3 weeks. I got some spending and drinking to do in town. I'll file a claim first, and then I'll celebrate.
Matt! Matt!
Jim shouted until he was exhausted. Then for some time he tried to think, tried to force his mind to action and plan some way of escape. He used his pick on the barrier of rock without any success. And then after almost giving way to despair, the sound of someone digging reached his ears through the darkness.
What's that? Am I going crazy? I hear something. Matt! Is that you, Matt? Who is it? Is there someone there? Oh, I'm going mad. I'm hearing things.
Steady, Jim, steady. This way, Jim. Take my hand.
Who are you? You ain't Matt. You ain't my cousin.
No, Jim. Take my hand.
Leading Jim out through an opening in the side of the tunnel, the Lone Ranger paused to let the young man gather his scattered wits.
You're the fellow with the mask.
Yes.
I'm safe now.
Yes, you're safe, Jim.
But how
There
did
were
you...
two tunnels in the side of the hill, Jim. While you and Matt worked on yours during the day, we were working on the other one at night.
You mean
The second tunnel was at right angles to yours. And when your entrance was blocked, all that I had to do was to break down the wall dividing your tunnel from the one we just came through.
Then... Oh, but see here, stranger. I got to get my horse. That ornery double-crossing murderer will head for the office to file claim to the mine for himself.
He's had an hour start on you, Jim. Can you catch him?
I don't know. Come on, I've got to get started. He tried to kill me. He done it on purpose.
Yes, Jim, he did it on purpose.
And look, stranger, he's took both horses with him.
Wait, Jim.
But now
Here, Silver. Come with me, Jim. I'll take you.
Yes.
Give me your hand.
Here it is. But who are you? Why are you doing this for me?
Steady, Silver.
Ain't you afraid to be seen in town? You'll be arrested, won't you?
The great horse Silver, carrying his double burden, swept toward the town, the ground flying beneath his silver-shod hoofs. Some time later, we find Matt in the government office, about to register the claim.
Well, there's the papers. I reckon they're made out all right.
Yeah, seem to be. Your name Matt Hanover?
Yep.
You ain't old Ike Hanover's boy, are you?
That's right, and I've struggled rich.
Seems to me I hear that you and young Jim Rockwell started out together to work on a claim. Ain't he in on this, too?
No, he ain't. I'm afraid he won't be in on anything anymore.
Well, what do you mean by that?
We had some hard luck with the mine, and Jim, he got caught in a cave-in and killed.
No, you don't say so.
Yeah. I tried to get him out, but when I got the rock away, he was dead. He'd smothered to death.
That's a shame. He was your cousin, wasn't he?
Yeah. Sort of busted me up. We was good friends. He done a lot for me.
What'd you do with him? Bury him?
Yeah, I thought it'd be best to bury him right there.
You done everything you could to save him, huh?
Of course I did.
Right sure of that?
Say, what's the matter with you?
Nothing except there's a claim already on file for this here land.
What do you mean? You're crazy. There couldn't be no other claim.
He means that I got the claim filed.
What?
And I filled out the claim in your name and mine like we agreed. You just lied yourself into jail, Matt, and there's witnesses aplenty. I reckon your pa can use your share of the claim.
But I...
Yep, Matt. Looks like what you told me is evidence enough that Jim's story is true. That means you're going to jail. You see, I ain't the government man at all. I happen to be the sheriff.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We're on the trail of Pete Lorenzo. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is bread. B-R-E-A-D.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx, the Queen of the May. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first?
We invited some girl gas station attendants and some hot rod drivers to the program. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Dorothy Donata and Don Stedman. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 in cash between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. A hot rod driver and a girl service attendant, eh? Dorothy Donata? I presume you're the girl service attendant? Eh?
Yes, I am, sir.
I thought so. You're wearing pumps, that's why. Where are you from, Dorothy?
Oh, I'm from the beer and pretzel capital of the world, Reading, Pennsylvania.
There's a drunk in the first row. And, Don Stedman, you're the hot rod driver. Where are you from? Hot Springs?
No, sir. I'm from the Sooner State, Oklahoma.
You both look like fairly new models. Don, how old are you?
22.
22. And what's your age, Dorothy?
22.
Well, you still got the original paint job, huh? Are you married, Dorothy?
No, I'm not.
Why not?
Oh, I still have time yet.
So have I. Shall we dance? Why aren't you married, Don?
Well, I still got a little ways to go.
Well, if you're driving a hot rod, it won't be long before you'll get there. How do you go about building one of your highway rockets?
Well, you rebuild the front end, put in new kingpins and new shocks all the way around, and then you have to change the gears in your differential. You got to get your manifold. Some of them are running 4 pots this year.
No what?
Some of them are running 4 pots now.
Well, I've been half-potted, but I didn't know what is a pot, anyhow?
That's a carburetor.
Why don't you call it a carburetor?
Well, that's just like building a stock car.
I see. You're too snobbish to call it that. Well, what else? What else do they do?
Well, there was one fellow that put 2 front ends, one on the front, one on the back.
Well, what is the object of that? That sounds...
Well, you'll have to admit it's different.
You seem to be more interested in freaks than you are in locomotion. Dorothy, how about some service? You've been standing there all this time, and you haven't even wiped my windshield. Tell me, what do you think of hot rodders?
Oh, I think they're swifty.
You think they're what?
Swifty.
Did you know you were swifty?
Sure, I knew it.
Now, where do you attend your gas pumps, Dorothy?
The Gilmore Serve Yourself service station, Beverly Boulevard.
I see. Thought that's what you were there for. What do you mean, serve yourself?
You just serve yourself. You come in and serve your own gas and wipe your own windshield and check your own oil, and then you pay me.
If I'm going to do all that, I'll put the money in my own pocket and leave. Huh? You call that a service station?
Mm-hmm.
Suppose a woman drives into your station. Do you make her do all that work?
I treat the men and women alike.
Well, if you ever expect to get married, you're going to have to revise that policy. Not much, Dorothy, but some, huh? What do you girls call yourselves? I'm sure you don't refer to each other as gas station attendants, do you?
No, we call each other gas jockeys.
There's a whole new language sprung up. I'm completely out of touch with the outside world. Do you save hot rod drivers?
Oh, we certainly do.
Well, will you save me one the next time I come in there? Now, how much gas does the average hot rod driver buy?
Well, it all depends how much money they have in their pockets. We had one come in today that bought 3 cents worth.
Well, can he get out of the station with 3 cents worth? What do? Drop it in his ear? Don, how far can you get on 3 cents worth of gas?
Well, I've never been that cheap. Let's
assume that you were broke, not necessarily cheap. Let's say you were broke and only had 3 cents. How far would you go in your car?
Well, I bought 5 cents worth, and I got...
But you wouldn't be so cheap to buy 3 cents. What about 4 cents worth? Nothing under a nickel, huh? Okay, how far do you get on a nickel's worth of gas?
Oh, I almost got home.
You mean all the way to Oklahoma? Now, how fast can one of your hot rods travel, Don?
Well, if you push it, it should go between...
No, I mean if you're inside the car. This is with a nickel's worth of gas, I guess.
No, when I mean push it, I mean you got your foot in the carburetor.
Everything you say has another meaning. How fast did you say you could go?
Well, most of them are... I won't say if they push it. Most of them...
You can say it again if you want. I'm inured to everything now.
If you push it, they go from between 120 to 160.
Mm-hmm. Well, where do you drive 150 miles an hour? And where are you going? And what's your hurry?
Well, we're racing against the clock at Lake El Mirage.
Does the clock run alongside of you?
No, I mean, we're racing against time.
Oh, time.
Well,
he's kind of cute at that, isn't he? Dorothy, do you like him?
Sure I do. Very much.
Well, I like him too, Dorothy. Don, you'll have to choose between us. I'm not going to do very well, I can tell you. Dorothy, I think you'd be perfectly safe going on a ride with Don here. After all, at 150 miles an hour, he has to keep both hands on the steering wheel. Isn't that right, Don?
No, not necessarily.
Well, if the girl you take out isn't an angel, she will be by the time you get back. When you see me crossing the street, all I ask is just stop and wait for about 20 minutes, huh? Until I'm safely on the other side. How carefully do you drive, Don?
Well, most of the guys that drive roadsters 90% of them are very careful. They take pride in their cars and they drive them safe, and mechanically they are A1. We're now trying to get them off the streets from racing by driving it, having the races up at El Mirage, and they're racing against time only, and the cars are in perfect condition, and that's about it.
Well, my advice for you is to take your car into your nearest DeSoto Plymouth dealer. As a matter of fact, I think during the last war it was proven that many of the best airplane pilots were kids who'd been driving hot rods. Well, only let me know when you're coming down my street, will you? Now that we've discussed the hot rod situation, let's see how well you two make out in the quiz. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play your Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question.
The best in service at a fair price. That's what the DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America offer you when you take your car to any of them for service, no matter what make of car you drive. These DeSoto Plymouth dealers believe in giving every customer a fair deal. This fair deal consists of expert mechanics working with the best tools and equipment to give you an efficient job every time. Also, a desire on the part of every dealer to treat you courteously and to charge you a fair price. It's easy to see. A DeSoto Plymouth dealer wants you for a steady and satisfied customer. So next time your car needs attention, won't you stop in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer? And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs by Rodgers and Hart as your category, right? Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
Now, what is the title of this song? Play, Jerry. What is it? Blue Moon is right.
And they're on their way with $30.
And how much of the 30 will you bet?
15.
$15. What is the title of this one?
I can't remember Where or When.
Where or When is correct.
They're fighting Groucho. They have $45.
All right, you got $45. Here's your third question. How much of the $45?
$40.
$40. Give me the title of this one. Okay, Jerry.
This Can't Be Love.
This Can't Be Love is correct.
They're really fighting now. They have $85.
All right, you're right back in that hot rod now. Is your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 85?
$70.
$70.
$70. Let's see if you can identify this song.
And then My Heart Stood Still.
My Heart Stood Still is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $155.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Stick around now. You may get the chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still bread.
I know that, George.
Well, perhaps the next couple will say it.
I know that, too.
We invited some tax assessors to the show, and
I didn't know that.
Oh. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected one of them, Mrs. Helen Carr. Her partner, Mr. Bill Redding, is a married man from the audience. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, and if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. A tax assessor, eh? That's you, Mr. Redding?
No, I'm a hotel clerk.
I thought you said you were a tax assessor.
No, you just said that.
Oh, is that where I heard it, huh? Then you're a tax assessor, Mrs. Helen Carr?
Yes, I am.
How long have you two been married?
I'm not married to him. No.
Well, don't come running to me with your trouble. Aren't you ashamed, Mr. Redding? Breaking up a happy home like hers?
No, I just met her a few minutes ago.
Fast worker, eh? Where are you from, you rascal, you? Mr. Redding, where are you from?
Well, I'm from College View or Peanut Hill, Nebraska. That's a suburb just outside of Lincoln.
I didn't know Lincoln had any suburbs. And where are you from, Mrs. Carr?
Originally Boone, Iowa.
Boone, is that named after Daniel Boone?
Boone? Yes, it is.
Named after Daniel Boone.
Yeah.
Do you know what he was famous for?
Well, no, I don't. He had a coonskin cap.
There's a man spent his whole life as a hero, and he wound up being identified as a fellow who wore a coonskin cap. When I die, I'll be known as an old mustache, I suppose. How long have you been married, Mr. Reddick?
Oh, about 31 or 32 years.
Mm-hmm. How did you meet this poor misled wife of yours?
Well, at the time I was a night clerk, and I had an Excelsior motorcycle. This particular morning, while I was rushing home, and just as I scooted around the corner, she was stooping over to set down a pail of garbage.
It's a very romantic meeting, so.
I landed up, mixed up with the garbage and with an injured knee. And it took me about 2 weeks before I was able to ride the motorcycle again. And during that intermission, she used to come around and sit on the front porch.
That's known as a Freudian slip. I used to know a girl who wore one of those. Huh? Now, Mrs. Carr, isn't it unusual for a woman to be a tax assessor?
Oh, no. 6 out of 7 of us are women.
What is the other one, a giraffe? Now, as a tax deputy, what are your duties?
I go around the county door to door taking statements for personal property.
Just what is personal property? Huh?
Personal property is anything you own or use.
That's the broadest statement I ever heard. You mean I have to pay a tax on my neighbor's shower?
No, not.
Well, I use it all the time. Now, Mrs. Carr, pretend I'm a housewife and you're making a routine call. Now, go ahead, ask me the usual questions.
So, good morning. I want to take your statement. Do you have any real estate?
I have a 50-foot lot. Continue.
How deep is it?
It's about 30 feet deep. That's only at high tide. Go on.
Do you own any personal property?
Furniture? Yeah, all the furniture in my living room is new. We got it by sending in soap coupons.
Well, what do you have in the other rooms?
I have 3 million bars of soap. Huh? Well, I came clean that time. Well, now that I know all about tax assessments, let's see how well you two are going to make out with You Bet Your Life. Now, you run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The hot rod driver and the girl gas attendant earned $155.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected pictures on paper money as your category. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
$10.
$10. Whose picture's on the $5 bill?
That's Abraham Lincoln.
Lincoln. You knew that from Lincoln, Nebraska.
You're off to a good start with $30.
Well, you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you bet?
We'll bet the whole 30.
The whole 30. Whose picture is on the $20 bill?
That's Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson is right.
Now they have $60.
Well, you're really gamblers. Now you got $60. Here's your third question. How much of the 60?
We bet the 60.
You're going to bet the 60. Whose picture is on the $10 bill?
That's Alexander Hamilton.
Alexander Hamilton.
They're really climbing now, Groucho. They have $120.
Got $120. How much of the 120 are you going to pay? You're going to bet.
120.
You're going to bet the whole works, huh? Whose picture is on the $1 bill?
George Washington.
George Washington.
And they wind up with a grand total of $240.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,500 question.
You know, friends, when you're out driving in a long automobile trip, keep in mind that there are more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Fenneman, don't you know when a person's driving a car, he's supposed to keep his mind on the road?
Well then, folks, when you're at home, thinking about that trip in your car, remember there's a DeSoto Plymouth dealer near you.
I can practically feel his hot breath on my spare tire.
That's just the warmer weather ahead, Groucho. And it's just one more reason why you should drive in to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Touché, Fenneman. Now let's get back to You Bet Your Life. Who's ahead?
Well, the tax assessor and the married man are leading with $240. And the secret word is still bread. We invited some game wardens and some commercial fishermen to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Warden Walter Shannon and fisherman Vince Devlahovich. And here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, boys, to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 in cash between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. A commercial fisherman and a game warden, eh? What is your name?
Devlahovich.
Devlahovich, huh? What is that, Russian?
No, that's Yugoslavia.
Yugoslavia, huh? Are you from Yugoslavia?
I was born here, San Pedro.
Are you a skipper or a member of the crew?
I'm a skipper.
A skipper, huh? Could you skip around for me here? Did you ever wear a Skipperelli gown or a hat or anything? You think they'd pay to come in, wouldn't you? You're the game warden, Mr. Shannon?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, tell me, Warden, this sounds like old times. Can we call you? Warden, what are your principal duties?
Our principal duties are to watch people who are hunting and fishing.
Oh, a television fan, eh? Or as we say in the business, TV. That means terrible vaudeville, huh? Ah, there are still diehards that listen to radio. Huh? Why do you watch people fishing and hunting? Haven't you got anything better to do, Mr. Shannon?
To see if they violate the fish and game laws.
Well, can't they violate it without you watching them? What kind of laws do they violate?
They catch and hunt out of season, catch fish out of season. Sometimes shoot females.
What kind of females? Huh?
Such as does, deer.
Does females, you mean? What do you mean by does females?
And the deer, does females are called does.
What about them females? Or dumb females? That's even more accurate, huh? Now, Warden, what gives you the most trouble on your job?
As a rule, people hunting and fishing out of season.
Mm-hmm. Now, when is the deer season?
In the southern part of the state, here it runs from about August 7th to October 15th.
Well, how can the deer tell when it's open season?
Well, I suppose by the bullets whizzing by.
I guess that's true, huh? And they know for sure when they see the hunters dropping like flies, too. Now, mackerel bait, around here, where is the best place to catch sardines?
In the ocean.
No, what I meant was, in what part of the ocean do you catch sardines?
Well, offshore of San Diego up to Santa Barbara City.
What kind of fish do you catch?
Mostly sardines and tuna.
Now, how much do you get for your tuna?
Well, the yellowfin tuna, you get $310 a ton. When we get a load of tuna, which is 90 ton, we split the money. The crew gets 65% of the share, and the boat gets 35%.
The boat walks up and asks for it? Anything unusual ever happen to you when you're off on one of these fishing trips?
Well, yes. A couple of months ago, we were pinched by the game warden for...
Well, did he pinch you?
Well, we were supposed to be fishing in Santa Monica Bay, but...
What happened?
Well, we paid a fine. Each crew member paid $25 fine.
And the boat pays part of it, too?
Yes.
The boat walks right down to the police station? That's a very intelligent boat, you know that? I don't know what you need a crew for at all. Well, I know all about fishing and hunting. Now, let's see how well you two make out in the battle for the $1,500 question. You beat the other two couples and you win the chance at all that money. I can't tell you how much our first couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The tax assessor and the married man are ahead with $240.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected national parks as your category. Is that right? All right. Now talk right up into the microphone. How much of the $20 you're going to try?
$10.
$10. In what state is Hot Springs National Park?
Arkansas.
Arkansas is right.
All right, Groucho, with $30.
All right, Remy, going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
25.
25. In what state is the Everglades National Park?
Florida.
Florida is correct.
Now they have $55.
$55. Here's your third question. How much of the 55?
50.
50. In what state is Zion National Park?
Utah.
Utah is right.
Now they have $105.
Now you got $105. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 105?
100. It's okay with me.
100. Okay. In what state is Mammoth Caves National Park?
Kentucky.
Kentucky is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $205. And that means the tax assessor and the married man with $240 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Is your car ready for the warmer weather? If not, why not stop in now at a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's? To put your car in tip-top condition, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer will give it an engine tune-up. This should be done to prepare your car for the warmer weather ahead. So be sure to stop in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer first chance you get. No matter which of the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers you visit for that check tune-up, you can be sure of getting efficient, courteous service at a fair price wherever you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here is the tax assessor and the married man, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
Here we go for $1,500. You ready?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. The Pony Express took 9 days to travel from St. Joseph, Missouri to the Western Terminal. For $1,500, what was the western end of the Pony Express run? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Salt Lake.
I'm sorry. It's Sacramento, California. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $240 in the quiz. Congratulations and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $2,000.
Well, Bing Crosby's champing at the bit, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Two of the most important rules of the road are courtesy and common sense. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
There's the white bull in haze on the meadow. The bright bull in haze on the meadow. What one is this? Hey, listen and listen, boy. It looks like reach and clear up the Sid, what are the house rules again? Well, if I want to practice my singing, I have to take a trip to Timbuktu. That is correct. And what happens when you sing without going to Timbuktu? I get the club. Right. Good seal. Oh, you're really stifling one of the great talents of our time. That's a risk I'm willing to take. See you tomorrow.